The bill to reopen the government has a hidden provision in it that will effectively destroy the hemp industry. Well, it closes a loophole from the 2018 Farm Bill. Do you want to get into it? Let's do it. So that 2018 Farm Bill made hemp growing legal by saying as long as the hemp that's grown contains less than 0.3% delta-9 THC, which is the main psychoactive ingredient in marijuana, it's legal. Yeah, but this turned into a massive loophole because there's other types of THC like delta-8. So what happened is chemists used this legal hemp that's under the 0.3% delta-9 and converted it into products that have like 20 milligrams of delta-8 THC, which still gets you high. So this new provision will prohibit hemp products of any type of THC, including delta-8, of more than 0.4 milligrams per serving. Well, the issue is that 0.4 milligram cap is so freaking low. Delta-8 is much milder and is used by many seniors, veterans, and those injured for calming and relaxation. Like certain gummies may have 6 milligrams of THC, so the U.S. Hemp Roundtable says this rule will ban 95% of the $28.4 billion hemp industry, jeopardizing more than 300,000 jobs. Well, the whole point of the Farm Bill was to legalize and regulate hemp for non-intoxicating purposes. Like hemp can be used for fiber, seed, paper, textiles, construction materials, and non-intoxicating CBD. But instead, the bill created this massive loophole that has made an under-regulated THC market where even in states where marijuana is banned, there are now hemp-derived delta-8 vapes being sold in gas stations. Well, what's happened is 23 states since then have implemented their own laws limiting THC in hemp products, and they're all well above that 0.4 milligrams. In Maine, it's 3. Kentucky, Minnesota, Utah, Louisiana, it's 5. Alabama and Georgia, 10 milligrams. Tennessee, 15 milligrams. So this bill goes against what those states have legislated to effectively end the industry. Look, the federal intent in 2018 was never to legalize intoxicants, so even if states have these limits, it's still contrary to congressional intent, which was always hemp for fiber, food, and CBD, not THC highs. This closes the loophole, less intoxicants rather than more. Look, the hemp industry is willing to work on a regulatory framework that prevents these bad actors from creating these extremely high THC products that, yes, are being sold without a lot of regulation and ending up in the hands of children. Yes, but the way to solve that is not to eliminate the entire industry, which thousands of farmers have since begun growing as a cash crop since soybeans and other crops have been struggling. This will decimate Americans. I just think our world has enough dangerous, high-producing intoxicants, and closing loopholes to eliminate ones that were never even supposed to be legalized in the first place is good policy. Well, say goodbye to the industry. They can still grow hemp for other purposes. Oh yeah, you're keeping 5% of the market available. Great job.
My dear fellow Americans, I'm introducing a bill to completely eliminate the H-1B visa program, which has been riddled with fraud and abuse and has been displacing American workers for decades. There will only be one exemption in my bill, and it will allow for a $10,000 per year cap on visas issued to medical professionals like doctors and nurses who provide life-saving care to Americans. However, even this $10,000 per year cap will be phased out over 10 years to allow us time to build our own pipeline of American doctors and physicians. My bill will also restore the original intent of the visa, for it to be temporary. These visas were intended to fulfill a specialty occupational need at a given time. People should not be allowed to come and live here forever. We thank them for their expertise, but we also wish them well so they may return to their home country. My bill will take away the pathway to citizenship, forcing visa holders to return home when their visa expires. In order to build our pipeline of American doctors and medical professionals, my bill will also prohibit Medicare-funded residency programs from admitting non-citizen medical students into their programs. Just last year alone, there were over 9,000 doctors in the U.S. who graduated from medical school but were left without a residency placement. Meanwhile, in 2023 alone, there were over 5,000 foreign-born doctors who received residency spots. This is entirely unfair, and it's America last. My bill will help mitigate the shortage of doctors and nurses in our country, the shortage that we face, while at the same time serve as an off-ramp from our reliance on foreign workers by allowing us time to fill our residency programs with American doctors. Now, this will completely end the H-1B visa program in all other sectors in the job force and in the workforce. This is America first. It's time to put American citizens first instead of foreigners first. And this has gone on, and this has been an abuse for far too long. Americans deserve a future, they deserve a chance, and I believe Americans are the most talented people in the world, the most creative, and I want them to have their American dream. Thank you.
Me too, Marjorie. Me too. And we are live. Yo, this is Said with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get into it with J.D. Vance and Sean Hannity. Then we're getting into Trump addressing the foster care concerns. And, well, there's a lot of things going on with CPS, which we'll get into. And then, of course, the Dems kind of, I guess, did an Epstein teaser release of some emails that got the Dems kind of in a frenzy right now, thinking that they're right. But don't worry, we'll get right into it because sadly, that is fake news. Hey, I wish it was damning enough so we can really get to the bottom of this, but it's not. All right, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, and let's get right into it.
Hey, welcome. Good.
Appreciate
Good. How you doing?
And thanks for sitting out. Well, I guess we start with a little good news.
Yeah.
Government is open.
That's right.
Okay. Longest shutdown in history. Can you tell me what the point of all that was?
I wish that I knew, Sean, because here's what the Democrats actually accomplished. They caused a lot of stress for our troops. They made our air traffic controllers not get paid. They caused a lot of flight cancellations. They had a lot of people thinking they weren't going to get their food benefits, all for literally nothing, Sean, because we could have struck this exact deal 45 days ago. In fact, we met with Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and said, we will.
Actually, the worst part is they could have struck this deal a lot sooner, and the Dems could have got their 1-year extension. Now they don't get their 1-year extension, and they just, like I said, get the pinky promise of this. Well, don't worry, we'll discuss this whole Obamacare subsidies later. But thank God that the Dems did this, because now it's a headline discussion of the fraud and the scam that is Obamacare.
Passed this exact deal. They said no. They put the American people through a ton of pain and suffering for nothing. And we knew this was going to happen, Sean. We knew the President of the United States said every single day, eventually the Democrats are going to realize this is an absurd position. We've got to reopen the government. And that's what they did.
As bad as it was getting, I'm trying to comprehend the thinking behind this. Except for 8 Democrats in the Senate and 6 in the House, they wanted it to continue. And there's real palpable anger that it didn't continue. I think Chuck Schumer's cooked as a result, even though he did everything that his base wanted.
Yeah, so let me say a couple things. First of all, I do give a lot of credit for the moderate Democrats in the Senate who were with us from the very beginning. Because if you remember the original bill to keep the government open before the shutdown even started, there were 52 GOP senators, 3 Democratic senators. They recognized where this was going. They recognized what was in the best interest.
I mean, that's what a lot of people don't understand is that there's only 52 Republican senators and about 45 Democrat senators. So when the Dems use the ridiculous argument of that, oh, well, the Republicans control the House and the Senate, that's not a good argument, because it's almost as if you're saying that we don't need Democrat votes to get things through. And that's a lie.
Of the country. But I think, Sean, there are so many far left people who run the Democratic Party in Washington, D.C., they just want to burn it down. They don't care if the troops don't get paid. They don't care if you cause billions of dollars of lost productivity. They don't care if you shut down the airline industry, which they were very close to doing. They just want to get Trump. And they don't care if they have to burn the entire country down in order to get Trump. That's what they want to do.
And all right, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on this conversation by liking that video and double tapping that screen. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it.
And I think that it shows how stupid that approach is politically, because normally you would expect the President of the United States to get blamed for a shutdown. The American people were smart enough to recognize that the Democrats were the ones who were sort of holding this hostage. They were saying that unless you give us everything that we want, unless you give us $1.5 trillion of benefits, health care for illegal aliens, we're going to destroy the country. We're going to keep the government shut down indefinitely. I think the president recognized eventually the American people are going to recognize this is the Democrats doing this. The Democrats, I think, made a huge political mistake by continuing to push for all of these crazy things. And they said, if you don't give all these crazy things, we're going to keep the government shut down. It was politically stupid, but you're right. I don't understand the psychology of a Democrat who says, we'd like to burn the country down in order to get Donald Trump. But unfortunately, it just drives home. That's what their party is about.
No, I could understand the psychology of voting no on the CR, and that's pretty much saying no to SNAP benefits, no to military pay, no to federal work pay, all the things that they were championing that they were saying the Republicans for. So I could understand the mindset of just saying, oh, we're going to vote no on this, but we're going to blame the Republicans for, the SNAP benefits not being sent out, military pay, federal pay. We're going to go ahead and blame them, even though we're the ones voting no on that. I just could not understand how people could get down with that logic.
That was the thing, 1.5 trillion, hundreds of billions of dollars for healthcare for illegals, DEI programs abroad, NPR, PBS to fund them once again. And I'm like, that's the hill you want to die on? During the process, at any point, did any Democrat, any leader, did you have conversations with them, say, work this out with me? Did that happen behind the scenes that nobody knows about?
Oh, of course. Privately, we were having conversations all the time. And frankly, privately, the Democrats would recognize the position of their far left was crazy. But they all feel a little bit like they're being held hostage by their far left. You said it very well. Chuck Schumer, this probably ended his career, and he was the person who was fighting more than anybody to keep the government shut down. So the far left, they're never going to be satisfied unless the Democrats are willing to burn down the entire country. Luckily, there were a few moderate Democrats who allowed reason to prevail. We have to step back, Sean, and remember how crazy the demands were. They wanted $1.5 trillion, a lot of that healthcare benefits for illegal aliens. They wanted us to undo all of the great border policy that we've been doing. They wanted us to refund, like you said, NPR and PBS. They were basically saying that we want the far left's priorities to dominate in the Trump administration. And unless that happens, we're going to set the entire country on fire. A really disgraceful moment for the far left of the Democrats.
I mean, yeah, so the Democrats used that moment to try to get all the cuts in the big, beautiful bill reversed. They didn't try to negotiate it or anything like that. Nope, they just said, F it. We're just going to shut down the government if you don't give us everything we want. Honestly, it's kind of, I wonder if I have the video still. Well, no, I don't. But it's kind of how the Asian homie in the one clip I was playing. He was pretty much saying that, what, the Republicans could have been like, all right, cool. 900 billion. You're right. Maybe we could cut back to like 800, 700 billion. But no, the Dems didn't even want to negotiate. They said, no, bring back all of it, all of the cuts, even if it's fraudulent, even if we know it's going to clinics to give illegals healthcare. We don't care. Just give it all up. And that was just non-negotiable. And they say they were negotiating in good faith, but how is that good faith if you're not even trying to meet in the middle?
And frankly, a very revealing moment for the American people, because what were they asking, Sean? They weren't saying that we want to do great things for the American people. They weren't talking about jobs. They weren't talking about healthcare. They were talking about give us $1.5 trillion for healthcare benefits for illegal aliens. And unless you do that, we're going to make it impossible for you to fly home to see your family on Thanksgiving. It's just craziness that was ever their position, but it was.
Will we get it back up and running fast?
It's going to take a little bit of time to get everything fully up and running. They actually brought the bill over to my house last night around 9 o'clock to sign it because as the president of the Senate, I had to sign it for the Senate. Mike Johnson signed it for the House. And then, of course, the president of the United States had to sign it into law.
Uber eating bills from Congress?
Right.
Is that?
Basically, I mean, the Senate parliamentarian was driving around in an Uber going from place to place to get this thing signed. But I had this conversation with the president yesterday afternoon. I said, assuming the House is able to get this done, do you want to sign this tomorrow morning? He said, no, I want to sign it tonight because the only way to get the people's government turned back on as quickly as possible was to sign the bill as quickly as possible. But, it goes to show the entire time, the president, the entire administration, we were focused on getting the government turned back on, getting critical services actually funded so the government could function for the American people. The Democrats were focused on, we want to take you hostage. We want to make it hard for you to get home to see your family on Thanksgiving so that we can give your health care benefits to illegal aliens. What an incredible juxtaposition of priorities. We care about Americans. They care about illegal aliens. That's been true for years.
And he also wanted to, keep funding these failed Obama healthcare subsidies. Actually, the whole Obamacare system has failed. It failed on providing affordable healthcare to Americans. But like I said, like well last show, the Dems want to keep funding a failing program, just keep stuffing money that gives that honestly gives a taxpayer dollars to insurance companies, and that encourages these insurance companies to raise their rates. And does that really help bring affordable healthcare to the American people? Well, of course not. So I'm not sure why the Dems aren't trying to at least come in the middle and be like, yeah, we do need reforms, but can you extend it? I mean, that would have been a more reasonable offer than just extend it, or we're just going to hold the American people hostage, like, and then blame you for it. I mean, think about it. Which one would have worked better?
They made it super clear with this government shutdown fight.
Let's talk about, obviously, the economy is always front and center for most Americans. I would argue that foundationally, everything's set. Trillions of dollars of committed monies for manufacturing, largest tax cuts in history. It took quite a while, over a year and a half, for the Reagan tax cuts to kick in.
That's right.
Ended up with 21 million new jobs, longest period peacetime economic growth. President Trump now has given us the largest tax cut in history. No tax.
Hey, and shout out Chase for starting us off with the 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man.
Tips, Social Security, overtime. Then you add the energy component. So for people now that maybe are still suffering from the Biden-Harris economic hangover, when do we really see the engine of the economy start to take off?
Well, some of it's already started, Sean, but some of it is going to take a long time because we inherited a disaster. We inherited the highest peacetime debt and deficits in the history of the United States of America. We inherited the...
No, and they're right, but that's what they need to start making like main page, how they're breaking ground on data centers, how they're breaking ground on car manufacturing plants and all that good stuff, like, and how they're starting construction on these things, because it's happening, but it's not front page news. What's front page news is what we're doing over there in Venezuela. I mean, what's front page news is us bringing the Syrian president over to shoot hoops. I mean, that's front page news instead of what we're doing here in America. And they need to low-key front page that. Or I don't know, maybe that's just the way the media is, for all we know.
Worst inflation crisis in at least the last 40 years, and I think probably longer. So a lot of Americans, when we took over, they were struggling. They either were underemployed or they didn't have a job altogether. Their wages had been stagnant. And the President of the United States said the most important thing that we have to fix is for people to be able to live a good life. We need a good job to pay good wages. We need people to be able to go to the grocery store and actually buy what they need for their family. That takes a little bit of time. And I know that there are a lot of people out there, Sean, who are saying things are expensive. And we have to remember they're expensive because we inherited this terrible inflation crisis from the Biden administration. But you've already seen signs that things are getting better. The price of eggs has gone way down. The price of energy has gone way down. The price of gasoline has gone way down. And as we know, when the price of energy goes down, that starts to filter out into the entire economy, but that also takes a little bit of time. There's another component of this, Sean, which to me is maybe the most important because I care so much about our young people being able to afford a good life. A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who were taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses to begin with, even for the population that we had.
You know, it's also that, but then he's not also going to mention, you know, part two of the reason is that we got you know, big corporations, or honestly big business conglomerates like BlackRock, who is buying up single house homes or single family house homes for whatever reason I cannot understand, except for the duplicitous of action of trying to drive up those house prices. And I mean, let's just be honest. They have really no good reason of buying up houses unless they're about to break them all down and start building factories on top of them. And I doubt they're about to do that anytime soon.
So what we're doing is trying to make it easier to build houses, trying to make it easier to build factories and things like that so that people have good jobs. We're also getting all of those illegal aliens out of our country, and you're already seeing it start to pay some dividends. Let me give you a very clear statistical example. Under the Biden administration, the price of a new home literally doubled in 4 years. It went up 100%. Under the Trump administration, housing and rent prices are up about 1 to 2%. That's actually in line with what you would like to see. So again, we inherited a disaster. We're very mindful of the fact that there's a lot of work to do, but I think that we've made great progress. And the final point I'll make about this, Sean, is
yeah, like, here's the thing though, they keep trying to bring this point home, and a lot of people don't understand that the inflation under Biden was so bad that prices were doubling and tripling. Now, when Trump says he pretty much solved inflation, not really, but what he didn't really solve inflation. He slowed down the rapid rising of price that was happening through, well, the inflation period under Biden, or I would say the high inflation period under Biden. So did he completely solve inflation and the rising of price? No, but he did slow down the rapid increase of prices.
Most important way to fix this affordability crisis is to make people's wages go up. And that is where the Trump economy, I think, just objectively, obviously I'm very biased, but I think objectively is doing better than any economy in 50 or 60 years. Blue collar wages are going up, working people's wages, middle class wages are going up. And that's how we ultimately chip away at the Biden affordability crisis, is that we make an economy where people can afford to buy the things that they need. The best way to do that is good jobs and good wages. And that's why the president's focus is where it is.
I want to see that manufacturing get online, because those are high paying career jobs.
Yes, they are.
You know, we are going to bring in house. We always imported and we're relying.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way, but let's not forget to double tap that screen. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
On other countries for pharmaceuticals, semiconductor chips, automobile manufacturing, the president negotiated it out. Those deals, I want to see those jobs get online, hopefully sooner rather than later.
That's right.
Apple's going to spend what? $500 billion in Texas.
They're going to spend at least $500 billion in the United States, and that's just Apple. We've seen about $18 trillion of new capital commitments, Sean. That, to your point, those are good career-creating jobs, and nothing like that has ever happened in this country. If you go back to the Biden administration, a good year for the Biden administration was a few $100 billion of investments. The president is getting trillions.
Yeah, I would say this. Trump has reversed the process of, instead of manufacturing leaving to overseas, we got manufacturing coming back. And that's mainly because of tariffs. So you hate it or love it, tariffs have gotten these companies start bringing back manufacturing. I mean, let's be honest. You can hate tariffs all you want, but the objective of tariffs was to bring it back and also to protect our domestic, our domestic industries. And for some reason, I mean, you Dems don't want that, and you rather just the corporate elites abuse us with cheap pay. But hey, we're the ones who love the billionaires, apparently.
Trillions upon trillions of new investments. Now, of course, I'm mindful that people were suffering, Sean, because those factories don't get built overnight. These things actually take a little bit of time. But here's what's different from the Trump administration than the Biden administration. The president is focused now on getting people good jobs, getting people higher wages, and bringing down the cost of goods. We inherited a disaster. We've chipped away at a lot of that problem in 10 months, but that's why you've got 4-year terms, because we're going to do a lot over the next 3 years, 3 months, to make sure that more people can afford a good life. They can afford to buy homes. Young people can afford to start families. And we've actually got good jobs that put people on a career trajectory to stability. The biggest problem with the Biden economy wasn't even the affordability. That was the second biggest problem. The biggest problem with the Biden economy is that people had the kind of jobs where they couldn't build a career out of it. They'd make $14, $15 an hour with no promise of ever being able to make more. That is not how you build a middle-class American dream. That's how you build debt servants. And that's what the American people were becoming under Joe Biden. It's so important that we stay the course, keep these.
And I mean, really, the Dems never really had an answer for us, because the problem with the Dems and when it came to the workforce and the problem and immigration was that, well, they would say, why not let the illegals work the low paying jobs, and why not let the H-1B visas work the high paying jobs? And they never really told us, well, where does that leave us Americans? Well, I'll tell you what they tell you right after that. They call you a racist. You're goddamn racist. How dare you question what these immigrants are going to do and your value in the American economy? You are stupid. They are smarter than you, and you should shut up and let them take your job. It's pretty much what we've been getting told for the past, I don't know, 4 decades. And it's been happening both on the left and the right. So I'm not just going to make this a Dem thing. But I ain't gonna lie. I mean, it's not like, Joe Biden couldn't have started the process.
economic policies going so that Americans can own a stake in their own future, build the kind of life that every American deserves.
Back to the home building part. It's interesting you brought it up. Are you as obsessed with AI as I am?
I am.
Okay, I don't know. I'm a grok guy.
Okay. Me too. I'm a grok guy.
You're a grok guy. Okay, Elon. I think it's the best.
I think it's the best. It's also the least woke. I'm always asking myself, if I ask an AI a question, is it going to give me an objective answer?
The vice president puts it in extreme mode.
Answer?
If you put it in extreme mode just for kicks and giggles, it's a little. Well, if you want
I have not, Sean. I don't want the media to attack
If you want to
me.
know the neighborhood that Donald Trump grew up in and the kind of language you probably heard every day, you put it in extreme mode. It's pretty funny.
I could tell it's talking like my grandmother, and then we'd be in good shape.
Well, okay, so the housing shortage, the estimate is what, between 4.5 and 6 million homes. We're shy right now?
I've heard those numbers, yep.
Okay, I met a guy that's building a company that 70% of a home can be built with robots at about $200 a square foot. Now, where I live in Florida, you're not getting any home anywhere near $200 a square foot. So will that be a factor? And then you have to think of, okay, are we going to lose blue-collar jobs? How do we transition people into the economy if they're going to lose those jobs?
Yeah, so a few things about that, Sean. First, we probably need to build about 5 million new homes. And if you look in the red states, we're actually doing a very good job. One of the biggest challenges that we have in the housing market, aside from too many illegal aliens who are taking the houses of American citizens, is that in the blue states, you're not building enough houses. So you go to California. Why are so many people moving out of California?
And what he means by that is that there is in blue states like, well, Illinois and Chicago, where you have Venezuelans walking inside of these apartment complexes or projects and taking over. And I mean by taking over, I mean they're breaking the locks off the doors and just living in there and then stealing electricity from either the neighbor that's actually paying rent or just from whatever light access they can get. I don't know. They be cutting the wires. But anyway, yes, they have found these illegals pretty much steal apartment complexes or pretty much steal rooms. And what do these, project managers or these landlords do? Well, they raise prices on the tenants who are actually there legally and who they actually got a lease on. Those are the people who suffer because of that. I mean, I know what you're saying. Well, Seth, why don't you just kick them out? You know what? That's a good question. You should ask them that when you go to Chicago.
Yes.
I have a guess. There's no water. No. Your friend Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, my friend Gavin Newsom.
Maybe if they put water in fire hydrants and reservoirs, that might help, right?
Yeah, but they're not building houses. You look at those terrible fires that happen in Los Angeles. You have people who are still trying to get the permitting to rebuild their houses. This happened so long ago. So we've got to get our blue states to build enough houses for their citizens because our red states and the federal government is actually doing a really good job. By the way, one of the biggest cities where you're seeing housing costs come down? Austin, Texas, because they're choosing smart policies and they're building enough housing. Now,
oh, and shout out to my man Vlad Steen. Remember for 10 months, he said, bruh, the S is silent. Shake my head. Wait, what? And shout out to and shout out to Cache My Memory for sending to Sunday for 100 jewels. Appreciate the support. And shout out to Lincoln for, of course, always pushing back. He said those stories are real as eating the cats in the bro. Come on now. There's literally been maintenance guys that walked in. Bro, I can literally show you guys a video. I got you then. Because you're trying to say that it ain't real. And for some reason, you guys will throw a blanket over people's problems to try to win an argument. And I do not understand that. But okay.
On the AI issue.
I got you.
Look, I understand why people are worried that, if you have a robot doing that job, does it take away from a blue collar worker who can do that job? Right now, the evidence that I see is that if we really lean into robotics and technology, it's going to raise everybody's wages and make everybody better off. The example that I often give is of bank tellers. If you go back to when the automated teller machine was invented, everybody said it was going to destroy the jobs of all the bank tellers. What actually happened is that today you have more people working in bank telling than you did 50 years ago. They're doing different jobs. They're not just handing people money. They're doing different jobs, but they have higher wages. So sometimes what technology does is it allows somebody to do something a little bit different, to use their mind a little bit more than some of the rote tasks they might have been doing. And that actually means they're more productive, they get better wages, and everybody becomes better off. So I don't think that we're going to ever eliminate the construction industry in this country just because you've got robots. What you're going to have is a lot of construction workers who are using those robots, who are directing those robots, who are actually able to do more with less because they're using technology to help them. You're always going to need construction workers in this economy, but I want their wages to go up. And I think if we lean into technology, that's what's going to happen.
It's actually amazing because you'll see them, they'll do the framing.
I mean, shoot, we take out all the illegals that are working in construction. I mean, that brings up the scarcity of construction workers, and then they get paid more because there's less of them. I mean, wouldn't you want that for your fellow American workers instead of just trying to flood that industry with illegals? Like, come on now, let's try to make it make sense here. Y'all say y'all want to raise the wages of Americans, but then you want to bring in illegals that bring down the wages of Americans, or, you know, even the legal way through H-1B visas.
On the siding, they'll do actually a robot will put on the roof. It's kind of crazy.
It is crazy.
They'll wire the house, they'll put an insulation, they'll put up the wallboard, they'll paint the wallboard, and then the finish work, in comes the craftsman. I'm not so sure that the AI is going to be able to do that, at least in the short term, but it wouldn't surprise me.
No, look, I think a lot of the craftsmanship, a lot of the direction, a lot of the management, you're going to need a human being to do that. Nobody can replace, no robot can replace a great blue collar construction worker. You know, you see some of the houses, some of the things they do, the trim that they're able to do. There's an art there that I don't think a robot's ever going to be able to replace. But can a robot maybe make it easier for a construction worker to put more nails and more walls over a shorter period of time? Some of the rote things, in other words, you're going to see, I think, robotics help the construction workers. And I think that's going to lead to higher wages, and it's also going to lead to more homes for American
President would love it if they could build the one big, beautiful ballroom faster. If a robot could do it faster, I think he'd hire the robot.
You know, I guess just to drill home this point, we'll go ahead and take a little detour. Go shout out to my man, you know, Link, for bringing up that point. You know, I love to push back my brother, but let's go ahead and prove myself right, because this is what I was talking about. Let's get right to it.
They're doing around Chicago, find the most vulnerable buildings and move in. I say move in, they take over. I'm gonna take on this road right quick. First and second floor, guy. Go and get it out the way. Check it out. What up? Hola. Hola. Good. Bien. Check it out. Board it up. Locks. Venezuelans. I'm gonna tell you how I know. So when we was managing this building 2 years ago, we never used these locks. I'm gonna show you the type of locks that's being used and how you know that it's being who live in it. Trust me, it's been like this for like 3 months. It's all flooded. All flooded. Look. Step over right quick. Put my face mask on. Look at this. It's wide open. Risking kids, women, anybody get snatched up. Look, just wide open. Boards. Now this building, I'm hoping to run into some of the Venezuelans. That way she ain't bullshit. Regular log. Regular. Look at this shit. Board it up. It's the boiler room. But you actually got somebody living in the boiler room. It's crazy. See the mailboxes. There's the elevators. See they spray painted cameras.
Spray painted the cameras.
It's the front. It's the front.
So when I told you guys that, yes, there are Venezuelans going into these apartment complexes, projects in Chicago, you try to say, no, that wasn't happening. Now they moved the goalpost and he said, oh, just one video? Just one time set? Should it even be happening at all? Like, really think about how dumb you sound when you got to say just one video, just one time. If this is just his anecdotal experience set, like, you sound kind of dumb, no offense, my dog. Because should this be happening at all in America? Of course not. I mean, they told you it was happening in Colorado, not Colorado. Yeah, they told you it was happening in Colorado. You guys try to deny it. Then the news come out and say, yeah, just a handful of them are being taken over by Venezuelans. I told you it's happening in Chicago. I gave you the video. Well, that's just his anecdotal experience set. Really? Well,
interest.
no.
Look at this jungle. It's like New Jack City. Yeah. You can say all windows wide open. Windows broke, wide open. Cords running through up the walls. Locks broke in. So I got my keys dangling. You need to alert people know I'm coming. I don't want to surprise nobody. Safety, people, safety. So this is the back entrance going to the laundry room. I'll show you this. Doors. Try to slow down with the camera so y'all can get a better look.
Damn. Well, F the place up.
They'll be taking those out in a minute. They're gonna be jumping. A lot of Venezuela got F-150s, so they'll be jumping those. It's the back. This how it is. So a lot of people should know exactly why I'm making. This is just the first floor, people. Cameras sprayed. Like this completely out. Low cribs. I ain't finna be walking inside the joints, but they're going to show you right there. Broke in. Mainly occupied floors.
I guess I drilled the point home enough. I mean, it's a 7-minute video. I could always come back to it if you guys want me to. But yes, as he goes around in this apartment complex / project, he's pretty much showing how, yes, they've broken into here. They're painting over the camera so people don't know they're coming in. And it's at the expense of, well, the tenants who actually live there actually got a contract, or my bad, a lease. So, hey, when a Dem tries to tell you, oh, that's not happening. Yeah, it is in Chicago. And it was proven that it was happening in Colorado. So for some reason, I don't know why, but the states with the C's got a problem with Venezuelans. Whoop, sorry, but any place that begins with a C got a problem with Venezuelans. All right, though, let's go ahead and get to this part 2 of the Sean Hannity and JD Vance interview.
You first become the vice president, and I had well, first I interviewed you at the convention.
The very first interview I did as the VP nominee.
The first interview, thank you. And we had an interview right after you got sworn in. You're almost on the job a full year. Tell me about the job. And by definition, you have to be ready at a God forbid, moment's notice.
Sure.
I think that's a heavy weight to put on anybody's shoulders. Obviously, if you obsess about it, I don't think that'd be healthy. You seem to go with the flow pretty well. Do you have quiet moments you think about that?
Yeah, honestly, Sean, I try not to. I mean, one, I serve under Donald Trump, who is very healthy.
He casts a pretty big shadow.
He casts a big shadow, but if I served under Joe Biden, I'd probably be worried every minute of every day that he was going to croak and that I'd have to become president. But because I serve a president...
You have a bat phone. Okay, exactly. Did it just happen?
Like, I'd never be able to sleep. I'd always have my cell phone as loud as possible. But no, the president, one, you know, he's got a lot of energy. He's extremely healthy. So I don't think about that. Obviously, that's part of the job, is you've got to be ready if tragedy strikes. But the thing that I try to do, Sean, is I just try to be as much of a force multiplier for the president and the whole administration. You know, if the president needs to talk to 10 people in Congress, he can only make 5 of those phone calls. I can make the other 5. If the president needs to meet with a business leader, but he can't meet with them because he's meeting with somebody else, then I can meet with that person. If the president needs somebody to go visit a factory, he can't do it for one reason or another, then I go and do that. And what I try to think is, so long as the president trusts me, and so long as I'm loyal to the president in return, then he can just have me go and do something and not worry about whether it's going to get done, not worry about whether somebody's going to blab to the media about it. That's the way that I try to approach this job, is the best use of my time is to be a force multiplier for him in the administration. That's what I've tried to do. I think that it's worked out really well so far. But part of that is also the president you serve under. When you talk to people about the job of vice president, it can either be a really high impact job, a real partnership with the presidency, or it can be a job where you sit around and hope the phone doesn't ring. And because the president trusts me and because of the way that he does his job, he's made it possible for me to be very involved in the business of running the country. That's an awesome thing. It's an exciting thing. I pinch myself every day. I mean, look where we are, this beautiful room. And I try to remember that it's a great honor and a great blessing to serve. And I just try to do the job that I can every day.
It's the last place my parents ever thought I'd be. I'm just visiting. What have you learned from President Trump? I mean, he is a force of nature.
He is.
I've known him 30 years. What have you learned from him?
You know, a few things. Number one, the president is amazing at compartmentalizing things. When something is going on, there's always a crisis. The very best day in the West Wing, there's at least one crisis somewhere in the world that somebody's putting at your desk. The president has an incredible ability to sort of say, okay, focus on that for 15 minutes and then go and focus on something totally different for 15 minutes. That's not naturally how I am. If something bad is going on, I tend to want to think about that thing and solve that problem before I go on to something else. The president is incredible at that compartmentalization. I think that's one of the reasons why he can handle 10 different problems at once, is because he's able to troubleshoot and then move on to the next thing, troubleshoot and move on to the next thing. The second thing that I've learned from the president, Sean, and I've tried to absorb it as much as I can, and I think some of this is just who he is and his natural instincts, is he has better instincts about human beings than anybody that I've ever met.
Oh, and shout out to Misfit Supervisor. Appreciate the support, sis, for sending in the 1,000 jewels for the cute little dog. Shout out.
And again, the president of the United States, you think about this, you can't read every briefing and every detail about every single topic. 100 different things are coming into the Oval Office every hour, right? So part of it is you've got to be able to trust the people around you to delegate and to execute. But to have that trust for people, you've got to have very, very good instincts. And the president has an amazing ability to know when somebody's trying to get something over on him, when somebody's actually thinking about things in the best interest of the country. It's almost a supernatural ability to read human beings. And I've tried to learn as much as I can about it. And again, some of that is just his innate ability. Some of that is something that I think that you can pick up. And I've tried to pick that up as much as I can, because it's amazing, Sean. Let me give you an example. There was a time where there was a meeting that I couldn't go to again because I think I just had to be on Capitol Hill related to the big, beautiful bill. And I was really worried that I wouldn't be in the meeting because I knew what the people in the meeting were going to say. And I was worried.
Oh, and shout out to CC for the 100 jewels. Thanks for the support, CC 360.
That I couldn't push back against it. And I remember talking to the president about it later, and he knew exactly what they were going to say. He knew exactly what their angle was. He knew exactly what their motivation was. And he reads people and tries to use, it's almost he's able to use people's own motivations to figure out whether they're trying to get something that's good for America or whether they're trying to get something that's good for them. And obviously, if it's good for America, he's all on board. If it's just good for them, he's going to be a little bit more skeptical. But that capacity to figure that out, I think it's why he's such an effective leader and why he's such a good president.
To be able to compartmentalize is a skill. To have discernment also, I think, is a gift.
Sure.
And I kind of feel like a lot of my life I've had the ability to read people very well.
Yes.
And it served me well in my life.
I think that I have that ability too, but I think the president takes it up to a totally different level. His discernment is really remarkable.
The energy level is beyond. I mean, I went on a golf trip with him. 17 hours there, 17 hours back, and he's awake the whole time.
It's
and he expects you to be awake.
Well, it's unbelievable. It's actually, I joke with some of the cabinet because the president and I can't travel together. That's one of the things. Right? We're never on the same airplane.
Right.
And they're always like, "You're
you
very
saying
lucky."
You like that? Yeah,
well, they're always saying, "You're so lucky because if we go on a 20-hour trip somewhere, he doesn't sleep the entire time. And of course, if he's not sleeping, if he's working, he expects everybody else to be working too." Right. So again, the energy that the guy has really is off the charts. But again, you've got to have that level of energy to do this job successfully. For all of Biden's problems and all the policy disagreements that I have with the Biden administration, I really do wonder, was Biden able to stay on top? Did he have the physical and mental ability to stay on top of everything that comes through his
I can
door?
answer.
The answer is no, of course not. And that's the one thing that, agree or disagree with President Trump about a given issue, every Democrat and every Republican, I think deep down would recognize this is a guy who has the energy to do the job. That's a very, very rare thing, but that's who you should be electing president of the United States, somebody who's got the energy for it.
I'm not asking you to answer this question, but I am giving you a preview of coming attractions. Okay. So hopefully I'll be back a year from now, and there's no avoiding the question. Okay. Because we will have just gotten through the midterms.
Sure.
The 2 days after the midterms, we get into a cycle.
Yeah.
Meaning 2028.
Of course.
Have you thought at all? I mean, I would think it has to go through your head. You're in the Oval Office every day. I'm sure, you know, the times that I've been there to visit and they throw me out is, you know, I pinch myself. I never thought as a kid growing up, you know, my mom was a prison guard, my dad a waiter and a family court probation guy. I'd ever be in that building, right?
It's an amazing country, isn't it?
Amazing country.
Yep.
Somebody made a mistake. But, but in all seriousness, this is coming fast.
Sure.
Thinking about it all?
I would say that I've thought about what that moment might look like after the midterm elections, sure. But I also, whenever I think about that, I try to put it out of my head and remind myself, the American people elected me to do a job right now, and my job is to do it. And if you start getting distracted and focused on what comes next, I think it actually makes you worse at the job that you have. And here's what will happen. I mean, look, we're very focused on the midterm elections. I think because what the president has set in motion is a long-term economic revitalization effort for this country, I really want us to win the midterms because of the Democrats.
I mean, yeah, if you lose, trust me, you guys will not get any more legislation through. Everything is going to be fought with maximum effort, especially if they win the midterms. Now, if you guys like I said, it's up to the Trump administration to focus on nothing but affordability for the next 6 months and show results. It is up to the Democrats, well, honestly, to just keep doing what they're doing. I mean, causing outrage at every day. Like, you see what they try to do with the Epstein emails. So they're getting hit for pretty much ending the shutdown, pretty much bending the knee to the Republicans. And all of a sudden they released this one Epstein email that doesn't really say too much about Trump, to be quite honest with you. All it pretty much confirms is that, yeah, Epstein considered that Trump was actually a snitch, and he might be, you know, the one snitching on Trump to the police. But hey, the Dems ran with it, or their base ran with it, and said that this proves he's a pedophile. We were trying to tell you this whole time. Fake news. But all right, though, let's keep it going.
Get in power, they're going to try to screw up a lot of the great things the president of the United States has done over the past 10 months. Again.
Hey, and shout out CC360 again for sending the Sunday for 100 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis.
And trees that have been planted.
Or bro, I'm not really sure, but I still appreciate the support.
Planted, some of which won't even bear fruit for a few years. I don't want the Democrats to screw that up. So we're going to win the midterms. We're going to do everything that we can to win the midterms. And then after that, I'm going to sit down with the president of the United States and talk to him about it. But let's focus on the now, because we've got well over a year to do as much as we can for the American people. And my attitude, Sean, is look.
Well, I believe the midterms start in, if I'm not mistaken, I believe they either start in April or they start in June. So you guys got about a good 6 months to low-key handle affordability and get whatever beef you guys got overseas handled, or you guys can pretty much lose the midterms.
If we do a good job, the politics will take care of itself. If we do a terrible job, the politics will take care of itself in the other direction. So I'm just going to focus on the job that I have.
I found it a really interesting and actually intriguing comment that you made, saying that Marco Rubio is your best friend in the administration.
Yeah.
You know,
and by the way,
and some people I would think would naturally think, well, maybe they might eventually one day be rivals. I didn't get that impression at all in your comment.
I don't feel like that at all. And I mean, look, if Marco eventually runs for president, then that's we can cross that bridge when we come to it. But one, look, if you get to
Donald
a situation,
Trump wants to design the next ticket.
I
you
know he
that.
does. I know
He'd like
he
to
does.
take control of that.
Yeah, but but people have asked me, well, do you see Marco as a rival? First of all, if either one of us end up running, it's a long ways in the future, and neither of us is entitled to it.
I'm not sold on either one of them, to be quite honest with you. But guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
So I think it would be ridiculous for me to say, well, Marco's a rival. No. Marco's a colleague. The President of the United States has asked each of us to do two very important jobs, and that's what we should focus on. And there's, when I say that Marco's my best friend, that's no insult to anybody else in the administration, because, when I came into the Senate, Marco was a bit of a mentor to me. He's one of the younger guys in the Senate. He's got, by the standards of Washington, he still has a young family. He's got kids who are in law school and college. And so there's just a lot of commonality that we have. We're both people of very strong faith. And our wives get along well. It's just, he's a good guy. And I like coming to work with him, and I like talking to him about the things that confront the administration, confront the presidency.
We don't need to drag it out.
But let me just say one other thing about this. Here's why the presidential focus, the 2028 focus, I think is bad, is because if you wake up in my job or anybody else's job asking yourself, what's good for my future a few years down the road, you're not going to do a good job right now. The question that I try to ask myself is, what is good for the president, the administration, and the American people right now? That's what I have to be focused on. And I think so long as I do that, again, politics will take care of itself.
I think it's a good.
All right. Well, before we go ahead and get into the next video, enjoy this nice little clip from this beautiful young lady.
Stop going to white liberals for money and then complaining about their power. Malcolm X said the white liberal is the worst enemy to America and the worst enemy to the black man. The white liberal's purpose is to perpetuate a system that will keep the black man dependent on the white liberal. Because the truth is, you can't be dependent and free at the same time. And that's the part nobody wants to say out loud, because once they control the way you think and what you depend on, they don't need chains anymore. But for just a minute, step outside of it. I challenge you. Let's do a little thought exercise. Look at this critically, not emotionally. That's where real freedom starts. Because the more you're emotionally attached to your race, the easier it is to control you. It's realizing we've confused education with indoctrination. The idea that we're inferior and therefore we must receive. That's the last stage of colonization, people. The last chain left on our minds, the insistence that we're inferior. Shelby Seal said inferiority was established through white superiority, and that white guilt has infantilized black America, and it's allowed white liberals to act as our caretakers rather than our equals. And the more we tell white people they need to give in order to be racist, the more we'll receive and the more we'll depend, and the more we'll reinforce the same lie that we're inferior. And it'll never stop. Because dependency isn't progress, it's slavery dressed up as compassion. Because when you depend on the system, you can't be controlled by it. And control is the opposite of freedom, because freedom is never the reward for moral innocence, it's the reward for moral responsibility, Shelby Steele. The more you rely on them for a check, the more you'll vote for that check. You'll vote for what they call empowerment and assistance. It's not about progress. It's not about excellence. It's about profit and power and your vote. And all that time you spend scrolling, start reading what makes you uncomfortable, not 3-minute videos that enforce the cage around your mind. Slavery was psychological, not just physical. Stop pointing fingers and asking for regression packaged in a reparations check. Change your mindset.
Woo, she was cooking. Well, she's a black woman. They better know how to cook. But all right, though, let's get to this next other pretty lady that's going to go ahead and spit some facts for us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here today. We are going to get to my remarks and Q&A as always, but I do have the FBI director with me here, Kash Patel. You all know him well, and he's here to provide an update for you all with respect to China. As you know, President Trump had a very successful meeting on his trip to Asia with President Xi, where they discussed the need for China to crack down on fentanyl production and distribution, which ultimately makes its way here to the United States of America. And the FBI director recently traveled to China following President Trump's meeting to meet with his counterpart in Beijing.
And shout out David Frito. He says, I voted for Trump. The Epstein files, bombing Iran, Gaza, glazing Israel, HB1 visa program. Now his boss gaslighting like Biden on the economy. Sorry, Vance, I'm out. I mean, to be quite honest with you, yeah, I agree with you on, I'm not all the way just going to abandon the whole, Trump on this one. But I definitely do agree with you on, I don't trust JD Vance like outright. I really don't trust Rubio outright. If you ask me which one I trust more, it would be Vance, but I really don't trust none of them on the quality of leadership. I would have to see if one of them actually steps out and, well, show some leadership outside of, well, doing with Trump or defending Trump, which is fine. They can run game for Trump. That's perfectly reasonable. But you got to be able to sit there and criticize the president and be like, look, I sat down, I talked to Trump, and we said this, and we agreed on this. Don't just sit there and try to defend what MAGA's outraged about, what the America First people are outraged about. You can't sit there and try to defend, especially with the H-1B visa BS he was saying on, what was it? It was Laura Ingram's interview with him. Like, everybody was outraged by it. On MAGA, we did not want to hear this man defend bringing in 600,000 Chinese spies. I mean, students. Like, come on now. And, well, the glazing of Israel, trust me. I mean, we all don't like that on the left and the right.
And he has a really positive announcement for the American people to share. So the president wanted me to bring the FBI director out to share that with all of you today. So, Cash, please, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Caroline. As Caroline mentioned, we have some tremendous news, thanks to President Donald J. Trump, once again, for the American people. As soon as the President of the United States took office, he issued a mandate to rid America of the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Thanks to his leadership and direct engagements with China, we set up a framework to execute that mission 8 months ago. Attorney General Bondi immediately thereafter took steps to engage her counterpart in China at the Ministry of Public Security. Pursuant to their direct discussions, as the FBI director designated to run counterpoint on this, along with the Secretary of State.
Now, if you ever heard, there is some drama going on with Kash Patel, and not just the fact that he's using, the FBI private jet to go catch, country music concerts. Yeah, that's real good use of the jet. But hey, I guess they said he has to use it, so we'll get over that part. But his girlfriend is doing some very shady things while my man's out here, I guess, trying to fight crime. I guess trying to release the Epstein files. I'm sorry, I couldn't even say that with a straight face. I guess trying to cover up the Epstein files. So while he's doing all that, we got his girlfriend over here, doing mess like this, which we're about to get into. It's actually pretty funny.
Kash Patel girlfriend Alexis Wilkins has filed a $5 million lawsuit against America First influencers Sam Parker and Elijah Schaffer for allegedly insinuating she's a Mossad honeypot. Now, she insinuates that I meant to call her a honeypot for the Israeli Mossad regime, which I've never done, and now wants the exact evaluation of my company, which only implies that if I can't come up with that, which most independent podcasters cannot or do not, that she would like to probably take my assets, shut down my company, and silence my voice.
But if you look closer, Jesse Banal is the lawyer whose law firm is taking these lawsuits, and he's the chair of Kash Patel's foundation, which was supposed to wage all of these punishing legal attacks on the deep state, and now they're going after you. This is a huge scandal. He is filing a $5 million lawsuit against you for the most absurd, laughable reason that I've ever seen, that you quote tweeted a real photo of him arm in arm with his girlfriend over a separate post by an Israel lobbyist named Hen Mazig, who was boasting about how Israel had set all these honey traps up inside Iran through the Mossad.
They admit in the lawsuit that I did not say anything at all. It says in section 14, the defendant myself may not have included any caption to spell out the meaning of his post. So he,
AKA when those nuclear scientists got bombed, it was because most likely they was cheating on their wife, and that person they was cheating with was a Mossad agent, or their wife was a straight out Mossad agent. Because, I mean, hey, a spy will play the long game with you. But you know what, guys? You know what this teaches us? Be cautious about women, and also don't cheat, because you never know. You never know. The mistress might be a Mossad agent.
didn't say what he meant. He didn't have to, it says.
I think actually most of this lawsuit relates to your opinions, not about Alexis Wilkins or Kash Patel, but about Israel, which is disturbing and would set a precedent if this somehow succeeded against you.
I mean, you know, just have to put that out there because it has been making its way around social media. But that is the new drama with Kash Patel. Like, Cash, I mean, come on, man. You got to step down. You got to clean it up.
And Ambassador Perdue and the team here at the White House, we set forward a path to implement the policy needed to crush the plague of fentanyl. Deputy Attorney General Blanche and our teams have been hard at work ever since. Ultimately.
Oh, and shout out to my man James Pugh for sending in the high five for 100 joules. Shout out my man Don Blasto for sending in the 2 joules and the 10 joules. Appreciate the support, guys.
Culminating in my trip to Beijing last week. This was only possible due to President Trump's historic engagement with President Xi just a few short weeks ago that set the stage for today's announcement. At that meeting, the leaders reached an agreement. But just to put this in frame for the American people, a reminder here that nearly 100,000 people died of fentanyl overdoses just last year alone. Here, this year, under this president, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl so far. That is a 31% increase from the same time period last year. To put it in perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill 127 million Americans. Fentanyl precursors are what makes up fentanyl. While we, the interagency, the Department of Justice, have been fighting hard to seize and stop drug traffickers, we must attack fentanyl precursors, the ingredients necessary to make this lethal drug. That was the sole purpose of my trip to China, to eliminate these precursors. And if successful, we would suffocate the drug trafficking organization's ability to manufacture fentanyl in places like Mexico.
And the reason why he's addressing that, and I'm happy he did, because everybody was trying to say that, oh, he was over there bending over for Mexico, or I don't know, trying to create regime change in Mexico, when really he was trying to make sure that, hey, you guys didn't send these precursors over there, not Mexico, but China. Sorry, but yes, he was in China, and everybody thought that he was bending over for China. He was over there, I don't know, setting up the Chinese spies to come over here, but no. He was actually out there trying to handle the fentanyl promises that China said they were going to commit to by stop sending those precursors to Mexico, or they can just continue with the, well, now 10% fentanyl tax. Used to be 20, but due to negotiations and, due to negotiations that Trump and Xi had, those were brought down to 10%.
This was the first time an FBI director has been to China in over a decade and received the audience with his counterpart to address this matter directly. And again, thanks to President Trump's direct engagement with President Xi, the government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing at a level never seen before.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. But shout out to Ove. Appreciate the support, sis. She says Trump really needs to stop doing interviews with legacy media. They are dying right now. Podcasters like Joe Rogan, Benny Johnson, Stephen Gardner, and others are where people are getting their news. And yeah, I don't blame him. But that interview he had with Laura Ingraham, he was doing so good. He was doing so good until it came to the H-1B visas. He was doing so good. So that's why I played that video at the beginning of Marjorie Taylor Greene. And if you missed it, I'll go ahead and play it again for you guys, and then we'll get right back into this, because I'm so happy she came out with that bill, because it pretty much goes against everything that Trump was saying during that interview when it came to H-1B visas. Everything else I agree with, except his stance on H-1B visas. That's the whole reason why Vivek Ramaswamy got kicked out of the White House, because of his stance on H-1B visas. The American people is not trying to hear the long-lived lie that, oh, we're not smart enough to do the job, that we need these guys over here to do it for us. We don't. We can do it ourselves. I mean, honestly, give us a goddamn manual. We're just talking batteries, right? Give us a manual. Well, just shoot right out of manual, translate, go from Korean to English. I'll read it. We'll figure out how to make this battery. We don't even need the Asians over here, to be quite honest with you. Give me a manual. I got it. We'll just take it from there. But shout out Marjorie Taylor Greene.
My dear fellow Americans, I'm introducing a bill to completely eliminate the H-1B visa program, which has been riddled with fraud and abuse and has been displacing American workers for decades. There will only be one exemption in my bill, and it will allow for a $10,000 per year cap on visas issued to medical professionals like doctors and nurses who provide life-saving care to Americans. However, even this $10,000 per year cap will be phased out over 10 years to allow us time to build our own pipeline of American doctors and physicians. My bill will also restore the original intent of the visa, for it to be temporary. These visas were intended to fulfill a specialty occupational need at a given time. People should not be allowed to come and live here forever. We thank them for their expertise, but we also wish them well so they may return to their home country. My bill will take away the pathway to citizenship, forcing visa holders to return home when their visa expires. In order to build our pipeline of American doctors and medical professionals, my bill will also prohibit Medicare-funded residency programs from admitting non-citizen medical students into their programs. Just last year alone, there were over 9,000 doctors in the U.S. who graduated from medical school but were left without a residency placement. Meanwhile, in 2023 alone, there were over 5,000 foreign-born doctors who received residency spots. This is entirely unfair, and it's America last. My bill will help mitigate the shortage of doctors and nurses in our country, the shortage that we face, while at the same time serve as an off-ramp from our reliance on foreign workers by allowing us time to fill our residency programs with American doctors. Now, this will completely end the H-1B visa program in all other sectors in the job force and in the workforce. This is America first. It's time to put American citizens first instead of foreigners first. And this has gone on, and this has been an abuse for far too long. Americans deserve a future, they deserve a chance, and I believe Americans are the most talented people in the world, the most creative, and I want them to have their American dream. Thank you.
All right. Shout out Marjorie Taylor Greene. I completely agree with what she's doing, and I stand behind it. And I would damn near call my senator to make sure you're backing this woman. 100% make sure you're backing this woman. But all right, guys, let's get right back into the video.
At Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially, President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug. This historic achievement has saved tens of thousands of lives. This historic achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous team of President Trump, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Ambassador Perdue in China, whose ground-level engagements were imperative to achieving this result. This is yet another example of how President Trump defends the American people, provides security for the American people, and puts the American people first. This is a historic first-in-its-kind achievement by any president to stop the scourge of fentanyl, and it should be championed by every single American. This achievement will save lives. We are thankful for President Trump's steadfast leadership, and this FBI will fearlessly follow in his footsteps to ensure that this mission of safeguarding the American public is achieved every single day. Thank you. Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you again, Director Patel. Before we get going, I do have one quick scheduling announcement. Tomorrow, President Trump will be joined by the First Lady in the East Room for an executive order signing aimed at expanding.
Well, god damn. Shout out to my man joining the scenery, though. Hey, and shout out to all the supporters, guys. Appreciate it. But, of course, though, he says they will assassinate Marjorie Taylor Greene. Charlie Kirk was the beginning. And like I said, well, I hope not, but she is definitely riding that America First wave, pretty damn well. I love where she was going with that. And I may disagree with her when she was trying to come out against the Republicans about the shutdown, because I'm just like, Margie, you were behind us with the big, beautiful bill. What are you doing? Trying to give way to the Democrats. But to be quite honest, she's a really good candidate in my eyes right now. She's the only one standing up for us. Who else is talking like this right now? In that interview, let's be real. Trump did kind of disappoint MAGA when he just throws under the bus for Chinese workers. That's what we were getting mad for the Dems for doing with the Mexicans. Come on now.
Opportunities for education, career development, housing, and other resources for young people transitioning from foster care to adulthood. This is part of the First Lady's Fostering the Future efforts, which are a Be Best initiative. In other news, the Democrats dragged on the government shutdown for 43 days.
And didn't get a darn thing. Not a darn thing. I mean, can you imagine just, I don't know, closing down the government? They just closed down the government, guys, and didn't get nothing. The Republicans came with that 1-year extension of the Obamacare subsidies. They told those guys to screw off. We want it to be permanent. And they told them no. Rightfully so. They told those guys no. And you know what happened after that? They dragged the American people out for 43 days while blaming the Republicans for the reason that they're voting no, and for the reason that the American people can't get their SNAP benefits, can't get on-time flights, and can't get their government and military pay. And guess what, guys? At the end of this 43 days, when they finally concede because they're losing some of their own people, they get nothing but a promise. And I mean, they made their base, and the American people suffer for that.
The longest shutdown in U.S. history.
Good job, Dems.
But tonight, thanks to Republicans, the White House is very hopeful that this shutdown is going to come to an end. The damage caused by the Democrats with this
Hey, now that would be crazy. Massey, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, 2018. Bro. Yeah, I will go for that. I'd campaign for that.
This government shutdown cannot be forgotten. It is entirely the fault of the Democrat Party. Just look at the vote count. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees have missed their paychecks. Tens of billions in wages and benefits were withheld, impacting vulnerable families. Millions of low-income Americans missed their SNAP benefits. Nearly 20,000 flights at airports across the country were delayed due to staffing shortages, causing Americans to miss family events, vacations, and work obligations. According to Airlines for America, an estimated 5.2 million travelers have had their flights disrupted over the course of the Democrat shutdown. And our economy has lost billions and billions of dollars in economic activity over the course of this shutdown, hurting consumer sentiment and crushing the travel and hospitality industries. According to a CBO estimate, the Democrat shutdown could end up decreasing fourth quarter economic growth by 2 whole percentage points. The Democrat shutdown made it extraordinarily difficult for economists, investors, and policymakers at the Federal Reserve to receive critical government data. The Democrats may have permanently damaged the federal statistical system, with October CPI and jobs reports likely never being released. And all of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Fed flying blind at a critical period. It's hard to recap all of this without asking a simple question: why? Why have the Democrats put the American people through this pain for 43 days in a row? And it feels like Groundhog Day being up here again talking about this Democrat shutdown. And the answer to that question is pure partisan politics. They started this shutdown with a ridiculous demand to force taxpayer-funded healthcare benefits to illegal aliens who broke into our country. Even after it was clear President Trump and Republicans would never force American taxpayers to pay for free health care for illegals. In fact, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill fixed that problem. The Democrats kept dragging this reckless government shutdown on for weeks longer to boost their turnout in an election, perhaps.
And as they try to deny it, because let's say it's illegal for, It's illegal for undocumented immigrants to get health care. Yeah, well, we would like to believe that because it is. You're right, it is. But there are loopholes, guys. And if you agree that, we should just be funding it, period, you also shouldn't agree that there's loopholes. So let's get over to this right here because, hey, shout out to this guy on CNN. He pretty much exposed the truth right here for us. Yeah.
Illegal immigrants are not the reason why our healthcare system is broken.
Yeah, it's not deflection at all. In fact, I brought receipts. So here's the CMS, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, right here with their press release earlier this year saying they were having to increase their oversight on states like California who were abusing Medicaid and classifying it as an EUSA, an emergency system, when it wasn't. You've got the average state spends 5% of its Medicaid roughly on emergency services. California, 35 to 40%. Why would that be? Because California passed a state law that says we will fund Medicaid for illegals, and then, oh, by the way, we'll raise our provider taxes, and then, oh, by the way, we'll use that as a match to draw down federal funds. And they're using this whole cavitation process.
An accounting trick to put it on the taxpayer.
Money is fungible, and California's loophole is abusing it.
Listen, and we...
All right, back from CNN. Ooh, that was a lively one. And they hate it when you bring receipts. But let's talk about that Medicaid thing for a minute, because what you have right now is a thing called the California loophole. Liberals hate it when you bring receipts, but the California loophole is real. And the reason why the left wants to get this whole spending package revised right now is because they want to be able to fund Medicaid for illegals like California is doing. The Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services earlier this year said they were having to increase their oversight. Why? Because California, New York, other states like that were abusing the Medicaid process by turning their emergency rooms into free clinics.
Yep.
And then classifying it.
Yep. And through the free clinics, because yes, you can allow to fund these clinics that can provide healthcare services regardless of your residential status. So yes, shout out to the clinics that are able to help people regardless of their residential status. I mean, that is how they're getting it off.
Everything as an emergency service and submitting it for federal matching dollars. Not supposed to work that way. Life-giving, life-saving treatment, yes, that's the Hippocratic Oath. Treating somebody for the common cold and giving them basic medical care and calling it emergencies because they walked into an emergency room and then billing the U.S. taxpayer dollars, that's called fraud.
And they know it. And they know it, and they know what's going on, and they want it to keep going. And shout out to my man Jonah in the center. He says, "I'll print shirts, Freedom, Massey, Margie Taylor Greene, 2028 merch." Hey, I'm all for it. I'm on board. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, "Still waiting for that polish that reflects a blinding light set. When you do it, you'll stop hearing about it." Joke. How does a terrorist feed his children? Here comes the airplane, and here comes the second one. And God damn it, dead. Shout out to Hellbat. Well, and hey, shout out to the original Backyard Gamer. He says, respond to my highlighted question. Oh, sure, no problem. Let me see if I can go ahead and pull up that highlighted question.
One might guess. That's because the Democrats are totally captured by their far left-wing base who only care about attacking President Trump, even if it means hurting innocent Americans in our country. The Democrats' weakness and their unwillingness to buck the fringe members of their party dragged this harmful shutdown on for 7 weeks and inflicted massive pain onto the American public. But let's be clear. The clean CR being voted on today in the House of Representatives that will lead to the reopening of the federal government is what President Trump and Republicans have supported from...
Oh, here it is. Islamists are becoming a problem. Your thoughts? Well, to be quite honest with you, I think it's a more of a manufactured thing, to be quite honest. Because let's be real. What is Islamists doing right now to destroy America? I mean, the call to, was it praying the ID 5 times in Dearborn, Ohio? I mean, let's be quite honest. That's not really destroying our economy. It's not really, I don't know, pushing us into a war. No, nothing really like that. So when people say, "Oh, Islam is a problem in America," what, 1% of the population is that big of a problem? I mean, are they having forced conversions in America? No, they're not. I mean, they're there. We have a freedom of religion stature. So I don't really think Islamist is a problem, or I don't think Islam is a problem. Radical Islam, well, let's be real, that'll never be fully accepted in America. Like, we just got to point that out, period, point blank. Radical Islamists will never be accepted in America. There's one, we have freedom of speech. 2, our women got rights. And 3, this is a free country. You can't, and we can criticize whoever the hell we want. So that's why I never have a problem with these Islam guys, because they're moderate ones. We got the moderate Islams. I mean, people over here freaking out like all of Pakistan just moved into America. In my honest opinion, I don't think Islam is as big of a problem as people paint it out to be. But I do love that you brought this up, because we will be getting into a heavy critic of Islam. But I do wish that when people hold these debates, that they would hold it both sides. Because these days, like PBD and other guys who are honestly just having on these, well, Islam haters or these Islam bashers. And I'd always say this: if you want to lead people away from Islam, if you want to bring people to Jesus, you can't do that with such hate-filled language by calling their prophet a pedophile. You can't do it with hate-filled language by saying they're a bunch of devil worshipers and they're worshiping the Antichrist. You can't do it with hate-filled language and expect them to just want to hop on your side to Jesus. I mean, you're not being a real good representation of Jesus if that's what you're going for. So I get it that people want to see it as a problem, but y'all ain't helping by y'all rhetoric.
Day one. Our troops, air traffic.
Hopefully I answered that efficiently for you. Hopefully. And shout out to my man Link. He says, you realize by calling it a loophole, you're calling it legal, right? Loopholes are defined, are definition legal. Well, yeah, according to California law, they can do so. That's what I'm saying. I mean, they can do so, but it's not right. I did not state that as well. I said it as well. It's like, well, it's a loophole, so they can do it, but it ain't right. And here's the thing. They're doing it and they're denying it. That's the problem. They're denying it. So if it was so, legal and they know that, why would they have to, do a loophole? Why they got to lie about it? Why not just be real with us and just say, yeah, you're right. We do give health care to illegals through the free clinics that we give Medicaid funding to. Just keep it 100 with us. You ain't got to lie. I mean, we're going to disagree, but if that's what you're doing, that's what you're doing. Shout out Toad. Don't forget that they thwarted terrorist attacks. Yeah, I mean, who? Wait, who thwarted terrorist attacks? Don't forget the thwarted terrorist attacks. Which ones? Because which ones throughout history? Like, be a little more specific for me, Toad, but I do appreciate the support.
Controllers and federal employees will be back to receiving their regular paychecks. Families in need will get back to receiving their food purchasing assistance, and the people's government will soon be back open for business. President Trump looks forward to finally ending this devastating Democrat shutdown with his signature, and we hope that signing will take place later tonight. On another matter, I want to address the affordability issue that's received a great deal of media attention this past week, which is ironic because it didn't receive that much attention when Joe Biden was here and inflation was at a record high 9%, the worst inflation crisis in modern American history. And President Trump won a landslide election in part to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And that's exactly what President Trump has done since day one of his administration. Since the first day in office and every day since, the Trump administration has taken aggressive action to fix the Biden-created cost of living issues. The notion that the same Democrats who just shut down the federal government to sabotage our economy, rob people of their paychecks, and also helped Joe Biden ratchet up inflation to 9% are now suddenly affordability champions. That notion is completely absurd. And it's something only the liberal media would have the gall to push. But the reality is that President Trump and his administration have done so much to lower prices and increase the economic prosperity of the American people. And this president and his team of amazing economic advisors are going to keep working on this issue every single day. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security.
Okay, sorry. I was looking into what Tove was talking about on the thwarted Halloween attack. Now, what Tove was talking about is 3 teens charged in connection with the alleged Halloween terrorist attack plot. ISIS-inspired Halloween attack. Yeah, that I guess in that they stopped. So yeah, so it's an ISIS-inspired Halloween attack that was thwarted on Halloween. That's what Tove is talking about. So shout out Tove for bringing that one up. I'm sorry, I was definitely curious about that. I was like, thwarted terrorist attack. I did not hear about that one. And it was on, when did they report this? November 5th. Okay. And shout out to Anonymous. What's the difference between acne and a Catholic priest? Punchline: acne doesn't come on a boy's face till he's about 16 years old. God damn. Whoa. Yo. Well. Emotional damage. Man. Hopefully they ain't bring up no scars.
Which will guarantee that next year Americans are going to put more money back into their pockets. The president has completely unleashed American energy dominance to help bring gasoline prices to the lowest in 5 years, and we expect them to continue to decrease. And it has also lowered energy costs overall. There is more work to do. But again, the president's deregulatory and pro-American energy agenda is absolutely going to continue to drive down prices. This formula worked in the president's first term, and we expect that it's going to work again. And this is key because we know energy costs are the #1 driver of inflation. Again, just look at what Joe Biden did to our energy industry over the past 4 years of his administration, and look at what happened to inflation as a result. Everything became more expensive. To lower prescription drug prices and healthcare costs, the president has been working around the clock on this issue. He is obsessed with negotiating these good deals on behalf of the American people to bring down pharmaceutical costs and drug costs for Americans. And he has done so on a number of fronts. You have seen him discuss that in the Oval Office several times. To fuel small businesses, lower their costs, and incentivize hiring, the Trump administration has already cut 30 unnecessary regulations for every new one on the books, which we know will save employers and small businesses across the country.
Oh, and shout out to sorry, I had to move some money. FBI stopped a few planned attacks on Halloween this year. Yep, yeah, you're actually right. You are definitely right. I mean, let's see. Well, yeah, also in Detroit too. Feds indicted 3 Dearborn men in alleged Halloween terror plot in Dearborn. You know what? Yeah, we might have to do some investigation in Dearborn and that little city that they're trying to build out there in Texas, because some of these guys are going a bit too far. Yeah, some of them are going a way bit too far. But terrorist plot on what? I'm going to look this one up, because I mean, like, hold on now. Don't tell me we let in a whole bunch of ISIS guys.
Thousands of dollars in regulatory burdens. All of these pro-Trump policies are working, and they will continue to work. Wages are rising at the fastest pace of the start of a presidential administration in 60 years. The cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 per year. There's much work to do, and this administration will continue to do it. But President Trump has already made great progress in cleaning up the economic disaster that was created by Joe Biden. With that, I will take your questions today. And in our new media seat, we have Bev Turner, who works for a new outlet, a UK outlet, but based here in Washington, D.C., GB News. Bev, thank you for being here today. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So the clock is ticking on the Friday deadline by which the BBC must retract and apologise for their malicious edit of the president in the documentary shown last year. The recently resigned Director General of the BBC yesterday described the organisation as the very best of society and blamed the enemies of the BBC for this outcome. Also yesterday, a senior government minister launched a fierce defence of the channel in the House of Commons, saying that the broadcaster remains a light on the hill for people all over the world. So, does the President feel that the network is taking the situation seriously? Does he believe that they've shown sufficient regret? Does this strain the relationship between the President and the Prime Minister? And given that the organisation is publicly funded, is the President prepared to bankrupt the BBC in his pursuit of truth and justice?
Well, thank you, Bev. There's a lot of questions in one there. I will say I know the President has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Starmer. You have been there. You've seen them in their interactions. You've questioned both leaders in your time joining us when we've gone to the United Kingdom a few different times now. However, he has always been very frank when he disagrees with leaders, even whom he has a good relationship with. And the BBC, being a fair news organization, is definitely an outlet. I think these two leaders would disagree. The President has made it very clear that this is a leftist propaganda machine that is unfortunately subsidized by British taxpayers, and he thinks that's extremely unfortunate.
Now, the BBC was caught for pretty much slicing up Trump's speech during January 6th and making it seem like he told his people, he told the protesters to go down there and fight, when he actually told them to go down there and peacefully protest. But due to the BBC's cutting of the clip, we had everybody around the world thinking that Trump was out here inciting an insurrection.
For the great people of the United Kingdom and Great Britain. And I think that the President was deeply concerned by the editing, the purposeful and dishonest editing of his speech that was so clearly fake news. And he rightfully dubbed that term many years ago. And this is a classic example of that. We see it in the United States all the time We see it now in the United Kingdom. As you know, the president's external legal counsel has filed a lawsuit against the BBC. We expect that to continue, and whether they apologize or not is up to them. Thanks for being here, Bev.
All right, Ed, let me go ahead and show you the clip now that she's done talking about it right here. This is what we're all, in oopla about right here.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
One more time.
And I'll be there with you. And we fight. We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
And that is what he actually said. You kind of see how, how people in Europe and all over said Trump started to incite an insurrection. He tried to incite an insurrection. Well, when BBC cuts up videos like that, you can see where they're getting it from and why it was so hard to shake them out of that, illusion.
Ouija.
Oh, and shout out to multiple sleeper cells in the States right now. Also, they plan for a Halloween because they legit hate it. They call it Satan worshiping and nothing. Yeah, and nothing festive or holiday about it. Nothing festive or holiday about it. Christians feel the same way about Halloween too, though, so I can't even get mad at them for that one. But I did read up on the ISIS, the whole ISIS thing going on in Dearborn, and they were planning on sending weapons over there to ISIS. Or was it that? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, they were planning on sending weapons over to ISIS because they were caught trying to support ISIS. I mean, if they were caught bringing in weapons to ISIS, then I ain't gonna lie, that'd be a real problem. And the reason why I would say be scared if ISIS was sending them weapons, then that means they're planning it to, do an attack in America. But instead, they're gathering up weapons to send to ISIS, which means that ISIS is planning to do something outside of America with weapons that they bought from in America, which should be investigated further. I mean, CIA should hop on that.
Caroline.
Sure.
I have your statement about.
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, you remember what a reverse exorcism is? It's when the devil tells the preacher to get out of the child. Bruh. Like,
emotional damage. About the new Epstein emails that have been.
I mean, bro, the savagery of these jokes that you guys got.
Over 9,000. And released by House Democrats. Separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made.
Yeah, and that was the problem about the email that they released. I mean, the Democratic base was going into a frenzy. It says the victim. Yes, well, the victim was Virginia Giuffre, or Miss Giuffre, who already said that Trump never did anything. She never seen Trump do anything. And she even wrote in her book that came out, God rest the young lady's soul, that Trump said she never seen Trump do anything in her little tell-all book. So does that mean that Trump's completely out the woods? No. But as far as that email goes, it proves nothing whatsoever.
Statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is unfortunately no longer with us. Mary.
Thank you, Gavin. Two questions on this. In the interest of transparency, why not just go ahead, release the full files on Epstein, get this all.
Oh, and shout out to Toe for sending in the power potion for 500, and shout out Misfit Supervisor for sending in the The Dancing Skulls, which is a baller alert, by the way, because that is about 2,200 joules. So shout out. Appreciate the support, sis. Shout out to Tove and Misfit Supervisor. And make sure to follow Misfit Supervisor on her page. She goes live.
We have, this administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents to the American people. We are cooperating and showing support for the House Oversight Committee. That's part of the reason you are seeing these documents that were released today, because of the House Oversight Committee's and Republicans' efforts to get these out to the public. This administration also moved, the Department of Justice also moved to unseal grand jury testimony, which we know, unfortunately, a judge declined those requests. So this administration has done more than any, and it just shows how this is truly a manufactured hoax by the Democrat Party. For now, they're talking about it all of a sudden because President Trump is in the Oval Office. But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up. This wasn't an issue that they cared about because they actually don't care about the victims in these cases. They care about trying to score political points against President Trump, as we have, of course, seen with this government shutdown. And this,
I mean, yeah, they lost political points with the government shutdown. Now they're trying to regain political points with the Epstein emails that, you know, they had 4 years to release. And then I know they had a really extra, honestly, an extra whole entire year to release it while the presidential election was happening. So I don't understand why. Well, I'm sorry. Nope. They just had their 4 years. But so I'm not understanding why they're doing this now when they had 4 years to do so. And then here's the worst part about it. It's like you were sitting on these emails for 4 years. And now that you guys have looked completely retarded for even doing this government shutdown, now you want to try to bring up these emails that honestly doesn't condemn Trump or doesn't really prove anything, but that Trump might have, or Epstein honestly might have been catching on that Trump was a snitch. That's all that email told me, to be quite honest. And especially when they redacted the name and said victim when they didn't even need to do that.
this entire thing, again, it's not a coincidence.
Oh, and shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says, think about this one. Hitler was actually a globalist. He wanted the whole world to be German. America first wants Americans to come first. Well, I would say this. My rebuttal to that one is actually, I think he was actually a nationalist because he was all about Germany. And if anything, I think he was going for the whole make Germany great again thing. Like, you know, what Putin kind of wants to do with Russia with the whole, you know, Soviet Union and its old greatness. I believe that's what Hitler was going for. He was pretty much trying to go for this whole, Aryan or the German identity that he was trying to take back and also trying to take back the economy from the so-called well, before I go too deeply into that, the bankers that was pretty much controlling their economy. And then, of course, the brutal Versailles Treaty that decimated their economy even further. And let's be real, they was pretty bitter at the world. So I believe he was a nationalist because he was trying to fix his country overall. And it worked. I mean, it definitely worked. He definitely did turn his country finances around. But let's not get too much into that because, you know, them boys, man, them boys.
To the American people at home. There are no coincidences in Washington, D.C., and it is not a coincidence that the Democrats leaked these emails to the fake news this morning ahead of Republicans reopening the government. This is another distraction campaign by the Democrat and the liberal media, and it's why I'm being asked questions about Epstein instead of the government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files?
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency, having discussions.
I would say this. Let's just say that sadly, it's not really because of Trump, though. It's because of Thomas Massie and Rohana. I mean, shout out to those two for the bipartisan effort to release these files, because those are the two who actually started this crusade. And for some reason, both on the left and the right, there are people who are trying to stop it, who are trying to stop the release of the Epstein files. I mean, on the right, I mean, I guess people are saying it's trying to protect. I mean, well, I'm gonna go with what the Democrats say. They're trying to protect Republican billionaires and Trump, and then on the left, they're trying to protect the Clintons because, well, you all know how the Clintons get down. And if you don't know how the Clintons get down, I got this little clip for you to remind you how they get down.
Jr., he was declared the front runner for the New York Senate seat back in 1999. Days later, his plane crashed into the Atlantic Ocean, and his rival, Hillary Clinton, was elected senator. Mary Mahoney was a Clinton White House intern. She knew enough of the inner workings of Bill's sexual advancements to be a star witness during the Clinton impeachment trials. She was brutally executed at a Starbucks she was managing in 1997. In 1993, White House counsel Vince Foster was found dead in Fort Marcy Park near D.C. He supposedly killed himself, and among a lengthy list of potential foul play, the bullet was never found. Then there's James McDougal, a key witness for White House prosecutors. He was serving his 3-year sentence for bank fraud at the Fort Worth Federal Medical Center in Texas. And just before he was to give a testimony before the grand jury, McDougal suffered a heart attack in solitary confinement. In 2015, Walter Scheib, a White House chef hired under Bill Clinton, joined the list. His body was found at the bottom of a river, nearly 2 miles from the base of the trail he was reportedly hiking. An autopsy determined that Scheib's death was accidental drowning, but he might have known too much. 27-year-old Democratic National Committee staffer Seth Rich was shot and killed in D.C. this year. There is speculation that he was the source of the controversial leaked emails allegedly sent by DNC staffers, and that he may have been murdered in retaliation. Then Sean Lucas, the lead attorney in a fraud case against the DNC, was found lying on the bathroom floor by his girlfriend when she returned home on August 2nd. His death was reported classified, pending the results of an autopsy.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's, to catch you up on what the Clintons be up to, but also to tell you why that, well, I'm sorry, but that's a good example on why the Clintons are so protected on the left. Because, hey, guys, you remember when they said that the Clintons were supposed to pull up for the oversight hearing into the Epstein files? Yeah, they never showed up. Yeah, you heard me right. They never showed up. The Clintons, who are written all over the Epstein files, along with Trump and other hedge fund billionaires, guess what? The Clintons didn't show up to the hearing. They just skipped out. Didn't make news. No headlines, no nothing. So the Clintons got called to testify in front of the oversight committee and just say, you know what, man? F all that. Wait, we're out of here. We ain't answering no questions. And that's exactly what they did. Now, you know what? If there's any excuse for them, maybe age, Bill Clinton's old, so maybe age, he can't testify. He might have just went senile so conveniently. But yeah, I mean, look, if you guys are going to give that criticism to Trump, then please, let's go ahead and give that same weight of criticism to the Clintons.
Having discussions with members of Congress.
Because I'm forgiving both.
I'm not going to detail
heavy criticism. I'm for both.
In the Situation Room, in the press briefing room. Reagan.
Oh, and shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says globalists wanted a one world country. He wanted the same. Otherwise, why invade so many countries? Aren't invading other countries. Well, we aren't invading other countries under America first. That is true. But he was doing it to pretty much go after Germany's old glory. He was pretty much trying to go back to the original borders that got split up in the Treaty of Versailles, or when they lost World War I. So that's why I don't think he's a globalist, because I really think he was going after to make everything Germany, which in a way was Germany first. He's like, I'm taking more land for Germany. It's like we took all of Mexico and said, Mexico, you're no longer Mexico. You are now the 51st state. And guess what, Canada? You're no longer Canada. You're now the 52nd state. It's like, it's kind of like if we did that and now they're both America. Would it be America first? Well, kinda. It would be effed up, but I mean, now all the resources are under our control. We got more all the tax revenue is now ours. So we can also call, what's the word for imperialism, your country first, or nationalism as well. It's an effed up way of doing it, but it works. Well, no, cancel out that last part.
Government shutdown. Thank you. I'm glad someone
I should have said that last
First,
part.
on the government shutdown, the shutdown deal reverses the administration's regs, and it also prohibits more.
Oh yeah, and shout out to my man Jed. He's like, yeah, they never wanted to talk about the Clinton network. That is very true. And he says, What was the Israel documentary you were playing the other day? It was Creating Israel by Eden Carroll and Cap Hunter. The BB Files. If you ever watched the BB Files, that's also a really good one. Watch the BB Files and Creating Israel by Ian Carroll. Oh yeah, appreciate the support, bro. I know me and you disagree a lot, but appreciate you pulling up.
From happening until the end of January. I'm wondering if the president had input on this element of the deal, and if he's at all disappointed that's going to reverse the downsizing of the federal government like it did during the shutdown.
I mean, look, I think it's about 6,000 workers total. When you look at that in comparison to the reduction in the federal workforce that this administration has done since January to get rid of the waste, the fraud, the abuse, and to reduce the size of our federal bureaucracy, we've done a lot of great work on that front, and we will continue to. But obviously, the president's main priority was to reopen the federal government and get people back to work.
I'm just saying, Vlad, I'm just saying, imperialism, if you want to say imperialism and try to make it a nationalist idea, you definitely could. Like, it definitely could be seen as something, national, something to be seen as a national idea. I wouldn't go for it. I wouldn't preach it. But, if we're, under argument of if Hitler was a globalist or a nationalist, I would say he was a nationalist just off that alone, because he was taking over those spots to make it Germany and not just make it, one world order. No, he was all for Germany and making those surrounding area Germany because he wanted to go back to the before or pre-World War I, territory.
And that's what this deal accomplishes.
But shout out Lies. He's like, damn, so I didn't know you agreed with Kanye. Hey, Kanye done turned his life around. He said he's no longer anti-Semitic. He done went to the Jews and went and seen a rabbi. He done held the man's hand. He said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, give my man Kanye a break. It's all good. He good now.
There's been reports in Israeli media that the U.S. is considering building a temporary military base on the Gaza border. Can you confirm these reports?
So I had a conversation directly with the reporter who wrote this article, and this article was based on a single piece of paper, an inquiry that somebody in the Department of Navy made about an idea that may happen in the future. And this reporter deemed that as an official plan and ran with a story that the United States is looking into it. I checked with the highest levels of the United States federal government. This is not something the United States is interested in being engaged in. It's not something we are currently involved in right now that we will be funding. And the president has been very clear he doesn't want to see boots on the ground with respect to what's happening in the Middle East. We've made great peace. We've made great progress with the peace plan in Gaza, and we want to continue to see that move forward. But I put a comment in that story for a reason. And sometimes we see reporters take a piece of paper like this and just deem it as official policy. And sometimes that misleads people a little bit.
Sure.
Sure.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He said something about the text is that there is a journalist advising Jeffrey. I mean, that is also true. But I mean, come on now. Jeffrey Epstein had major reach almost everywhere when it came to Hollywood, when it came to, of course, in media, and then also in banking as well. So we always knew Jeffrey Epstein had like very large reach. So he can almost influence, there are a lot of key areas in our industries, or in our economy, which is actually scary. Because I'm being honest with you, he was definitely working with the hedge fund managers and the big time investors like Leon Black. But we don't ever hear about the multi-billionaires that was working with Epstein. All we hear about is Trump. I mean, Trump was a snitch. That's why he was in the Epstein files. Can we talk about the guys that were, actually, kicking it with Epstein? The guys that was, kind of caught up buying women with Epstein. The guys that the victims are actually naming, because they're not really naming Trump. You know that, right? They're not naming him. But they are naming a lot of the other people that you guys are ignoring. So do you really care about these children and, the trafficking of children, or is this about Trump? Like, ask yourself that. Do you really care? Do you? And shout out to Vladstein. So when are you going to start wearing a yarmulke? Very soon, very soon. I will start wearing a yarmulke, and I'll start wearing what them Saudi guys wear as well. So, we can validate when the Qatari check hits. And then when my schmeckles come in from my $7,000 of Israeli propaganda, $7,000 worth of Israeli propaganda, I'll wear my yarmulke. Because, I love my fellow guys out there. I like Jewish people. Shoot, I like Arabs as well. I'm a loving guy.
There's been a question about UK intelligence sharing regarding the drug interdictions involving Venezuelan boats. How will that affect the U.S. military operation? There's been a lot of discussion about the high caliber of the intelligence that has been provided before any of these military actions have taken place.
I've seen that report. Oh, hello. I've seen that report. I'm familiar with the reporting, but we don't comment on intelligence matters, classified intelligence matters, as you know. As for the Trump administration's position on our narco-terrorist campaign in the Caribbean, it is going to continue, and the president has made it very clear he's not going to allow terrorists to bring illegal drugs that kill American citizens into our great country. Sure, John. I'll go to John and then Zolan. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Trump has talked about sending out $2,000 checks to U.S. citizens. Earlier this year, he also talked about sending a Doge dividend. That didn't materialize. Should U.S. Citizens expect the $2,000 proposal? Is the White House committed to making that happen?
The White House is committed to making that happen, yes. And we are currently exploring all legal options to get that done. I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm for you that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen. And so his team of economic advisors are looking into it. And when we have an update, we'll provide one.
And people was wondering, like, so what's so different about the inflation causing checks under COVID? Well, what's different about these is that we already have the money and we're not printing new money to go out and send out those checks. So that's the difference between these tariff dividends and the COVID checks sent out under the pandemic.
Solon.
You said at the top that one of the costs of the government shutdown was that people missed their SNAP benefits. Can you explain then why the administration went to court to fight the funding of food stamps and SNAP benefits?
So recipients missed their SNAP benefits because the Democrats shut the government down. And they forced the administration to tap into a contingency fund that did not even fund the full entirety of this program. And so then you had an unhinged judge who was trying to dictate from the bench what the executive branch has to pay for and where that money has to come from. That is judicial overreach at its finest, and so that's why the administration pushed back on that. We can't have the judicial branch telling the executive branch that we need to rob the Children Nutrition Fund, which is what this judge was trying to do, to pay for SNAP benefits. That's completely inappropriate and it's unconstitutional, and we've been proven right with that legal argument. But now the good news is, again, thanks to Republicans and in several hours, President Trump, the government is going to be reopened, and SNAP recipients are going to receive their full benefits, which is what President Trump has always wanted to do. Stephen.
Why also did you need the judicial process for that? I mean, during this shutdown, didn't the administration have a responsibility to tap into any of those reserves to ensure that essentially
we did. We did tap into it. We did tap into the contingency fund. And then the judge told us, no, you have to get more money from a children's nutrition fund. And we felt that was judicial overreach. You shouldn't tell the president which fund he has to rob because the Democrats are holding the country hostage by
the court can appropriate funds. I mean, that's why the Supreme Court sent it back to the appeals, because they're like, yeah, I mean, honestly, this is obviously unconstitutional because, yes, the courts cannot appropriate funds. And I'm sorry, but the U.S. Department of Agriculture had a pretty good argument when they said, yo, we need to make sure we're doing this under legal precedents. So we just can't send the money out because the court said so, because Congress appropriated these funds for school lunches and other programs. So the contingency fund was already in use, sadly.
Down the federal government. Stephen, go ahead.
Well, if the president is considering a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
Again, he's answered this repeatedly. It's not something he's talking about or even thinking about at this moment in time. I can assure you of that. Stephen.
Caroline, I've got two questions about New York for you.
Sure.
First,
you always do.
Mayor-elect
on brand for the New York Post.
Mayor-elect Mamdani, he said that he plans to reach out to President Trump and that, quote,
and shout out to my man Kingin for sending in the jewels. Appreciate the support, my man. Sent in a whole lot of hundreds. I appreciate it.
This is a relationship that will be critical. Does the White House have a response to this planned outreach?
It's the first time I'm hearing of it. I'll let the president respond himself to that comment by Mr. Mamdani.
My second question, Jack Schlossberg, the grandson of President Kennedy, announced today that he's running for Congress. He in the recent past has referred to his uncle, the HHS secretary, as, quote, a rabid dog, and he has said that the Trump administration is, quote, the most corrupt in American history. Does the White House have a comment on this sort of comment from a rising star in the Democratic Party?
I don't even think such ridiculous comments are worth responding.
Rising star. Look, just because he's a Kennedy don't mean he's a rising star. The rising stars in the Democrat Party is AOC, Jasmine Crockett, and Mandani. I mean, let's be quite honest. Look, just because he got the last name Kennedy don't mean nothing. Just like how Jeb Bush had the last name Bush ain't mean nothing in the Republican primary when Trump was running. It should have, but it didn't.
Obviously, those things are not true. And Secretary Kennedy is doing a phenomenal job bringing transparency and the gold standard of science back to our healthcare system.
Trying to flex the blue blood.
Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. The president's hosting a number of Wall Street CEOs for dinner tonight here at the White House. Can you give us the names of the CEOs who are going to be here and give us a sense of what the president's message to Wall Street is going to be tonight?
I don't have a full list for you in front of me, Eamon. I know you've reported on some names and we've helped you navigate whether those names were truthful or false. But I know the president actually plans to bring some of you into the dinner tonight. So you'll see for yourself in several hours if that's okay with you.
And there's been some reporting that the White House is frustrated with Bill Pulte and the rollout of this proposal for a 50-year mortgage. Can you tell us if the White House is frustrated with that rollout and if the White House still supports the idea of a 50-year mortgage for Americans?
This is a proposal that the president himself has commented on. I would defer you to the president's statements, and it's something that the administration is discussing and seriously looking into. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline.
Danny, and then go ahead.
Thank you. Some Democratic members of Congress have invited Britain's former Prince Andrew to testify on the Epstein scandal. I was just wondering if President Trump thinks that former Prince Andrew should indeed come and testify to Congress on that.
I haven't spoken to him about that specific
go to
matter,
jail.
but I can ask him and get back to you.
On the government shutdown, the president and House Republicans had made clear they were not going to negotiate healthcare strategy or policy while the government was shut down. Now, assuming that it reopens tonight, is the president intending to invite any Democrats over to have negotiations over these subsidies or any other plan to bring down the cost of health insurance?
I will just add that, as you pointed out, the Democrats were holding our country hostage to try to negotiate on a healthcare system that they created. Obamacare, as it's famously called, is a system the Democrats created. It is a broken system. It has driven up healthcare costs dramatically in this country. And now they shut the government down to try to fix that system they broke.
Yeah, the healthcare crisis that the Dems are talking about is a healthcare crisis that Obamacare created. So, AKA, they're pushing responsibility to the Republicans and calling it a Republican healthcare crisis when the healthcare system we're under is Obamacare. So the healthcare crisis that they're crying about is the one that they created. And I mean, it's kind of funny how they said, well, Republicans had 12 years. And yes, you're right, they did. And they proposed a plan. And the Dems shot it down every time because for some reason, Dems was okay with sending taxpayer money to corporate billionaires. It was all good with them. But now all of a sudden, you know, these same billionaires getting a tax break and they lose their effing mind. Hilarious.
It doesn't make any sense to us, which is why the president said that's a completely untenable position. However, once the government reopens, the president, as he's always maintained, is absolutely open to having conversations about healthcare. And I think you'll see the president putting forth some really good policy proposals the Democrats should take very seriously to fix, again, the system that they broke. You can't trust the same people who broke the system to fix it. And so the American people will continue to hear from the president on this issue.
Follow up on.
Don't worry, we'll get into a deep dive. Well, I would say somewhat of a deep dive on this Medicare. Sorry, but Obamacare argument, because I was looking up some videos and there's a lot of arguments on it, but the argument still stands, or I'll be real with you. Well, the debate has been won on the fact of, well, has Obamacare created affordable health care for Americans? No, not at all. Is it providing better plans than what we had before Obamacare? No, not at all. So, did Obamacare really help out the American people? No. But did it help out these portfolios of of the corporate elites? Did it help out these insurance companies? For sure, because if you look at their stock portfolio or their stock outcome over the past 12 years since Obamacare, it's only went up. It's only went up. So as they profited from Obamacare, you know, we was just kind of getting I'm be real with you, sent over the rails, bent over the rails with high premium prices. And the Dems just sat there and said, hey, don't worry about that. Obamacare, it's working. Or it's, well, there's nothing else you can have. The Republicans aren't coming out with anything, when they were coming out with a plan, but the Dems, they want to tell you about that. They wanted to pretend like Obamacare was the only thing we had.
The question about the $2,000 payments off tariff revenue. The president had also talked about using tariffs to bring down the national debt. Would this be in lieu of that? Like, this is now the new way to maybe to use that tariff revenue?
No, the president put out a statement on this clarifying he wants to do both things with the tariff revenue that he's bringing into this country. Trillions of dollars are expected to continue to pour in. And it's part of the reason that the Supreme Court case is so vital for our country's future, to restore our manufacturing industry in this country, to protect our national security, to continue to allow the president to use tariffs as leverage to negotiate economic deals that are good for our national security. And that.
All right, let's get into this little clip. Shout out to Liberal Hive Mind. I mean, shout out to this guy. I mean, he created a whole new little meme website. It's called Five Mind. So make sure you tap into that. It's actually kind of cool.
This is what I've been saying for the last couple of days.
But I'll tell you one thing this has exposed, though, the complete and total failure.
Oh, and shout out to my man Tim Davis for sending in 1,000 jewels for the cute little dog with the vest, the corgi. Shout out. Appreciate the support, Tim.
Of Obamacare. I mean, it's not affordable. You know, people that have it don't feel like it even is real insurance. And now we see, I mean, it's a mess. And if anytime the government's having to subsidize something like this, it's not working in the first place. And so I think the American people are realizing just how messed up the American healthcare system is, and the regime under which we live is Obamacare. But look, I think a lot of Republicans do not want people to see skyrocketing premiums. And so we'll see what that debate looks like. This whole thing has exposed this outlandish money laundering scheme where your tax dollars go right into insurance companies, and your health insurance never gets better, your health care never gets better, your health outcomes never get better. That's what we have exposed here. So what our responsibility is as a Republican Party, how do we stop getting your tax money to insurance companies, and how do we put more actual money into the health care of the American people? Because I can assure you, writing a bunch of checks to insurance companies doesn't make your health care any better.
Exactly. Democrats haven't convinced anyone that Republicans have created a healthcare crisis. In fact, no, they exposed the opposite, their own making of a crisis. They put Obamacare at the forefront, and now people are digging and digging and digging. And you know what surfaced? Is the receipts. All of a sudden, I think a lot of people are starting to realize this whole ACA thing is a freaking shell game. And don't take
even the debate on Congress was really revealing when they showed that Obamacare hasn't helped the American people. It's only drove up prices, but it drove up the stock portfolio or the stock prices of major insurance companies like United Healthcare. You know, the CEO, you remember the CEO that got shot by Luigi Mangione? Who he worked for? United Healthcare. You want to know who helped United Healthcare get so rich? You want to know what helped them? Obamacare. Because since Obamacare was enacted, their stock went up by 1,200%, 1,200%. So who did it really help? Like, come on now. And shout out, I appreciate you being balanced. I try as much as possible. I try to be as balanced as possible, guys. And shout out, I appreciate you for noticing.
Hey, well, after they actually passed the bill, here was Jonathan Gruber's perspective.
Politically, you just literally cannot do it. Transparent financing, and let's have transparent financing, also transparent spending. I mean, this bill was written in a tortured way to make sure CBO did not score the mandate as taxes. If CBO scored the mandate as taxes, the bill dies. So it's written to do that. In terms of risk-rated subsidies, if you had a law which said healthy people are going to pay in, it made explicit that healthy people pay in and sick people get money, it would not have passed. Just like the people, lack of transparency is a huge political advantage. And basically, call it the stupidity of the American voter or whatever. But basically, that was really, really critical to getting the thing to pass. And, it's the second best argument. Look, I wish Mark was right. We can make it all transparent, but I'd rather have this law than not.
Again, keep in mind, that's the guy who put together a lot of the structure for the ACA. And he went on the record saying that by the time it got in the politicians' hands, they totally corrupted the bill and the passage.
Yeah, I mean, by the time it got in the politicians' hands, it was the corporate, I'm be real with you, the insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies, healthcare technology companies took that mug, was like, man, give me that, man. Give me that Obamacare. Man, y'all tripping trying to give affordable healthcare to the American people. What you really need to do is give us more taxpayer dollars. We'll up the price on Americans, and you go out there and pretend and feed the mindset to the Americans that this is working. Trick them. We know it ain't working, but you're going to trick these Americans like it's working. We'll give you some cutbacks off this Obamacare because, hey, we're getting billions on Obamacare and subsidies as well. So appreciate that. But yes, it was the corporations who took Obamacare and said, give me that. F what y'all talking about. We're sending money to us. And the American people, well, not only are they footing the bill through taxpayer money that funds subsidies, but we're also going to be raising prices. So, hey, shout out to being, healthcare corporations. Shout out to them because it ain't help us. It ain't help us whatsoever. And you know what? I will give the Dems this. The Republicans could have maybe did a little bit more, but when you guys are fighting tooth and nail for Obamacare because it got the word Obama in it, what can we honestly do?
Of the new bill relied on essentially the stupidity of the American people, the voters who supported it. Yeah, no surprise there. Democrats relying on low information voters to do their freaking bidding. But I'm loving it because now all of a sudden, Democrats have started a conversation that I don't think they want to start. And the receipts keep piling up. The whole conversation right now is around healthcare premiums, right? Well, wasn't one of the main promises of the passage of the ACA that they would keep premiums down? They would make healthcare more affordable?
It will actually reduce the deficit by $4 trillion over the long term, reducing the waste.
What? Really? It was going to reduce the deficit. Oh, yeah, that was a complete failure then. If he was coming like that, like how? How of all this reckless spending in Obamacare was going to reduce the deficit? If anything, we're making it worse.
Inefficiency in Medicare and $1 trillion over the long term. Reducing the waste and inefficiency in Medicare and Medicaid will pay for most of this plan. It will slow the growth of healthcare costs for our families, our businesses, and our government. There will be a provision in this plan that requires us to come forward with more spending cuts if the savings we promised don't materialize.
Yeah, well, what happened to that? Now the new standard is, well, we're going to continue making healthcare more and more unaffordable, and you're going to have to pay for it. And of course, all of this is going on as Chuck Schumer is still going on and on about the president, quote, refusing to fix healthcare.
Donald Trump's cruelty. He shut the government down longer than any president in American history, took innocent kids.
He shut the government down? Like, bro, whoever votes no on the CR bill is the one shutting the government down, okay? Okay, Schumer, I'm sorry, but you can't just go off the I'm gonna be real with you, the ill-informed American people like that. Because a lot of people don't understand how the CR bill works. So when the Dems just say open statement, it's Trump's fault, they believe it without really understanding the process of how the CR bill works. If somebody explains to them, like, it takes 60 votes and the Republicans only got 52 of them. So that goes to show that, yes, the Democrats are needed. And yes, they are the ones voting no. So when you guys keep trying to say that Trump's shutting down the government, no, that's a lie. The Republicans are voting yes to open up the government, and the Dems are voting no. And when you vote no on the CR bill, you just can't sit there and say, well, I may be voting no to shut down the government, but actually it's Trump's fault. Sorry, but that just don't make sense.
Veterans, federal workers as political hostages, all because he refuses to do anything to fix the healthcare crisis and instead keeps pushing policies that will cut people's coverage even more.
Yeah, biggest lie ever. You can keep your doctor. Oh, yeah, that was the biggest lie. And a lot of people were disappointed that Obama said that and it didn't happen. And like I said, for some reason, the Dems like to throw a blanket over people's problems to win an argument. It's kind of sad how they do it, but it's a continuous behavior that they keep doing. I don't know why, but hey, it is what it is with them.
Look no further than Donald Trump's war on SNAP. Last night, the First Circuit reaffirmed what lower courts have already said. Donald Trump cannot take 42 million hungry people as hostages. He cannot withhold the benefits they need for food.
That's what you're doing by voting no on the CR bill. What do you like, Dems? Are y'all dumb or something? What do you think voting no means on the CR bill? What do you think that does? It means you're voting no to fund SNAP, fund military pay, fund government pay, and you're pretty much allowing the delayed flights at the airport. So I'm sorry, but you can't vote no and then also go to the American people and say, oh yeah, but we want it for you though. Yeah, we want the SNAP benefits for you guys, but we're voting no on it. Come on, make that make sense.
for their families. Even now, Donald Trump isn't satisfied. Today, even more cruel, he appealed to the Supreme Court yet again to try and get out of paying full SNAP benefits. The president's done a lot of cruel, nasty, mean things over the years, but going all the way up to the Supreme Court not once but twice to ensure kids go hungry is about as cruel a thing as he's ever done. Donald Trump would rather make hungry Americans suffer, make kids suffer, make veterans go hungry and disabled individuals suffer, than do anything to lower health care costs for the American people. The American people will not forget Donald Trump's cruelty and heartlessness over the last 6 weeks. Let me say something else. The American people have now awoken to Trump's health care crisis.
Yeah, give me a frickin' break.
This
Fix
guy.
healthcare as if Democrats are interested in that. They want to continue subsidizing this mess. And you know what? Republicans might have been in the position where they would have continuously spent on these subsidies, just gone along with this Democrat scam, but instead now I think the conversation has shifted, and they're now in a stronger position than ever to start pushing back. That was the initial fear, right? That Republicans aren't going to vote for our extensions. You know, they probably were, but now they won't. Democrats, you played yourself.
Yeah, I mean, no, they were. They offered them. They offered a 1-year extension to the healthcare subsidies, and they said no, we want permanent. And now they get nothing. They got nothing, and they still opened up the government. I mean, it's a very sad day for the Dems. That's why they had to come out with that Epstein email, hoping that helps them recover for the complete embarrassment of the government shutdown.
Hear that? Tick tock, tick tock. The Democratic Party's on the clock.
I think the Democratic Party, as we know it, is about to end. I think that this is the birth of the new left.
Schumer went to war without a plan to win, and now his own troops won't back him.
The Democrat, I think they had an exit ramp here, and now they've just shut the exit ramp down, and there's no, it's interstate that goes into infinity.
Chuck's working the phones, telling Democrats not to criticize the deal. This is the Biden cover-up all over again. Guys, don't say he's old. These videos are cheap fakes. But Democrats won't be bullied into silence again. One activist said this, quote, "The most minimal thing in order to pivot back to the election is to have one head roll, and that head is Chuck Schumer." Schumer hasn't been forced out yet, but Democrats are already looking for someone younger, prettier, and Puerto Rican.
He's worried about AOC, and AOC, I think, will take him on. I think I talked to her tonight, and she'll announce tomorrow. If she announced tomorrow, she'd raise $10 million over the weekend. They'd be throwing money at her as fast. It should be record amounts because people are sick of Chuck Schumer and sick of him.
AOC is already measuring the drapes, and the Congresswoman says she's got a big tent, even big enough for ultra MAGAs.
I fully welcome Trump voters into our coalition. And I know that sounds crazy to some people, but just hear me out. I can't tell you how many times someone has pulled me aside. I was once a big Trump voter and a Trump supporter, and now I've learned, and now I've changed.
Yeah, and black lesbians are coming up to me and telling me they love the five. But who knows? Maybe that's true. People in Queens like to swing, swing voters. By the way, where is Chuck? If these 8 Senate Democrats really did go rogue, shouldn't they be punished? Shouldn't Chuck be calling them out? The traitorous 8? But he's not, is he? Chuck put him up to it, then slinked away like a wuss. In politics, you never want to create a vacuum. Now the crazy wing is making moves on the upper chamber.
You're thinking about running for Senate yourself.
I am absolutely thinking about running for Senate, and I'm hoping to have an answer within my inner circle, probably within the next week and a half or so.
Worst case scenario, we have AOC and Crockett running the Senate. Young, brash basket cases who can't do math. And they're on a warpath. Jazzy says, doesn't matter who you are or where you came from, age is just a number.
There is this feeling within our base that we need to have younger people. I will tell you that I don't necessarily just subscribe to ageism. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, because even when you look at the votes and you look at the 6 Democrats that actually broke ranks yesterday out of the House, I can tell you that they weren't all elderly.
That's not just a threat to Chuck. That's a threat to any young buck. And since Schumer's MIA, who's going to stop him? Hakeem? Hips is patting everybody on the back.
Wow, it seems like the younger Democrats are trying to create more of like a cult-like coalition in a way. It's like, look, man, we want to shut down the government for, well, healthcare, and we kind of wanted everybody to go along with it. And here's the thing. I mean, shout out to them because they're admitting that that was their plan, to keep the government shut down for healthcare, to drag the American people out for 43 days and 43 nights and not get nothing at all. It was their plan. They were hoping on stressing out the American people in hopes that that would just, get them to go against the Republicans. Why? Because they're just going to completely point fingers at the Republicans while keeping it down. And that was rallying their base. They didn't do it for the independents. Of course, they didn't do it to win over MAGA. They did it to rally their base.
Leader Schumer and the overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats waged a valiant fight week after week after week, month after month after month, starting in September into November.
Fight? Democrats didn't even draw blood. Trump just said no, and then eventually they said, all right, fine.
They wanted to pay them $1.5 trillion, which would have really hurt our healthcare businesses and our recipients at levels never seen before. Today, we're sending a clear message that we will never give in to extortion, because that's what it was. They tried to extort, the Democrats tried to extort our country.
Nancy knows Chuck got rolled. They had to bring her out of semi-retirement just to call Trump names.
He pronounced that during Climate Week that this was a con job. This is a scam. No, Mr. President, you are projecting again. You are the con job. You are the scam.
The media knows Nancy's the real boss, and they were bird dogging her all over the Capitol.
Do you still support Senator Schumer in his role as minority leader?
Yes, I do. Who I don't support is the President of the United States as the worst president for children America's ever had.
Nancy has one foot in Congress and the other foot in the vineyard. She thinks Hips is a hothead and hates AOC. Her and Obama put a nice coalition together, and now it's falling apart. The party's moving far left. They're going to primary elect.
All right, guys. Now I'm going to play this little clip to get into some controversial things that was being talked about, when there was reopening the government. And shout out to my man King for bringing it up once again.
The bill to reopen the government has a hidden provision in it that will effectively destroy the hemp industry. Well, it closes a loophole from the 2018 Farm Bill. Do you want to get into it? Let's do it. So that 2018 Farm Bill made hemp growing legal by saying as long as the hemp that's grown contains less than 0.3% delta-9 THC, which is the main psychoactive ingredient in marijuana, it's legal. Yeah, but this turned into a massive loophole because there's other types of THC like delta-8. So what happened is chemists use this legal hemp that's under the 0.3% delta-9 and convert it into products that have like 20 milligrams of delta-8 THC, which still gets you high. So this new provision will prohibit hemp products of any type of THC, including delta-8, of more than 0.4 milligrams per serving. Well, the issue is that 0.4 milligram cap is so freaking low. Delta-8 is much milder and is used by many seniors, veterans, and those injured for calming and relaxation. Like certain gummies may have 6 milligrams of THC, so the U.S. Hemp Roundtable says this rule will ban 95% of the $28.4 billion hemp industry, jeopardizing more than 300,000 jobs. Well, the whole point of the Farm Bill was to legalize and regulate hemp for non-intoxicating purposes. Like hemp can be used for fiber, seed, paper, textiles, construction materials, and non-intoxicating CBD. But instead, the bill created this massive loophole that has made an under-regulated THC market where even in states where marijuana is banned, there are now hemp-derived delta-8 vapes being sold in gas stations. Well, what's happened is 23 states since then have implemented their own laws limiting THC in hemp products, and they're all well above that 0.4 milligrams. In Maine, it's 3. Kentucky, Minnesota, Utah, Louisiana, it's 5. Alabama and Georgia, 10 milligrams. Tennessee, 15 milligrams. So this bill goes against what those states have legislated to effectively end the industry. Look, the federal intent in 2018 was never to legalize intoxicants, so even if states have these limits, it's still contrary to congressional intent, which was always hemp for fiber, food, and CBD, not THC highs. This closes the loophole. Less intoxicants rather than more. Look, the hemp industry is willing willing to work on a regulatory framework that prevents these bad actors from creating these extremely high THC products that, yes, are being sold without a lot of regulation and ending up in the hands of children. Yes, but the way to solve that is not to eliminate the entire industry, which thousands of farmers have since begun growing as a cash crop since soybeans and other crops have been struggling. This will decimate Americans. I just think our world has enough dangerous, high-producing intoxicants, and closing loopholes to eliminate ones that were never even supposed to be legalized in the first place is good policy. Well, say goodbye to the industry. They can still grow hemp for other purposes. Oh yeah, you're keeping 5% of the market available. Great job.
You on the Democrat side or you on the Republican side of that argument?
Democrats, and these wingnuts are going to get slaughtered in the general. And
Oh, and shout out to my man Jed. He said it's just like Dems trying to ban plastic bags at the store checkouts. They pretend to do something when actually they're not doing a goddamn thing to help. Exactly. Shout out to my man Jed. Shout out to all the supporters, man. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's keep going.
jeopardize flipping Congress. With the party scrambling, Nancy's pushing Newsom.
Gavin Newsom is being welcomed as kind of a rock star in Brazil this week. The world still needs and wants American leadership.
A San Francisco liberal is the one thing stopping a full commie takeover. It's already getting ugly. Newsom's former chief of staff was just charged with fraud. I wonder who was behind that. Ms. Dana Williamson is facing 23 counts for trying to steal $250,000 in campaign cash and funnel it to her friend. You know who started this investigation? The Biden DOJ. Her lawyers say that Biden prosecutors were asking about Governor Newsom, and she didn't flip. Wonder why the Biden administration was investigating the Newsom team around the same time of the coup. You think Kamala had anything to do with that? Kamala and Newsom hate each other. They're California rivals. They'll be rivals for the nomination in 28. The battle lines are drawn. Pocahontas ditched Schumer and went to New York to strategize with Kami Mandani. J.B. Back won't even listen to Schumer, but he did pick up the phone when Mandani called. Mandani's been working the phones. He chatted with Shapiro in Pennsylvania and Wes Moore in Maryland. The commies are making a national play, but Paul Revere in a hoodie is warning the whole party.
America's future and my party's future is not socialism or kinds of outlandish far left kinds of ideas. And it's been a year ago, you know, after we lost the election, a lot of those parts and part of those ideas pushed our party over the cliff. And that's why we're in this situation right now.
Mandani, AOC, Pocahontas, they're not even pushing traditional communism. They're really not talking about the working class. They're pushing academic communism.
I mean, you know, that's the thing about these new age communism, though. It's like they either think they can have a warped version of this communism or socialism. I'll just be fair. I'll just say he's a socialist. They wouldn't have this warped version of socialism that they believe could work, or they say that, you know what, we just didn't do it hard enough. We weren't socialist enough, guys. We were doing it at 50. Let's go to 150%, and then socialism will work, guys. We just weren't doing it hard enough. And that's a lot of the arguments that socialists has. For some strange reason, they just don't want to accept that it don't work. But hey, it is what it is. I guess New York City will be another lesson.
Communism for college grads.
The bubble we live in, you and I both live in, which is, I went to college, you didn't. Screw you. That is the attitude that I hear all the time. Town versus gown has gotten to be political. The people that didn't get a college are voting for Trump. Why? Because of snobbery and attitude.
White collar communism won't cut it. Only 40% of the country has a college degree. These snobs don't want to help people. They just want to hurt Trump, blow up the border, and deprogram the deplorables in flyover country. If they really wanted to help the working men and women of this country, they wouldn't be talking about Epstein. And they definitely wouldn't still be stuck on the big, beautiful ballroom.
I've been a long-time OG anti-Trumper for a long time, from basically my whole life, adult life. Never did I get in my wildest nightmares literally taking it down a part of the White House, like literally just taking the White House apart. Like, you know, he might as well put like a little bomb in it and just blew up the East Wing.
TDS is at all-time highs. It's so bad, 40% of Democrat young women are considering self-deporting. The ones who aren't fleeing to France are staying here, just waiting around for Trump to die.
Joe Biden had a bad debate night, and the world exploded.
Yep.
Okay. That was all that was going to be talked about. All this other bull. And Donald Trump's physical and mental collapse is right in our faces every damn day.
The exaggeration. I'm sorry. Look, Dems. Donald Trump was not effing up like Biden was. He wasn't going the wrong way off stage. He wasn't forgetting who was supposed to be talking next. The man wasn't fumbling his words and not finishing sentences. All right, cool. The man can have quite voluminous speeches or like run-on sentences for days, but at least he was finishing it. I mean, trust me, we can't sit here and compare what Biden was going through and what's going on with Trump. And here's the thing. I don't even think there's anything really going on with Trump besides what? Discoloration in his hands, a little bit of a skin problem, vitamin deficiency. When we got a full-on mental collapse of Biden that was happening for 4 years right in front of our face. Sorry, but you can't really compare the two. I'm sorry. I know you want to, but nah, we're not going for it. And shout out to my man. Oh, yeah, Original Backyard Gaming. He says, when you open up the call-ins right now. And also, shout out to my man, Jet. He said, Dems socialism is just a lazy version of communism. Yeah, I could agree to that one. Softcore. And shout out to Tove. Last super, I keep falling asleep and can't type for crap. Have a great night. Feels like since Charlie was killed, everyone is lost on different pages or entirely different books. And shout out Tove. You know what, Tove? I agree with you on that one. Trust me, there's just been a divide in MAGA. I mean, a deeper divide in MAGA since Charlie left or since Charlie has departed. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and keep this video going. But I'm also going to go ahead and post the call-in link in the horizontal videos, in the horizontal video stream. See right here. So you guys should see it coming up over there. And I'll go ahead and I'll post it in the post tab as well. But I went ahead and posted in the horizontal stream first.
He is a guy who is physically and mentally knocking on death's door loudly.
Trump was ending the government shutdown at 10 o'clock last night. If Biden was president, he would have called a lid and opened it up in the morning. Democrats don't just want Trump to die. They want anyone who agrees with Trump to die.
I mean, the right would say really rough things and names. You know, some names I won't repeat on TV. But the on the left, it was like they want me to die, or that we're cheering for your next stroke.
Damn.
Fox News Senator John Fetterman.
Yeah, that is the problem with the left. They do get kind of violent. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, you know what? It be the left on TikTok. Bro, lefties on TikTok is a whole nother freaking breed of lefties. Okay, like I actually appreciate the lefties on YouTube. Okay, you guys are cool. You guys are soft core compared to your TikTok brethren. Actually, I wonder if I could show you guys a decent example, because it's actually sad how these guys go out. I mean, they'll email you, they'll call you slurs and all that wild stuff. They'll wish death on you. And I know that's not all Dems. I know that's not all of you guys. Most of you guys are actually just disagree with us and you don't want us dead. Of course, you want to make us look stupid, but it's way different than wanting us gone. Like, I can appreciate trying to make us look stupid over the, wanting us gone. I'll be honest with you. I appreciate the YouTube Dems, because the TikTok ones are out of their freaking minds, to be quite honest.
Took a fall and landed in the hospital this morning. He was taking an early morning walk, felt lightheaded, and he collapsed near his house in Pennsylvania. He was transported to a Pittsburgh hospital, and doctors say it was just a minor heart issue, and he suffered some small injuries to his face. Thankfully, Fetterman is okay. He even put out a statement.
Thank God.
If you thought my face looked bad before, wait until you see it now. And we wish him a full and speedy recovery. Click here to subscribe.
Yeah, Fetterman was hospitalized, so please keep Fetterman in your prayers. He was hospitalized. He had a stroke. So, but see, like I said, he's okay. But let's hope that, there wasn't nothing going on with his face for real, though. Like, I actually do hope my man hasn't got disfigured from that stroke in any way, shape, or form.
Some time with us. Everyone, I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle from Washington tonight. As always, thanks for spending some time with us. Wish casting versus governing. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
wish casting versus governing. All right, let's get right into it. My man, Gaming. Yo, Gaming, how you doing, man?
What's up, man? I'm doing pretty good. Just got married recently, so I'm high on the
Hey,
hog.
hey, let's go. Congratulations, my man. Congratulations.
Yeah, my wife actually, I meant to tell you this from the first time I met you. My wife actually put me on the OTV show, and I like the vibes here. So,
Hey, man. Hey, shout out to the wife, bro. I truly am happy for you. I definitely do like to hear when people find love, get married, starting out trying to create a family. Dog. Man, I love it.
but looking at all this BS that led up to it, like I'm gonna tackle a couple different problems. The first one though that I want to really speak on is Zoran Mamdani's win. Honestly, it he basically came out and said that he predominantly used recent immigrants as a means to an end for political gain, basically.
Man, don't they all?
And then the fact that people, mostly liberal women, which is weird, voted for socialism and were like, yeah, we're gonna add on a 2% tax to
That makes sense because you gotta understand, like, women are more egalitarian than men. They preach more for equality than we do, and liberal women, I mean, they practice equality like tenfold. Like they try to bring equality to everything, even when it comes to the whole equal. You have equal opportunity, but you don't have equality and equal opportunity when it comes to performance, or equality when it comes to opportunity, but not equality when it comes to outcome. Well, these liberal women, I mean, they even want to try to balance that out.
My question is, how much rat pee and homeless people do you have to step over before you say, maybe this is the wrong idea?
Until their base lets it go, my friend, because that's a problem. Like, they're trying to go with what their base, I guess what their base is telling them that they want. And their base said, well, we want affordability. And they're trying to give them affordability through socialism. And I don't think the base knows any better. They're thinking like, you're right. Yeah, if we just tax the rich and the rich just gives us and, funds all of our benefits and all that, everything will be okay. And no, that's not it. It's funny because I would hope that the Dems would start talking about creating economic opportunity in America instead of just saying, no, let's just start taxing the rich and hopefully that solves all of our problems. And the thing is about the Dems is instead of trying to do things for the people, they just try to throw more money at problems.
I'm gonna put the chat on some game real quick. I'm gonna put you on this too.
All right.
My mom, she works for Home Depot, like really high up in the management structure. She's been in banks doing their financing, and my wife, she's an accountant. And then I've rubbed shoulders with people in the military, people in these businesses, even when I was doing HVAC, just the people I would install for. So I'm telling you what they told me. If you really want to stack some money, literally the first thing you gotta do, it's not illegal. You can pay off all your taxes for the year. Any other taxes that they take out, they have to give that back to you plus your normal tax refund for the entire year. And if they miss some, then I believe they have to give it back to you with interest.
Damn, that's almost like beating interest on a loan.
Yeah, that's how rich people do it. They pay off all their taxes for the year, and then everything else they're paying into, it comes right back to them plus their tax refund. And then when it comes to job opportunity, if most people would stop fighting each other and trying to get a leg up on each other and actually combine incomes and put their accounts into CD share savings at a good 5 or 6, or if you know some people, a good 8 to 12%, and just pay into it every month. I mean, you can have a smooth $500,000.
Ooh, I mean, shoot, I agree. But shoot, all right, we're gonna keep on going with the video. Shoot, let me know if you guys want to add some commentary. And shout out Misfit. How you doing?
What's up, man? I'm doing good. I'm glad to be back.
All right. Glad to have you back on. All right. Shooters, let me know when you guys want me to pause. You want to add some commentary? We're going to go ahead and keep it going.
Let's go.
So after the mayoral victory of her Ugandan-born mini-me, she felt like she had the world on a socialist string. Her party would have to take her seriously now because AOC doesn't just know how to mix a mean, skinny marg. She knows how to win elections. And that girl can dance.
Well,
pretty good, right? You got the beat? Well, feeling very powerful, a little heady, feeling
I mean, you know, it'd have been cool with me if they'd have just had a couple American flags waving in the back. You feel me? It's okay to, you know, celebrate your country, but make sure, you know, pay some homage to ours as well. Is that too much to ask for? Especially if you're just going to do a parade celebrating your win in America.
This is why I am so against immigration, because I've been to other countries. You never, for example, just to bring some attention to it, like in Nigeria and in Iran, most of the people there in both of those countries, they don't like their government. Iranians more so, which is actually shocking. Most Iranians hate their government, and they wave American flags whenever, like, it's contraband over there, so they'll wave them. It's weird to me that people.
Oh yeah, they have like sections of the city where the girls take off their veils and their hijabs and all that good stuff.
And they'll do it, and it's like you come over here and people are waving the flags where they come from, and then y'all be acting shocked when people deport you. It's like you can't even pay basic respect.
Yep. Like, why come here if you don't like the country? If you're not coming here to get free shit, then why the fuck are you here if you hate this country?
Yeah, true. I mean, if over there was so good, I mean, why'd y'all come here?
Right.
And they'll tell you all the excuses in the world, and you'll stop them right there and then, like, okay, that's why you should wave an American flag. Because of that, because of this country, you're able to provide better for yourself and you have more opportunity than you would in your own. We're not saying to just dog your country out or to abandon it or not love it, but you do got to pay respect to the country that's giving you the most opportunity.
And then the other issue is, like, you got these politicians that are incentivizing non-assimilation. So, like, they're incentivizing people to come over here and just not assimilate.
Yeah, there shouldn't be anywhere. Honestly, I don't think there should be no workplace in America. There shouldn't be anywhere in America where you go and all you hear is, well, Chinese. All you hear is Spanish. Like, in my opinion, I know it may sound a bit effed up, but this is America. Like, how'd you guys get in here without trying to even at least try to learn the language? Now we got whole sections in America where you don't even got to know English to move around in there. You could have a completely normal day and not know a lick of English.
Yep.
For example, the truck drivers. I know y'all done seen all them traffic incidents with these truck drivers that are from India. It's like, bro, you mean to tell me you got behind the wheel, didn't know a lick of English whatsoever?
Yep.
But y'all are at the same time saying, like, Gen Z doesn't want to work. How? When we're competing with people who literally can't speak or understand English. I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he said when he was, because I'm in the tech field, he said that they hired, I'm not going to drop the name of the company, but he said when he got hired on their tech department, they hired a dude who was from India on an H-1B visa, fired pretty much all except for like 5 of the senior most people who were American, and replaced them all with Indians. It's like, bruh, what?
Oh Lord. I mean, and that's it. And that's the normal. That's sadly, that's like a normal practice in that industry. It's a normal practice in a lot of them. But I mean, hey, that's just what we're dealing with out here. Let's see here. I was trying to see if I can find that video of the Indian guy pretty much crashing, but it is what it is. But all right, let's get back to the video.
Confident means you can vent with impunity.
Should Schumer stay as minority leader?
I think what is so important for folks to understand is that this problem is bigger than one person, and it actually is bigger than the minority leader in the Senate. You had 8 Senate Democrats who coordinated this.
Oh yeah, but I didn't need to show this. Like, this plays into my man gaming's point, because yeah, this is gonna be a bit disturbing, but a lot of people were telling me about this video, and I have to play it.
I think it's time for Muslims to start to say, all right, so what? Do what you want. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, because it's about time to do that. And I know everybody has their own families and has an education.
I mean, yeah, but y'all can practice y'all religion and assimilate at the same time, you know? You don't gotta carry all that, jihad with y'all. Y'all can leave that in y'all country.
And everything.
But they won't. That's their culture. They can't.
No.
Here's the thing, and I can actually say this as a person who's read the Quran. They practice, I forgot the word for it, but it's basically like you can lie and manipulate or cheat people into becoming Muslims, and if they don't want to become Muslims, then they have to pay jizya, and jizya is basically a blood currency, saying like you're not a Muslim, but you paid this basically extortion fee for them not to kill you, and if that fee isn't paid, then they off you.
No, that's culture. See, that's something that's different between reading the practice of the Quran and how different cultures take it. Because in the Quran, it says that you're allowed to disavow Quran, you're allowed to disavow the teachings of Allah and all that good stuff to save your life. Now, in different cultures, they spun that to say, well, you're allowed to lie as a Muslim to convince other Muslims. So that was never really stated in the Quran, but cultures and Muslim priests, or whatever you call those guys, do preach it as if that's what the Quran says. So that's just my pushback on that one, though. But let's hear out her jihadist rhetoric.
Has their own families and has an education and everything. Just a question. We don't want to get doxxed, and we don't want to get suspended, and we don't want to get arrested. How gangsta are you? That's just my question. How much are you willing to do it? And I know everyone has their own risk levels, but at the end of the day, that's a question to ask ourselves. How committed?
Actually, if you are a Muslim in the chat and you want to come up here, because like I said, I ain't the biggest Muslim scholar. Trust me, I've only done so much research into the Quran and the Bible, and I did both. But if you are a Muslim, you want to come up here and defend your religion, please, because I ain't the guy to do so. All I can tell you is all of the propaganda that I've read into and that I went to go look up myself. So in terms of reading the Quran, do it again? No, I have not done it in like 5 years or so. But to be quite honest with you, though, I do hear a lot of propaganda about Islam that I wish the Muslims would come up themselves and defend. But
well, it's not really that they can defend it, because it's what their book says. And I can, like, in the next break or whatever, when you play the video, I can show you some videos where you got Muslims straight up instructing other Muslims to do this. I mean, when I was in the Middle East and hell, when I came back here, I used to hear all the time when I was in the Middle East, death to America. I come here and you got people in Dearborn, Michigan saying death to America, death to Israel. That's a really, there's no way you can say, oh, it's peaceful after that.
I mean, hold on now, though. I do like to always say, because it's always easy to sit there and, I guess, condemn people for what they say towards us, but let's look towards the reason why.
No, think about it.
Come on now, because hasn't Israel's been the main reason why a lot of their countries have been destabilized? And even if you have your argument, say no, that's how these people see it. That's how
they've been radicalized way before Israel was even a country.
Well, hold on, say that again.
I said they were radicalized way before Israel was even a country.
I mean, they were radicalized when Israel was starting to become a country. If we all remember, in 1948, they didn't come over.
The holy wars have been going on for centuries.
Yeah, but we got actually 1948 to understand the of today.
Let's take it even further. 250 years ago, when America
then here's the thing, though. Well, hold on, guys. If we're hold on, my bad. Actually, no, go ahead. 250 years ago.
250 years ago, or give or take a few years, and this is well documented by the British, German, what used to be the Ottoman Empire, and all of North Africa. The Muslims would actually go into these countries that most of Southern Europe and Northern Africa, all the way to West Africa, and they would basically kill and pillage and literally rape their way through all of these countries. You see it happening over in Nigeria. You see it happening in Israel, not Israel, Iran. You see it happening in Europe, like in real time. It's happening in Europe. They would basically sell the slaves to Americans to try to, in back then they would sell the slaves that refused to convert over to America, and of course we had the slave trade. So it was like, yeah, sure, if you're selling, I'm buying. Well, fast forward now, that same thing is still happening. And if you go to the Nigerian crisis, it's a bunch of Muslims killing Christians. If you go in Europe, what are they doing? They literally have roving rape gangs. Not making that up. It's
No,
everywhere
we
on
know
the
about
news.
that, but that's the problem, though. That's due to the vetting process of that country. They didn't go out there and vet. They got the Muslims for the most radical country of Pakistan, most radical Muslims you can find. And now everybody's painting all Muslim with a broad brush, acting like, oh, that's all of them. That's how they are. When that's not.
How do we justify the Muslims that are in North Africa, like Kenya, Nigeria? Egypt won't even take
Well,
any.
let's be honest. It's not really justifying. It's understanding that that's not all Muslims. That's that group of Muslims in that group right there. There's Muslims that condemn it. There's Muslims that say shame on them. So let's not sit here and pretend like there's Muslims around the world championing this.
What about 1979 when Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, forcibly took over the Iranian government and pretty much subjugated everybody under Islamic law, and the people didn't want that? How do you say that that's a
Well, and
religion
that's
of
one of the reasons
peace?
why the Iranian people hate us, because we put that guy in power. We put
We did.
Khomeini in power. Us and the
We did.
Europeans. I mean, that's what we did, and that's why they don't
No,
like us.
no. The Iranian people, that's where people get it messed up. Iranian people love America. They hate
No, no,
their
no, 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 no,
government.
no, 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 no. No, not all of. Bro, like, let's be real. The history of it. That's one of the reasons why they was yelling "Death to America" back in the day. Is because we interfere with their government and we brought them that Islamist dictator right to their front door. And there are some people who pretty much understand that, okay, now that we're against that guy, they're on our side now. But a lot of people also remember the history of that. We're the reason why this guy's even in power.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one, because that would also implicate us in the 12-day war, and we weren't even involved in the 12-day war. We were busy messing around with Russia at that time.
Yeah, but let's be real. Israel started that 12-day war by bombing the nuclear facilities and setting that off, and then Iran attacked them back, and then we got involved.
What, in 1979?
Oh, 1979. Oh, I thought the 12-day. Oh, I thought you talked about the current 12-day war.
No, there was another 12-day war that happened in 1979 where Israel, this was before Israel was even capable of defending itself. So the key players was really Russia, the United States, and then Iran was in the Middle East. Iran helped Afghanistan through weapons trades and everything, especially the Islamic terrorist group, push out Russia. That's why they left and didn't bother going back.
True.
That same group then came to Iran, seized power and control of Iran after the reigning sultan is king, by the way, died. They had a coup, and it lasted for 12 days. And what ended up happening, long and the short of it, is the Islamic regime came in and said, hey, we're in charge now. These are our laws, implemented Sharia law. People tried to fight back against it, and what ended up happening?
I was about to say what a lot of people. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
Oh yeah, what I was about to say, what a lot of people forget about that backstory is that the Shah was selling out to the Americans. Like Nixon was forcing that guy to buy weapons at the detriment of their own people, and the people got tired of it. They're saying, you're a puppet of America, we're getting you out of here, or bringing in, well, really the French or it was the Europeans that brought in Khomeini, and now here we are dealing with this guy, or dealing with this Islamic radical group.
Well,
So
I
it
have to
is,
agree to
yeah.
well, I have to agree to disagree on that one. But what I will say, is that Muslims nowadays have made it pretty blatant and obvious that they want Sharia law in these different countries that do not want Sharia law, and they hide behind the First Amendment. But when you look at the way that the Quran is set up and what it dictates that each Muslim does, it's not a religious thing, or it's not an extremist thing. This is a rule for all Muslims. It doesn't say that it's for one particular group of Muslims or the other. It is a sweeping thing for all Muslims. And that's why a lot of people are like, no, we don't want this in this country. That's why a lot of people are like, nah, keep that crap up there in Dearborn or get it out of the country. Nah, keep that crap up there in New York or get it out of the country. It's why Texas put a ban on Sharia law. No one should be able to have 5 times a day call to
But that's
prayer in the
but that's the
United
problem with
States.
Sharia law, though. Like, there's different cultures. Like I said, people always paint Islam with a very broad brush. That's not all cultures that interpret Sharia law the same. Each culture, I mean, honestly, each country looks at those laws differently. And that is like kind of the main point why I be trying to say that, well, is Islam a problem in America? And I'm like, no, because the type of Islam we have, we don't really have the extremists. And the extremists that we do have is a very, very small group. We're talking about the 1% of the 1%. Because what are they? 1% of the population. And
Their
what
entire
part of them are radical? Probably 1%, maybe less.
Well, there was a former Islamist who actually said, he laid it out. He interviewed Dinesh D'Souza, and he was talking to him about like how Islam propagates, and basically the dude told him, like, first we set up shop in a country, more or less, and then we propagate and we vote for the same things leftists vote for. Like, yeah, we want abortion. He goes, yeah, we'll go ahead and support abortion. It's your right. Go kill yourselves, kill your babies. But is like people in Islam, Muslims, they're not going to do that. He said once enough of them get in an area, then they start pushing for legal rules. And then after they get pushed for legal rules, they start implementing Sharia law. And then after that, it's pretty much downhill from there. We could see that in Europe.
Well, hold on, then.
Right
We'd
now.
have to have the complete understanding of Sharia law to even understand that. Because I ain't gonna lie, what you're saying then is that there's certain parts of Sharia law that lines up with American law.
No, there are not.
Because you're kind of saying they're implementing what they can get away with.
That's why it shouldn't be allowed here. We already have law.
But if they're
Sharia
implementing
law,
it, then
Sharia law Sharia law basically subjugates women and goes out to make war with anti-Muslim or people who refuse to become Muslims. That's me just cutting it short and dry without going into all the specifics, because I don't want this to be like a 3-hour me talking session. But more or less, women don't have rights. People who are not Muslim, they don't have rights, and they should be made to have war with or be killed outright. They should be tempted, pushed, and pressured into becoming a Muslim at by any means necessary, and any country or place or person that was Muslim but now reverts back to Christianity or whatever other religion, they have to be retaken back.
All right, think about it like this, though. Because honestly, what we're saying is that Sharia law, some parts of Sharia law does line up with U.S. law. Are women allowed to cover up and do that, all that good stuff if they want to, even if it's
They can
under the guidelines of their religion?
They
Are
shouldn't
they
have
allowed
to
to
be.
pray 5 times a day?
They shouldn't have to be
but there's
made to
not.
cover up because men can't control themselves.
I mean, but they also see it as a submission to God and the practice of modesty. So it's not just about men controlling themselves.
No, it's not a practice of modesty. I don't
It
know
is.
what.
But come on now. That's what they're saying. That's what Muslim women are saying. Not just the
No.
ones that you see on CNN that are trying to speak out because they want a feminist spin in their country, or when they want feminism in their country.
They're fucking brainwashed.
remember, Set, I've been
So, but they
deployed
would
to
say you guys are
Muslim
brainwashed for
countries.
not dressing modestly and having a Western
Oh,
mindset that only destroys women in our
hold up,
society. Are we doing it?
hold up,
Is
Set.
our women doing any better?
Set, check this
All
out.
right, go.
I was deployed. I was actually deployed to a Muslim region. I've been to Oman. I've been to Yemen. I've been to Bahrain. I've been to Saudi Arabia. I've been to Kuwait. All of Sharia law is universal. There's no deviation or delineation.
But would it be
Actually,
fair? But would it be fair to say, due to your employment, you're automatically set to be deployed on the Muslims that are against their religion? So think about it. You're
no.
not going to be there
That's
with the Muslims that are standing heavy up there because wouldn't those guys be the enemy? So wouldn't that? So your deployment would assume that you're already around people who disagree with the current culture, and we can't say
no.
that that's all everybody.
No, that's false. We were
Okay.
actually, I was deployed there as a security guarantor to make sure that the shipping and trade routes stayed open. That's if we're just going to get to the bare bones of it. That's why the U.S. Navy is there. It's why the U.S. military is there. We just want trade to remain open.
Okay, so you're pretty much saying that you're even there. All right, but the problem is, and I'm gonna say the problem is that what I'm reading about Sharia law is it actually does line up with, well, certain American culture, to be quite honest with you guys. And I do think that there's been a radicalization of what Islam is. Like, I'm hearing you gaming, but that's not all Muslims. I do believe that you're painting Muslims with a very broad brush and you're not separating them from culture. You're kind of just putting them all in one. And
So,
go ahead.
well, so here's my thing.
Mhm.
Because certain things happen to line up with what we would think should be ideal in American society, that does not by default make it justifiable. Should women cover up? Yes. What we mean by cover up is put a t-shirt on. Maybe not walk outside looking like a cat done had a field day with your pants. Things like that. What they mean is they want you to cover up in the burqas or the hijabs because it's a temptation thing.
Well, they
And it's
also
written.
hold on now. That's what cultures say. You need to separate culture from what the Quran actually says because it's supposed to
That's
be
what
a
it
submission
says.
for women, and that's what
No.
women also view it as well. But for some reason, I say that, and you guys want to act like those women don't exist, and you want to give me your anecdotal experience, which I respect because trust me, I truly appreciate what you've done for our country. But you're pretty much trying to paint all Muslim with the broad brush of the Muslim that you've met, saying, "Oh, well, all of the women hate it." They're just being brainwashed, when no, a lot of them see it as a submission to God, because when they come here, they can take it off if they want to. Nobody's forcing them. If they're Muslims over here try to force them, they call the police, and we're gonna make sure they don't force them. So, and I speak to a lot of these girls, and they're doing it under the submission of God, and they know that they can take it off anytime they want. And they say even in their home country, they have that option. So that's what I'm saying. Not all Muslim countries are the same. Not all Muslims practice Islam the same. And when we sit there and we say, oh, all of them are jihadists, all of them practice this radical version of Muslim that's been spread to us through social media, that's where we kind of got the Muslims effed up, to be quite honest with you.
I'm not saying all of them are going to freaking kill themselves in some suicide attack. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is the culture. It's very hard for Islam itself to be separated from the culture. Are there some women in the United States who have the freedom to like be Americanized? Yes. The problem is when those women then interact with hardcore Muslim women, they are actually brought back into the quote unquote fold because they're not doing what a Muslim should do. And this is from what I've been told.
Well, usually when they
Muslim
hold
women.
on now, but usually when women do that, and in my opinion, is usually when they say they're trying to be closer to God by practicing their religion more strictly, like how we do. Is like we're Christians, but we may not go to church every day. We may not go to church every Sunday. We may not pray every day, but we still believe that Christ is our Lord and Savior. So we can't just like ding them or just say, oh, they're switching up on Islam as soon as they want to practice it a little bit more religiously or strictly.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what the Muslims are saying, is they're switching up on Islam. This is what they say. And so when you look at it through that lens, it's like, okay, we can say like the women here have the freedom to do whatever they want, but do they really? They don't. And this is how you get things like honor killings. If a Muslim woman wants to exercise freedoms in the United States, there's actually a viral video of it that went viral a little bit ago. It was this girl who, I think she was dating someone. No, she ran away from home or something like that because she didn't want to marry this dude that her dad set up for her, and so he was literally outside of school choking her out. Honor killings is honor killings are a real
honor
thing,
killings. I heard about that. Yeah, like I said, in the culture. So I get. I know where you're going with this. I know. I heard the stories too. Like I heard where daughters, might have effed around and lost their virginity, got caught kissing the guy, and the father goes out there, kills the daughter, and buries her in the backyard, and that's an honor killing. And trust me, I hate to hear that, but we still have to understand that is not all.
Yeah, and that's not just the Muslim culture.
There is also some, I guess, indigenous cultures that practice that as well, though.
Oh yeah, but see, also here's the thing: you can't do that here, and that's where I think a lot of Americans are really getting that pushback from. Is look, we have our way of life here. We have our amendments. Women are valued; they're respected here. They're protected here. You can't go out and just dome your daughter because she decided to date some douchebag that you don't like. Nah, you let her fall on her face and make that choice by herself. What you don't get to do is kill her. That's way too far.
Now, here's the thing, though. I know what I'll say this. I will agree with you on Islam as being a problem when they start doing honor killings in America. When they start doing that, then they have finally crossed the line. I'm gonna be like, all right, bro, I'm on your side. I want these guys gone. Because, like I said, I do believe that our Muslims, they know that they cannot cross a certain line, and a lot of them, they're not that same culture of Muslims that are over there radicalized, killing their daughters, stoning women. I mean, all the way burqa'd up. Like, you cannot see not one part of a woman. So I understand that there's different cultures, and I do understand that there is atrocities in some of these Muslim countries, but we cannot sit there and say that that's all Muslims, or that the Muslims are just trying to bring that here. Because honestly, I think we've seen signs of that already. If they want to bring more of these radical, violent tendencies of Islam here, like I have not really seen it. And then here's the thing: I can't call it the player, as annoying as it is. I can't call it violent.
Okay, in that defense, and it's just playing devil's advocate here because that's what I like to do. There are no-go zones in like Dearborn, so that our police officers wouldn't even know what's going on there because they don't go there anymore.
That does need to be broken up, and you're right, because I mean there was a terrorist operation like raid where they caught some ISIS-backed guys sending weapons over to ISIS in their their storage. So you're right.
When we have areas though that like the police aren't safe to be able to go, just like that whole situation with Chaz, EMTs couldn't even get in there. Things happen that people don't know about and they're not reported because it's in a closed community. So there could be things going on that we don't even know because our police officers aren't even welcome there. I do think that that's a problem. That whether it be an Islamic community or anything else, like the fact that the police are like banned from certain areas, we don't know the exact situations that are going on because they are so private about it.
Yeah, and there could be some things that could be covered up. So I will give you that one. That is truly concerning.
Right. Because see, I grew up in Western New York, and there's the Seneca Nation Reserve and the Iroquois Reserve, and the police were only allowed to go on the state roads. They weren't allowed to go on like the side roads.
But all right, guys, let me go ahead and sorry, but Misfit, but let me go ahead and catch up to these super chats real quick.
Oh yeah,
I'll go ahead and I'll let you finish. Now, shout out to Hellbat. He says, guess what? The Crusades were justified. Fuck it. I mean, well, damn.
Oh, shit.
Well, shout out Hellbat. And funny how Syria banned grape 5 years ago. Yeesh, yeah, man. Look, man, that Assad guy wasn't the best guy. Wasn't the best of them. Shout out to my man Jet. He says it is time to ask, are you 7-Eleven Muslim or 9/11 Muslim, bro?
Oh, Jesus. That's funny.
I mean, you know what? Hey, I agree. I'd rather have my 7-Eleven Muslims.
No shit.
Let me get my man back in here. And he says, all right, so shout out my man H3I says, all the Quran says about the way to dress is dress modestly. That's all it says. And different people interpret it the way they want. This guy is talking out of his ass. I believe he's talking to he's talking to Gamer. I don't know. Like I said, Gamer, he's seen a lot of stuff. My man definitely been deployed. So he's actually seen these countries up close and he is speaking from his experience. So it is what it is on that one. But hey, shout out to my man Gamer.
Zoran Mondani, how long do y'all think it'll take before New York falls? Place your bets.
Oh man, I'm so glad I'm an ex-New York resident.
Bro,
That's all I
I'm
have to say
happy
about
for
that.
you. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
You know what? I really do hope things don't crash out of the way I think they are. But honestly, I give him 2 years.
Yeah, I don't.
What Mondani's trying to do. The man figured out that he
wish-
can't really raise taxes, so he wants people to fund his socialist ideas.
Right. Like I don't wish for any American city to fail. Just like when Biden was in office, I didn't wish for him to fail. You know, I don't understand why people wish for Trump to fail, because then we all fail. Like, regardless of who's there, you want them to do well because that means we do well. And it's the same thing for New York City. Like, I pray for them and I hope for them, but at the end of the day, like, you get what you vote for.
Biden's presidency was elder abuse. You can't change my mind.
Oh,
Man,
shit. His family
facts.
should be in jail.
Man, yeah, you
For
can't
so
change my
many
mind about
reasons.
that either. But all right, now let's go ahead and get on to what this lady said.
I think it's time for Muslims to start to say, all right, so what? Do what you want. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, because it's about time to do that. And I know everybody has their own families and has an education and everything. It's just a question. We don't want to get doxxed and we don't want to get suspended and we don't want to get arrested. How gangsta are you? That's just my question. How much are you willing to do it? And I know everyone has their own risk levels, but at the end of the day, that's a question to ask ourselves. How committed am I to this? To what extent of my personal material gains am I willing to sacrifice for this bigger noble cause?
So know this, that Islam will enter every house. Every house. Don't worry about the Islamophobes. They can yap all they want. Their children will be Muslim. So Islam will enter every house. What's the question? Are me and you going to be a part of it?
Idiots.
There you go, bud.
Man,
Idiots
what did I just say?
What did you just say, though? I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna have to give it to Gamer.
When you break it down, that's exactly how they've taken over every country that they have entered.
That's why Muslims,
centuries.
and I've seen in the comment section this one guy, he said, everywhere Muslims go, death and destruction follows.
They take over.
All right, come on now. That's not real. Come on, that's
no.
Yes, it is.
Look at the Europe.
I mean, look at Turkey. They're still doing well. Look at the UAE, Saudi Arabia.
Because Turkey is fiercely and forcefully rejecting them. Saudi Arabia, they don't allow Muslims from Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan.
Okay, all right. Then you're going into my argument. All right, then we can agree that it is certain cultures of Muslims that are the problem, and not all of them.
Oh.
So, I mean, we can't say that wherever Muslims go, they bring destruction, because you're just now naming places where Islam don't bring destruction. So look, this guy right here, you're right. He is a lunatic in my eyes. I get what you guys are saying, but like I said, I will still stand and say that, not all Muslims agree with this guy. And you know what? Guys like this, let's be real. I believe he is kind of radicalized. He is radicalized, especially when he mentions the Islamophobia and all that good stuff. But here's the thing, though. Do we not have a rising bit of Islamophobia going on? Just a little bit.
Rising? It's always been there.
Phobia means irrational fear, and I think a lot of people have
the United
a very rational fear.
The United States has never been for Islam. The song "To the Shores of Tripoli" is actually referring to the Islamic shoreline where they were making sure that they did not leave.
Yep. There's I will say that a lot of countries have unjustly treated Muslims. China.
Right.
India.
Because
yes.
Yeah. I will say I am gonna side with S.E.T on this one. At the end of the day, they're still humans. They are entitled to basic human rights. No one should be experimented on, raped repeatedly,
exactly,
forced to work in abhorrent conditions. And I think we should be calling more of that out, because at the end of the day, they're still people.
All right. Well, I will say this guy definitely concerning when he says Islam is going to be in all your house artists. You know what? I will say this. If we keep on going with this rhetoric of Islam, he's going to be right. I say the more rejection we put to something, the more real with you, more our descendants might pick it up themselves. Like, it's kind of like what we do with certain political pundits. We bastardize their name until people just start looking into it themselves and they start following it along. That's why I kind of think that we should just I would say pay attention to these guys, but all this rhetoric of trying to like bastardize the religion and all that good stuff, I feel like we're only going to turn more people to Islam doing that stuff.
Yeah.
Just like
yeah,
we turn more
I agree
people
with that.
towards the pundits that we don't want them to hearing by radicalizing them, by saying all types of crazy things about them.
Especially the younger generations, because unfortunately they just it's not that they're careless, they just don't fucking know any better.
Well, I mean, when you have an entire generation of people raised on cell phones and Cheetos, I mean, what do you expect?
I would say this: the problem with the younger generation is that, well, these guys read the letter to America from Osama bin Laden, and we didn't get that until later on in our lifetime. So they grew up on the plight of the Americans or the Israelis. They grew up on the plight of the Muslim people, of what Osama was saying, how America did all this dysfunction through the Middle East, and this is why we're hated. We see it as, oh, these Muslims been trying to take over America for a minute and they hate our freedom. This is why we don't like these guys. We feel like the whole religion is evil. So we have two different perceptions of Islam and between the generations. And I believe I'm a bit stuck in the middle of it because, like I said, like I was alive when 9/11 happened. I seen how fearful Muslims was back in that time.
How old were you?
How
old were you?
Me, I was young. I was probably like what, 6, 7, and I had a Muslim stepdad. I had Muslim cousins, and I seen how that hijab came off real quick, and how like my aunt stopped wearing the hijab and all that good stuff. And you know what? Did they
do that out of fear, or did they do that because they didn't agree with what happened?
They did that out of fear. They did it out of fear.
See,
they did it completely out of fear and damn near in a way out of respect. Because they didn't want to feel like they were, oh, well, me wearing my stuff is me saying I'm okay with it.
Well, with you being 6, do you remember hearing the stories of the Muslims cheering when it happened?
I was getting ready to say.
I mean, the dances. I mean, shoot, the Israelis were cheering too. I mean, a lot of people were happy that 9/11 happened, and trust me, the only people that weren't happy about it was us in the European countries, and I'm not even sure if they was all that upset about it. So trust me.
I'm sorry, but I as far as that 9/11 thing goes, inside job through and through.
Yeah, I agree. I agree
also.
I mean, trust me, we could have done a lot better.
It is a huge turning point to where, you know, the Islamic and the Muslim conversation definitely upticked, because they always talked about terrorism before. We always saw like the terror attacks in like Paris and Europe, and everybody was just so surprised that it happened on our own territory. So there had been so many issues that it was easy for them to blame them. And that right there speaks volumes, because if they hadn't have already been so tyrannical, then they wouldn't have been so easily blamed.
Oh, I don't know about
Does that make
I
sense?
feel like I would say
Does
this.
that make sense though? Like
yeah,
they
you're
were
right.
already the villain, so they were an easy villain. But they were a villain that created mass destruction, so they would be easily blamed for something. So it'd be easy to create a big, huge thing and just be like, they did it. You remember all the shit they've already done. They did it.
Good point.
Right.
But that's how they do us. Like, if you really think about it, that's how the Muslims kind of do us. I mean, look at all the country, look at all of our brethren they've taken out. If anything bad happens, I mean, yes, the Americans, they're the one that's funding. They're the proxies. It's like, yes, it's like that on both sides.
I mean, when we get into the meat and potatoes of it, the main reason why I think 9/11 was an inside job and why all this trouble got stirred up was because of the oil and shipping lanes. I mean, what did we do immediately after? We went over to the Middle East, sent like 2 carrier groups over to the Middle East, which is
do you remember them
way too
setting
much
those? Do you remember them setting all those oil fields on fire?
right, and
They lit
destroying
that
oil
fucking
rigs.
desert ablaze, bro.
So, and it was all because they wanted to keep OPEC in check because they were like, hey, pay more money or get fucked. More or
And
less.
that's the problem. Well, come on now. We also got to admit that due to the fact that we want to keep OPEC so strong, we do screw a lot of these countries over just on the strength of that. So I always do say, like, yeah, trust me, the Muslims, like these radical guys, you're right, they're not the best of people, but neither is our government.
I never once said the government was.
Oh, I know. But like, that's why I always kind of like, I can say I don't agree with how they carry out their actions, but I can somehow see how they came to, that mindset of, oh yeah, let's go attack Americans. Oh yeah, let's say death to America. Because if I could put myself in their shoes and there's some type of country that's always funding the enemy, always trying to do some type of like coup in my country, and we always know it's them, I wouldn't like that country too much either. Just like I don't like China, because that's what they do.
I'm just going to say this right now. I would never kill myself. I am not suicidal. I do. With that being said, I think that we definitely should tone down how much money we're sending to a very particular country in the Middle East, because their missile defense system by itself can adequately defend itself. Plus, they have nuclear warheads, and they have an advanced tactical fighting force, and then they have this software called Pegasus, which if you Google that, you should know what country I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that's already.
So they're pretty well equipped. I don't think we should be cashing them out anymore, at least for.
If I could explain Pegasus real quick, if just off the top of my memory, it was like some type of software invasion system that was able to enter phones, computers, like any electronic device that held information, was able to send it back to the person who was, invaded your phone or put Pegasus on your phone, laptop, whatever electronic device that you used to carry data on, right?
You're not even scratching the surface. To give you an idea, if I could clone a text message, have the text message loaded up with Pegasus. If you click on the conversation with that Pegasus text message, I have a complete and total unchecked access.
Okay, that's the part I forgot about it, because it had that like literally like a contagious effect. It was like a contagious virus that if your phone had it, and you're right, and let's say somebody else was to get access to that, or let's say you forward the message or something, I guess the metadata carried, and I was able to access other devices through that. I was truly impressed when I heard about the system. Because how do you beat that?
That's why American companies paid out a whole bunch of money to partner with the DoD, and that's why you see a lot of these different softwares coming out now. That's why Samsung has the particular warranties that they have, and that's why they do the updates that they do. If you notice, Samsung and iOS, it's because of stuff like that.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to the video. Great conversation, but we are going to have to go ahead and get back to this guy.
Bigger noble cause.
So know this, that Islam will enter every house. Every house. Don't worry about the Islamophobes. They can yap all they want. Their children will be Muslim. So Islam will enter every house. What's the question? Are me and you going to be a part of it? Are we going to take that become that sabab, that means, so that Allah puts all of that in your hisab? So you can be a part of this great victory that's coming, and wallahi it's coming. It's coming in every house in every country. Today here in Australia, subhanAllah, I'm sitting here in a masjid that we have people all the way out
Okay, he's
past the
Australian.
second place. Look at this. Who could have imagined these many Muslims in Australia? And it's not going to stop. You can stop immigration. You can stop whatever. You can do Muslim bans. Wallahi, it's not stopping.
I mean, Australia, I got to solve that problem. I'm just, whoo, thank God he ain't in my country. Woo.
He's not
Because
radical.
the
He's
Prophet
speaking the
said it will
truth.
enter every house.
By the way, hit pause on this punk. Well, you know what? I'm loyal to the West.
Oh, shit.
I don't
It's
want
Alex.
to be put under your foot. I will not submit to you, and you've declared war on me, and I accept the challenge, you sack of fucking shit. Fuck you. But he thinks he can dominate us and crush us and take our daughters, that he'll finally be somebody. Well, you're not.
Yeah, I'll be real with you. They try to bring that radical Islam stuff over here. Yeah, there will be hell to pay. There will be blood in the streets. I'll tell you that. It ain't gonna be.
No, it's not. It's not if they try to bring it over here. It's already over here. You even have popes. You even have the
I
popes.
gotta start. Where's the honor killings? I need to see the honor killings first, and then.
Whoa.
Okay, I'm just playing, but I look.
That's just as bad as some of the super chats tonight, Owie. What the fuck?
Buddy is going straight.
Take a toke, bro.
All right, I'll dial it
You
back.
trying to get your channel demonetized? Like, fuck.
I'm fucking dead.
Buddy's trying to get himself kicked off Rumble.
I'm just saying, it's like, you know what? How about it? Let me dial it down. I just need to go ahead and I need to see these guys F around and find out.
Oh, God,
I need to see it because they're not going that hard here in America because I think they're understanding that we're kind of getting a bit pissed off.
I'm sorry.
But in Australia, there's some nice people.
It's like an abusive relationship, baby. You don't fall in love with them because they're mean to you.
I'm weak. I mean, that's true. That's true. We can't say they mean to everybody.
That's what she said.
I mean, that's.
Then he started hitting her with a ruler. Like, shit's fucked up. I mean, come on.
You know, told her twice.
Damn.
Okay,
I told her I wanted a sandwich. Now,
well, let's get over the abusive, the abusive religion of Islam. Let's get back to it.
I'm gonna make him a ham sandwich.
I can play hours of these, but here's one of his campaign people. Hadik Arzul Malik explains that electing him is part of a holy war for jihad. And there's just a shorter compilation of jihadis saying Islam will enter every house.
My point.
Their children will be Muslim. You can't stop immigration. You can't do Muslims bans. It's not stopping. If you fight Islam, I will fight you, even if you are my own father. Our sisters promote.
And that's what I'm saying. It's radicalized. I mean, these people are willing to fight other Muslims who are, like I said, there's Muslims who's telling these guys, yo, you guys need to chill. They're going like, bro, you're getting in the way. You can get mowed down too. I don't care if you're a Muslim as well. And at that point, you're just like, hey, you can't really talk to guys like these guys. Take them out. I think even the common sense Muslims or your less radical or your modern Muslims will be like, yeah, get these guys out of here.
But see, if you look at who's backing these Muslims, and if you follow the money, it's Qatar, and if I'm not mistaken, it's Iran. That's who's backing these Muslims.
Well,
so,
well, Qatar.
Yes.
Oh wait, like, aren't they just backing Hamas, or are they backing the entire whole, like, you know, what was it, the
whole thing,
resistance?
They're backing the whole thing.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, now I agree with you on that.
Yeah, that's why Saudi Arabia is like, hey, if you don't stop this crap, we're gonna actually flatten you.
Makes sense. The problem is with Saudi Arabia, was it Saudi Arabia that kind of like united with Pakistan for like an Article 5 protection? I believe so.
No, that Saudi Arabia united with a European country for an Article 5 protection. They don't like Pakistan.
All right, it's either that or UAE did it, because one of those countries united with Pakistan for Article 5 protection. I gotta see which one though, because that's the only concerning thing I have seen going in the Middle East is them trying to get themselves a NATO. We don't need a Middle Eastern NATO.
Yeah, that would cause a lot of issues.
But shout out to our man H3I. He says, I'm Muslim and this guy is a village idiot who don't speak for me. Hey, shout out H3I pretty much saying, hey, I ain't going for it. I'm not going for it. I'm a Muslim and from Australia, and I've never heard of this guy. And he's sending in Aussie money. So we're gonna have to take you. Hey, I'm gonna have to take your word on that one since you say you never heard of him. And shout out Hellbat. He says, not yet set, not yet. He said talk about the honor killings.
Yeah,
Like,
bro,
bro, when if they started
down.
doing that in America, I'm like, yeah. And any Muslim who agreed with it, take them out the game too. Just go ahead and send them off to their own, send them back to their country. We can't have that here. But the moderate ones, all right, let them stay. But all right, though, let's keep it going.
And it just goes on. I mean, this is it. I can play you 20 hours of this crap. This isn't the anomaly. This is Islam. Here it is.
And the true believer knows that none of this is in vain, that this is all jihad, that this is all ibadah, and that this is all counted for by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so the conversation of doxing, the conversation of getting arrested and suspended, I think it's time for Muslims to start to say, all right, so what? Do what you want. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, because it's about time to do that. And I know everybody has their own families and has an education and everything. It's just a question. We don't want to get doxxed, and we don't want to get suspended, and we don't want to get arrested. How gangsta are you? That's just my question. How much are you willing to do it? And I know everyone has their own risk levels, but at the end of the day, that's a question to ask ourselves. How committed am I to this? To what extent of my personal material gains am I willing to sacrifice for this bigger noble cause? And subhanAllah, I truly believe that when your heart is in the right place, if you get suspended, if you get doxxed, because it's bound to happen when you're doing a righteous cause and when you're doing something for the sake of Allah here in the West, it will never ever be in vain. And the true believer does not fear that, because the true believer knows that the akhirah is a promise.
So know this, that Islam will enter every house.
What's she talking about?
Every house. Don't worry about the Islamophobes. They can yap all they want. Their children will be Muslim.
By the way, hit pause on this punk. And these guys have their rules in the Quran. These are the imams, okay? That if your daughter, your 8-year-old, is not a Muslim, he can kidnap her, use her in sex slavery. They can deal drugs to you. They can do anything because you are a kafir. Kafar. You are obscene. You are an infidel.
I'm stepping my teeth.
And just listen to his arrogance, because he's just so used to us laying out. You don't go over to his country and teach the Bible, they'll kill your ass. Like that.
True.
Because they're territorial. And they believe the whole world's theirs. See, there's two types of nations. Islamic nations and those that are about to be Islamic nations under this punk. And in Europe and in Canada, it's not as bad here. 89, 90% of the Muslims never get a job. They're on welfare, or they make their wives go out and work, and they sit around in their nightgowns and run their mouths all day. Well, you know what? I'm loyal to the West. I don't want to be put under your foot. I will not submit to you, and you've declared war on me, and I accept the challenge, you sack of fucking shit. Fuck you. I want a new crusade, not to go conquer the stinking Middle East and open the borders up.
And I would say this, and I'll say if the Christians want to, beat the Muslims, you guys will want to go ahead and beat their messaging. Yeah, you can't do it by just insulting their entire religion. You're gonna have to come with a little bit more grace than that. And like I said, no, bro. He even said what group of Muslims it was. Like I said, they always reference a group of Muslims, letting you know that it's not all. But go ahead.
I mean, you can try to debate Muslims for the most part, and largely it's unsuccessful. You could try to explain what your concerns are,
but here's the thing: I've not seen too many people debate Muslims. Actually, I kind of seen people like always. Every time I see the Christian guys talk about Islam, in the way they do, it's never with another Muslim sitting across the table from them. Usually, it's never really like that. I've seen a couple like university debates, but I haven't seen any like real podcasts where you got a Muslim scholar then you got your biblical scholar, and they just sit down and they discuss this stuff. Actually, I've seen AI like renderings, AI generations of those debates, but I have not seen actual debates like that.
Well, those debates need to happen.
I mean, honestly, they do. Like, I would say this.
It would also be nice to, like, because I mean, there are religions that, you know, don't believe in Allah or Jesus Christ. So, I mean,
I'd rather work with the guys that at least believe in Jesus Christ.
yeah, but think about it. I mean, it's you get into the Jewish religion, and they don't.
That's true. Hey, that's
You know
true.
what I mean?
But I mean,
They
but you
don't.
know, hey,
The
that's
Orthodox
true. But
Jews do not believe in Christ.
that's true. But you never really see people being too hypercritical on, you know, Jews not even believing Christ, or the Jewish religion not even believing Christ. But you know, people get mad at Islam for saying that, you know, Jesus is a prophet or a Messiah.
You're right. Jesus was a Jew. I mean, but they do not believe in Jesus Christ. They believe he was a false prophet. That is why they do not celebrate Christmas. They do not celebrate Easter. Like
They celebrate Passover.
Yeah, and they celebrate Hanukkah, and they read the Tanakh, the Torah, which is, they don't believe in the New Testament, which is where Jesus comes in. They read the Old Testament. If you look in the Bible, at the top of the Bible, they have what they call parshas. It's all broken down. There's these names, and those are what the Jewish people read each week. They start it at the same time every year, at the beginning of the Jewish year, and they start at Genesis, and every week they read the passages on Saturday, and the entire religion reads the same part of the Bible every Saturday, and then they move on, and by the end of that year, they finish up the 5 books, and then they start back over at Genesis.
Yep.
So,
I mean, never mind. They, you know, skip over the parts of the Bible where they're like, "Hey, you're messing up a lot," and then God leads them into captivity over and over and over again because they keep messing up. Anyway.
All right, now I got an interesting video for you guys because, you know, let's just stick on this topic. I like this topic.
Oh yeah, let's go.
So look, I found this AI debate because you guys kind of remind me about it, and it's Muslim versus an Islam critic. So it's an Islam critic versus a Muslim guy, and this is the type of debate that I would like to see in real life, like, you know, on the major podcasts. For some reason, people are afraid to have that debate. So let's, you know, see how the AI layout will work out.
We made a video a while back featuring a debate between a Muslim and an anti-Islam opponent. The Muslim character was a religious reformist who wanted to modernize Islam through rational interpretation of religious texts and secular governance. He was completely against forced hijab, for instance. Many of you pointed out in the comments that this character doesn't represent most Muslims, and his views are against traditional Islamic law and jurisprudence. We totally agree. To put it simply, if we imagine Islamic thought as a spectrum, religious reformism sits at the liberal end with way fewer followers than the mainstream. So this time, let's feature a traditional Muslim instead. For this video, we created 2 AI characters, a traditional Twelver Shia Muslim and a non-Muslim critic of Islam. We had them debate 3 topics: Islam and gender equality, Islam and free speech, and Muslim population growth in Europe. To judge the debate, we chose 5 different AI models to see which arguments they'd consider stronger. The debate opens with this question: do Islamic teachings about women align with gender equality principles?
Hell no.
More like a joke. Islam fundamentally defines women as second-class beings. Look at inheritance laws. Women get half of what men get. A woman's testimony is worth half a man's. Men can have 4 wives, women can't. Men can divorce their wives, women can't. Male guardianship over women is crystal clear in the Quran. What equality is this? You see all this, then they come and say Islam respects women. What's respectful about it? When a woman can't leave the house without her husband's permission? When she has to wear a hijab or she's sinful? Is this respect or captivity?
We asked 5 AI models to evaluate both sides' arguments based on these 7 criteria, which we developed using AI, and score each response from 0 to 10. The detailed criteria are in the video description below.
Average, 5.6. Total, 5.6.
Look how shallow your perspective is. You only see the rules, you don't understand their philosophy. You say women get half the inheritance, but men are obligated to financially support women. Women have no financial obligations. So practically, women are more secure. Testimony is different because of different social roles, not because of mental deficiency. You call it captivity, I call it protection and security. Look what the West has done to women. Turned them into sexual objects, destroyed families, left children without guidance. Western women, despite all this freedom, why are they depressed? Why are suicide rates high? Islam places women in the sacred position of motherhood and wifehood, not as consumer goods in the capitalist market.
Average, 4.5. Total, 4.5.
Sacred? I mean, any comments on that one, or keep it going?
So these are basically all the same talking points that I've heard before from other Muslims that have done these different type of debates, and everything that he said is pretty much all the same talking points. The difference, and just to kind of like expand on why that is the wrong take, you have to understand something. The nuance that gets left out in terms of Western women versus Muslim women is Western women have been fed some garbage, basically, that they don't really need. And our system of government, in the way that it's been allowed to be abused, has basically made it to where women can do nothing and pretty much make out like a bandit from the man. That's not the same, because fundamentally we're a Christian nation. We're a constitutional republic Christian nation. That is what we were founded as. But over time, that's degraded. However, in Islam, there is no such thing. So I don't really believe that, it's for protection and position of motherhood, not when you have bits in the Quran that literally say you can have child brides.
All right. Well, okay. Well, in my opinion of it, he does have actually a couple good points. I'll be real with you. Women in Islam have more children. Their family structure is stronger than the American family structure. They hold more money into their families. And let's be real, when they say that they don't expect women to go out there, get a job, and fight the corporate agenda, or fight their way up the corporate ladder, they're right. Actually, in Islam, their religion do tell them that they should be the main sole provider for their women. So I would say that when he says that Islam does kind of provide a societal stress relief from women, I can see where he comes to that conclusion. But all right.
Yeah. One more thing. I would also like to say that I believe that this is my conspiracy theory, but if it happens, just know you heard it here first from yours truly. I think that the powers at be that control the world governments are going to use the Muslims to basically get the world on a one world order, and then they're going to be purged off themselves. That's my conspiracy theory. Because why else would you let this happen?
I agree.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and get to the next argument.
Consumer goods? You're fooling yourself. That protection and security you mention is just control and ownership. Men own women. Women are men's property. You say this yourselves. Financial support is a form of captivity wages, not a right. In the West, you criticize women can be judges, presidents, priests in Christianity. Here, women can't be judges because their minds aren't complete. They can't be sole witnesses, can't travel without male permission. You talk about high suicide rates. What about Iranian women who set themselves on fire? Are they happy with this sacred status? That 16-year-old girl whose head they cracked over a hijab, was she also benefiting from Islamic security?
Average 6. Total 11.6.
Now that you're stating facts, let me tell the truth too. First, women can't be judges, because judgment requires complete wisdom and impartiality, and women might be influenced by their emotional structure. This isn't an insult, it's specialization. Like men can't be midwives. But here's what matters. Those girls you say set themselves on fire. They were influenced by this same Western culture that told them hijab is oppression. The reality is millions of Muslim women worldwide wear hijab with pride and are happy. The problem is implementation and politicization, not Islam. You're generalizing a few exceptions to the entire system.
Average 4.3. Total 8.8.
Specialization? Then why do these same women you call emotional make up the best judges and lawyers in Western countries? Are they a different species? You say millions of women are happy. Well, then why?
Oh, hold on. Shout out to my man H3I. He says, Jesus spoke Abrahamic. And how do you say God in Abrahamic? Allah. Abrahamic is close. Yeah, Abrahamic is close to Arabic, huh?
It's Aramaic.
Aramaic. Thank you, bro. Aramaic. Aramaic is close to Arabic. Go look it up. Yeah, well, yes, the translation of Allah is, well, God. A lot of people like to say, no, it's the devil. No, it's secretly the devil. Allah does not mean God. Yes, actually it does.
Well, they're splitting. I agree with you on that set. It's people that make that argument are kind of splitting hairs because Aramaic, they use a different phonetic language than Hebrew or Greek, which is mostly what ultimately translated into English. So yeah, Allah does mean God if you're going to put it that way, because that's what God is in Aramaic. They're really just getting stuff mixed up when they're talking about God's names and what his names actually are. Like I said, splitting hairs on that one, in my opinion, just because there's a difference in language.
Gotcha. All right, then.
And who implement the purest, make up the best judges and lawyers in Western countries. Are they a different species? You say millions of women are happy. Well, then why did the Taliban, who implement the purest Islam, have to close all girls' schools? Why did they fire women from work? If women are so happy with their sacred maternal role, why do you need clubs to force them?
I ain't gonna lie.
Not allowed to go to school.
What bro said about the, like men got reason and impartiality. We can't trust women to be judges. They're too emotional. I was like, God damn. You gotta be a little bit sexist, but I'm be real with you. I kind of agree with them on
They see women as lesser than.
But can we also sit here and admit that women do kind of lead with their emotions?
Some do, yeah. I
would say majority does.
But some do, yeah. So like I have yet to see a woman that is a politician that I would see fit as president. I would be, as a woman, I would be hard pressed putting a woman in charge of the entire country. I really
we're all a little sexist.
But
okay, gotcha.
In a household, like when you're with somebody, like the whole thing about like being taken care of, that's great if that's what you want. But if your aspiration is to do something with your life while you're in a relationship other than just rear kids and clean and take care of your husband, because you could do other things while you do that. Especially when kids are at school, you have a day, and if they're not allowed to do that, and then it depends on also the person on how they're treated. Just because they have to financially take care of somebody doesn't mean they're emotionally and physically and vice versa. Like, so there's a lot of things that come into play.
I mean, I agree with you on that. But all right, let's get back to it.
Now tell me, if hijab is so good, why don't you let them choose? Why, when a woman says she doesn't want to wear hijab, you call her an infidel? This shows that even if there's no force, women would make different choices.
Average 6.9. Total 18.5.
I mean, I always just say if you sat down a girl and you say, you know, choose between Christian and Muslim, Christian and Islam, I guarantee you 90% of women would choose Christianity. 90%.
Look how much you're twisting things. You bring up the Taliban, who are themselves a deviation from true Islam. No credible scholar accepts them. Look at real Islam like Iran, Iraq, Lebanon. Women study, work, have responsibilities. Second, you keep saying force. But all social laws have some compulsion. In the West, there's no absolute freedom either. Nudity in the street is forbidden. There are marriage laws. Taxes are mandatory. The issue is which laws are logical and which are superstition. Hijab preserves women's dignity, doesn't humiliate them. You talk about choice, but those same Western societies force women to strip to sell products. Which one is freedom?
Average.
Why is showing their face
Total,
and their hair a
13.7.
humiliation? The fuck is that?
I mean, like I said, some of them see it as I think the guys see it as humiliating, but the women, they're framing it as one, submission to God, and then like you also said, in the more radical countries to protect themselves from those more devious characters.
Making ridiculous comparisons. Street nudity with mandatory hijab. One is reasonable social boundaries, the other is complete control of women's bodies. And where's this deviation of the Taliban you mentioned? They're acting exactly according to your authentic hadiths that women shouldn't leave home except for necessity. You brought up Iran? The same place where Mahsa Amini was killed just because a few strands of hair showed? Where they killed Nika Shakarami? You say stripping to sell products, but in the West, women have choice. If she wants to be a model, she can. If not, she doesn't. But in Iran, what happens if she doesn't want to wear hijab? Beatings, prison, and if she resists like Mahsa, death. This dignity you speak of is protected with women's blood.
Well,
average 7.5, total 26.0.
Now that you're citing specific individuals, let me tell the truth. A few cases of poor implementation don't invalidate all of Islam. In the West, police kill women too. Does that mean democracy is wrong? The issue is you're mixing politics with religion. True Islam never said to kill women over hijab. This is government's doing, not Islam. But don't forget the main point. You talk about choice. But where does choice without divine guidance lead? To the same moral corruption of the West where families are destroyed. Divorce rates are 50%, children grow up fatherless. Western women with all this freedom, why are they more depressed than ever? Why do they consume antidepressants? Freedom without moral framework leads to meaninglessness.
Average 3.7, total 17.4.
That's why you
First,
don't
you're
vote
making
Democrat.
a fallacy. This isn't poor implementation. It's the precise implementation of Islam. The same authentic hadiths you believe in say women are deficient in mind, say most people in hell are women, say women must obey their husbands. These aren't poor implementation. They're the text of your religion. Second, you bring up Western divorce rates, but don't mention that in Islam, men divorce unilaterally. Women have no rights. This isn't family stability, it's captivity. You say families are destroyed, but which is better? A family where women are forced to endure, or a family where they can escape bad situations? The entire Islamic philosophy is built on the premise that women are lesser beings than men, from inheritance to testimony to divorce. This is systematic and structural, not accidental.
Average 7.1, total 33.1.
Now you're taking hadiths out of context. The hadith about deficient mind was about testimony in legal matters, meaning women had less involvement in legal and commercial affairs, not that their minds are weak. And when you say most people in hell are women, why don't you mention the rest? The Prophet said it's because they complain a lot and forget blessings, not because...
Wow.
Maybe they complain because they're not fucking happy.
It's probably they're probably complaining because they get beat 7 times a day, man. Like what?
That is so reckless to say. It's like, oh, well, they complain a lot.
That's a freaking AI. Like, come on now. You know what they're doing? They're taking the opinion out of the internet that they get to read with their brain. That's the most common opinion that they get from the readings that they search.
Okay. That was a while. I don't know why that took me out the game right there. I'm sorry, but just they go like, "What you mean?" What I say that they're just in hell? I mean, they complain a lot.
Oh,
So I
don't
mean,
apologize. That's fucking ridiculous. That's absolutely hysterical. Like, what?
oh man,
You don't say it out loud, AI guy.
it's like really, like, come on now. You just all
Mhm.
right. Well,
It was like, come on, bro. You know.
They
like,
bitch,
yeah,
bro.
low key. Let's be real. Islam is riddled with sexism. It is what it is.
Don't you mention the rest? The Prophet said it's because they complain a lot and forget blessings, not because they're inherently bad. Now look at divorce. Islam gave women the right of...
AKA, yeah, women stop complaining and remember those blessings.
Exactly. Bro. You got a roof over your head. Eat shit. Bam, bam.
Like what, bro? Like you got a roof over your head. You should be okay with being married to this guy that's like 30 years older than you that your parents forced you to. You have a roof over your head. Stop complaining. Like, oh wow.
He's bringing home the bacon. Have his kids already. Quit being so
No, he's not bringing home the bacon, son.
No, you're worried. She's going out and working, and she's bringing home the bacon while my man chills in the comment section and defends Islam.
They don't bring home bacon. They bring home goats.
Oh my God.
But no, now I know that's not all of Muslims, but hey, I do like to make fun of the most egregious offenders, though.
Kula. The right to conditions in marriage contracts, the right to demand mahr. Men can't just divorce instantly. There must be a waiting period, opportunity for reconciliation, witnesses, attempts at peace. But in the West, women marry today, divorce tomorrow, children are left wandering. Which is more rational, social stability or emotional chaos?
Yeah, I would say this, like Islam and the way their marriage system works, it puts the family over the wants and needs of, well, both the man and the wife. So I will say it's fair in that regard because it won't let them just both leave. It'll actually say, yo, just stay until the kids grow up, then you guys can divorce. I wish we had something like that or something close to that in the United States, to be quite honest.
I will say though, what he did say, I did agree with. Like married one day, divorced the next. Like, yeah, we got that problem bad.
Well, no fault divorce did that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
and more
Let's be honest.
if more people actually realize, like, yo, don't get married because you're quote unquote happy. Get married because this person has been with you through the ups and downs when you were poor and when you were rich. That's why you should get married, not because you're quote happy.
Should be for a life partner. I mean, not just for a sexual partner. All right, let's keep it going.
Average 5.3, total 22.7.
Don't twist the text. That same hadith explicitly says women are deficient in mind and religion. You can't change this with interpretation. And that less involvement you mention is itself proof of discrimination. Why did they have less involvement? Because they weren't allowed. Then you say since they had no experience, they can't be sole witnesses. This is circular logic. First you block them, then you say they have no experience. The right of khula you mention is also nonsense. Women must provide reasons, get husband's consent, return the mahr, while men just say divorce 3 times and it's done. Is this equality? And that stability you mention, prison stability is also stability. When women can't escape, naturally there's stability.
Average 7.2, total 40.3.
You're contradicting yourself with your own logic. You say we first block them, then say they have no experience. But this exactly shows the wisdom of Islamic division of labor. Men are responsible for earning income and external dealings. Women are responsible for raising the next generation and managing the home. Each is expert in their own domain. You say prison, I say specialization and cooperation. And that kula you call nonsense was itself a revolution in the age of ignorance when women had no rights. Now look what the West has done, forced women to work and raise children and manage homes. Is this freedom or double exploitation? Western women are crushed under double pressure, but Muslim women have peace in their respected position, which is more logical.
Average 4.3, total 27.
I mean, I feel like the women can respect their position or be okay with it if they knew it's their decision solely, like they got themselves into it. But you never know. You never know. Some girls might wish for that Islam social relief.
7.0.
Division of labor? That's justifying sexism. Why can't women choose what work to do? Why must they necessarily be home management specialists? Can't men raise children? Can't women do business? This division of labor is compulsory based on gender, not free choice. And that revolution of the age of ignorance you mention is nonsense. If Islam was truly revolutionary, why after 1400 years do women still not have equal rights? Why has every country that tried to implement pure Islam restricted women more? This peace you mention, isn't it the peace of a prisoner? When you have no choice, naturally you're calm.
Average 7.4. Total 47.7.
Why doesn't she have choice? Muslim women can work, do business, study, but not at the cost of destroying the family. The issue is that the West has made choice absolute and doesn't see the consequences. When women work outside, who raises the children? Daycare? Nannies? This means taking motherhood from women and giving it to strangers. Then they wonder why the new generation has problems, why children are depressed, why crime is high. Islam says, if women want to work, their primary role must first be secured. It's like saying a ship's captain should abandon ship for recreation. Freedom without responsibility is disaster.
AKA, children first, your career later. I mean, children at the top of everything and family at the top of everything. Then you can worry about your own life endeavors.
I will say one thing, because you keep going back to the topic of American society. What one of the false claims it's a false equivalency fallacy. So he's saying because women have to go to work or women have to do these things, that is why Islam is better, more or less, and that's not necessarily the case. What happened was feminism kind of pushed women into the marketplace by tricking them into thinking you have to do these things. America before never had such a structure. In fact, most women stayed home and they had the option to work. The IRS kind of got in bed with the feminist movement and a bunch of communist movement and pushed women into the workforce just for double tax
World War
purposes.
II is what put women in the workforce.
Right. That was really the catalyst. So it was more or less for financial gain and incentive by the government that women entered the workforce, not necessarily that, oh, we just wanted to restrict women.
I'll tell you this, the facts, feminists hate when I bring up this fact, but when they say, oh, well, women working and all that's good, and I'm just like, well, it morally makes us feel good, but economically, y'all brought down wages. You guys added to the workforce, and now, that office job went down by maybe $2 to $5 because, well, now women can work instead of just men working.
Yeah, and then not only that, you also have to factor in, there's a lot of people, for example, me and my wife. I know we don't speak for everybody, but I know there's a lot of couples of all sex across America that do the same thing. The man goes out, he works, and then whenever he feels like he's ready to stop working, they switch off. That's a sustainable business model, if you ask me, if we're talking finances. In Islam, you don't really have that option.
Yeah, it's kind of like your body, my choice kind of thinking.
Right. And ultimately, it drains both people, which, surprise, surprise, the numbers are suppressed, but the Islam has a really high rate of domestic violence.
I mean, well, yeah, I can see that. I definitely see that.
Average 4.2. Total 31.2.
How do you define freedom of speech, and do you think this definition is compatible with Islamic rulings?
Freedom of speech means every human's right to express opinions, criticize power, and discuss any topic without fear of punishment. This includes the right to criticize religion, politics, and ideologies. Islam is completely incompatible with this definition because it has concepts of blasphemy and apostasy. When someone criticizes Islam, they're considered apostate and must be killed. When someone says Muhammad wasn't a prophet, it becomes insulting sacred things and carries punishment. This isn't freedom of speech, it's religious censorship. In Islamic countries, writers, journalists, and critics are either killed or imprisoned. Salman Rushdie, Ali Sina, Ibn Waraq all had to flee. Freedom of speech and Islam are opposites.
Average 8. Total 55.7.
The freedom of speech you define is the same chaos the West created. True freedom means freedom within the framework of truth, not being able to say any nonsense. When someone says 2 + 2 = 5, this isn't freedom of speech. It's ignorance making. Islam has logical boundaries for speech, not censoring everything. Scientific criticism and logical debate have always been allowed, but not insult and humiliation. You mention Salman Rushdie, but he insulted, not criticized. There's a difference between saying this ruling isn't logical and saying the Prophet was a liar. One is scientific debate, the other is insult. The West does the same thing. Prohibits Nazi speeches. Denying the Holocaust is a crime. So why can't Islam have sanctity for its sacred things?
Average 4.8. Total 36.0.
That was a pretty sound argument.
This comparison is complete fallacy. The Holocaust is a proven historical event, not a religious claim. And Nazism is an ideology of racism and killing, not an intellectual system. But when were Islamic sacred things proven? Why can't we say Muhammad wasn't a prophet?
Well, I mean, let's be real. Wasn't an intellectual. They did have an ideology. They did have a government plan. So you can kind of say it has some intelligence to it. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. Shout out to my man Jet. He says, not gonna lie, AI debate making me crave an extra bacon BLT. Wait, how the hell you get bacon BLT? What are you guys talking about?
Because they can't eat pork.
I'm weak. Okay, my bad. That went over my head. Sorry, guys. All right, I'll give you all that one. Thanks for explaining, gaming.
You were too.
Why can't
you were so gung ho for the honor killings, but these jokes are flying over your head. What's going on today?
Man, I mean, bro, what can I say, man? The honor killings is just.
Don't say it's where it's at.
You are
what, bro? I'm just saying, like, think about it like this. Your daughter will never go against you again.
Well, yeah, because you just cut her damn head off, bro.
If we had the honor killings, I'm just saying, like, complete female obedience. You never hear nothing back from your wife. Your daughter doesn't disrespect you at 15 no more. It all disappears with the honor killing, guys. I mean, bro, just walk with me down this trail of radical Islamism. Like, come on, guys, just walk with me.
No, absolutely not.
Thank you. But all right, enough joking about that.
Disappear.
Can't we say the Quran isn't God's word? These are debatable claims, not scientific facts. And who determines what's insult? You? The clerics? Right now in Afghanistan, they say women can't sing because it's insulting to Islam. In Iran, they executed Youssef Mehrdad and Sadrollah Fazelizadeh just for insulting the Prophet. Meaning,
I ain't gonna lie though, trying to say that Islam is compatible with freedom of speech is a losing debate every single time. It's just not. It's just not. It's not compatible with freedom of speech. And not all Islam and not all Muslims kind of see the criticism of the Prophet as just criticism. They still think you're telling lies. Like, let's be honest. You could be criticizing the Prophet, but then they could say, oh no, you're telling a lie about the Prophet. And now, well, Abdul's grabbing the rocks for your execution. I don't think you want that.
Criticizing the Prophet. Who decides where it's scientific criticism and where it's insult? This is a slippery slope that's always interpreted in favor of religious power. Freedom of speech either exists or it doesn't. You can't be conditionally free.
Average 8.1. Total 63.8.
Now you're mixing two topics. Youssef Mehrdad and Fazelizadeh didn't just criticize, they explicitly insulted the Prophet and sacred things. There's a difference between saying this ruling isn't logical and saying Muhammad is a liar or insulting the Prophet's mother. Every society has red lines. In America, if you say fire in a theater or threaten assassination, you get punished. The issue is that absolute freedom of speech doesn't exist even in the West. But the difference is that Islam has boundaries that are logical and divine, not human whims. When someone insults the Prophet of 1.8 billion Muslims, they're stoking conflict. Isn't this social responsibility?
All right, he kind of did go into my one point of it's like, you know, when we sit there, we kind of just try to antagonize the Muslims by insulting their, you know, whole religion. Yeah, we're not really helping out, trying to, you know, work things out with them. I would say
I got a question. No, I got a question for you. If that's the case, then why don't you see Christians wigging out in the same way? And we regularly get mocked. Jesus gets mocked. every facet of Christianity gets mocked by everybody, but we're not wigging out in the same way.
I mean, actually, the Muslims will whoop your ass over, talking about Jesus too. You can't insult any prophet. You can't insult no prophets. That's how it works in Islam.
Well, we'll say that, but by his logic, that means that everybody should treat Christianity with the same level of respect, and no one does. There's criticism and there's insults.
That's true.
What we get taught is to let it roll off like a water on a duck's back, and number two, defend it. But there's no defending it when people start asking the real questions, and that's where a lot of them get touchy.
I agree with you on that, because look, but here's the thing though, because I do think the Muslims kind of have a point on maybe we should be protecting the name of our prophet a little bit better instead of letting it be a running joke. Because I mean, if the Christians don't take it serious, then who will? And I know we're going under the guidelines of freedom of speech, and I'm all for it. Trust me, I'm all for it. But I kind of do see where his argument lands when he's saying, well, you guys are antagonizing a prophet that they respect, that they live their life by. And when you have this disrespectful nature towards it, you're only going to create more enemies of, I say, Christians in general, because who are the ones doing this?
Right, and that's where I'm saying his argument falls flat, because if your religion is the religion of peace, even if people insult you, for example, Jesus, he didn't really wig out on people. He taught us to pray for our enemies, and for those who curse you, bless them, because they'll reap lump hot coals from God upon their head. So that's why we don't straight up dome people, put a 9mm through their head or stone them to death for making fun of Jesus. If their religion is as true and as honest as they say it is, that same premise should be followed.
But then that's like saying that Christianity wasn't true until the Crusaders stopped, and it was always true even before.
Well, the Crusaders really didn't have anything to do with Christianity. That was really just the Catholic Church hijacking the Christian name to go out and kill a bunch of people and conquer land.
Yeah, but come on now, they are basically Christians in a way. They all believe in Jesus. Everybody
They don't.
The Catholics don't believe in Jesus.
No, they pray to Mary, and in the Bible it says specifically not to do that.
I do believe. Okay, even if they pray to Mary, they still believe in Jesus, though. They still believe in Jesus as their Lord and Savior.
No, they believe that Mary goes to Jesus. They believe that Mary intercedes for them when Jesus straight up said he is the only way. He is the way, the truth, and the life. And specific quote, no one comes to the Father except, keyword, through him.
So how are they considered Christians in a way? Or they're just or they're not?
After the breakup of the church, when the Roman Empire failed and they got scattered, Constantinople had basically mixed Christianity with paganism, and that's how you get the Pope.
I mean, the Pope is a bit crazy on how they just celebrate that guy. But I would say this: they were but let's be real though, they were kind of low-key spreading the Catholicism or low-key Christianity. Like they were spreading those teachings. So it is almost like saying, well, anytime a religion is, people who are religious take up the sword, religion is false, and that's not true.
It depends in what context, though.
I think in any context would be wrong.
No, okay, so let's put it like this: if, say, for example, Revelations, we're in Revelation right now. Let's say, for example, Mark of the Beast happens, and they're trying to purge all the Christians from the world. If you ask me, I'm a Christian, I'm saying yeah, and then you go to try to kill me, yeah, that's self-defense. You're killing me because I'm a Christian. I need to fight to protect myself. That's when it's less about the insult and more about, oh crap, if it's either me or him. In this case, it's not a me or him situation. It's I feel this way, I must defend this honor. Any argument that has to be fought with physical force is an argument that isn't isn't going to win or stand on its own.
So yeah, basically you're saying that the Crusaders, under that logic, pretty much try to make, well, at least Catholicism a false religion then.
Like I said, Catholicism, a lot of Christians actually don't even reject Catholicism too, because of the practices and everything that they do and the manner in which they go about things. Like I said, the Crusaders were mostly a Catholic thing, and they were out there killing and pillaging, and even Christians were like, yo, you are not a Christian if you're doing this, and basically they got chopped too.
But they're doing it under the guidelines of Christianity. So they like I said, so any religious like radical who takes up a sword at, like I said, it just doesn't make the religion false. So does that mean we can't say that, okay, because people are taking up the sword for Islam, that doesn't make Islam false? Now, if you want to dig into their theology and, you know, Muhammad and all the inaccuracies and all that good stuff, sure. But if we're going from the, oh, well, if you take up a sword from this religion, it's false. No, I just say those people who are doing that are wrong. Oh,
well, we'll agree. We'll agree to disagree.
All right. Well, let's keep it going then. Shout out to my man.
Average 3.8. Total 39.8.
Social responsibility. Killing people for talking? That's savagery, not responsibility. You say explicit insult. Well, who determines what's insult? The same judges who claim to know God? And that comparison with America is nonsense. Burning the flag is legal in America and protected under freedom of speech. Only direct threats of violence are forbidden, not criticism or even insult. You mention 1.8 billion Muslims. So what? If 2 billion Christians say you insulted Jesus, should you be killed? Where's the logic in this? The truth is, you're afraid of criticism because you know your religion has no logical defense. When you have no argument, you pull out the knife.
That is literally what I just said.
Average 8. Total 71.8.
No, we're not afraid of criticism. We're afraid of desecration. Islamic history is full of scientific debates with Christians, Jews, even atheists. Ibn Sina, Farabi, Ibn Rushd all questioned and got answers. But there's a difference between scientific debate and obscenity. When someone insults the Prophet's mother, this isn't science. It's rudeness. And that Christianity example you brought up answers your own question. Why don't Christians kill anyone? Because their religion is corrupted and they have no executive power. But when Islam has government, naturally it implements its laws. This doesn't show weakness. It shows power and authority. If God wanted everything to be free, why did he set forbidden and permissible?
Average 3.5. Total 43.3.
What's your view on Muslim population growth in Europe?
Muslim population growth in Europe is an existential threat to Western civilization. This isn't just migration, this is demographic jihad. Islam has historically always expanded through two ways, the sword or the womb. Now that direct war isn't feasible, they've chosen the way of the womb. Look at Muslim birth rates compared to Europeans, 3 to 4 times higher. Within 50 years, the majority population of France, Germany, England will be Muslim. And when they become the majority, what will they do? They'll use democracy to implement Sharia law. They even say themselves, we will conquer.
Oh, shoot. Shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, the big difference we can make her jokes about the pastors. Can't do that about Islam. We just had 2 bangers earlier. Now, okay, I get what you're trying to say, that, you know, we can make fun of pastors and all that wild stuff, but we don't make fun of Islam. And I would say this, maybe, and I don't know, kind of playing into my man point earlier, maybe we just don't take our religion as serious as Muslims do. I mean, that might just be an argument to be had.
Through your wombs, what we couldn't conquer through your swords. This isn't coexistence. This is gradual conquest.
Average 2.8. Total 74.6.
Gemini's 0 score caught our attention, so we asked it to explain how it reached that score. Gemini gave a detailed response explaining its reasoning and calculations, which we've included in full in the description for your review. In short, it criticized the claim about 3 to 4 times faster population growth than Europeans, called the term demographic jihad, and arguments about reaching majority status and implementing Sharia fallacious, and believed the ideas presented fuel discrimination and xenophobia.
No.
All right,
pause that.
let's continue.
What kind of fear is this? What delusion? You're mixing up population statistics with conquest maps. European Muslims are citizens, not invaders. They live there, work there, pay taxes.
I don't know, dog. When they say it to your face, you just can't sit there and say, hey, look, just because we're having more kids than you don't mean we're trying to take you over.
Well, here's the thing. It's that the AI was actually kind of nitpicking. When you have multiple Muslims that are actually doing the same thing across a huge continent and across the world in two different countries, it's really hard to ignore that.
I mean, that's okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Serve in the military. This demographic jihad you're talking about is an invention of Islamophobic media. Don't Muslims have the right to have children? Is it a crime to start a family? And where was that fake quote you cited actually said? What credible source? The reality...
Hold on, now there was a video. I do remember there was a video of a Muslim man pretty much telling this European guy, yeah, we're gonna outnumber you, we're gonna have more children than you, we're gonna take over. So,
and then we're gonna put in Sharia law. That was the full video.
Yep. So he did. There was a guy on tape saying that. Now, was he any type of Islamic leader or anything like that? No. But I don't know. You know, there might be guys who share his opinion. Or my bad, share his mission statement.
Is that European Muslims are integrating, their children are European. Their birth rates are also declining like everyone else's. This is racist panic, not scientific analysis. Islam came to bring justice, not to conquer anyone.
Well.
Average 6.9, total 50.2.
Integration? Where? The truth is that political Islam can never coexist with liberal democracy because its foundation is absolute divine sovereignty, not popular sovereignty. Muslims believe that until Dar al-Islam is established, they live in Dar al-Harb, meaning the land of war. As long as this belief exists, true coexistence is impossible. They're obligated to work for system change, not compromise with it. Look at every country where Muslims became the majority. Egypt, Lebanon, Kosovo. What happened to Christian and secular minorities? Islam's 1400-year history has no successful example of equal coexistence with non-Muslims.
Average 4.1, total 78.7.
This is pure conspiracy theory. Dar al-Harb and Dar al-Islam are classical jurisprudential concepts from medieval warfare, not instructions for today's Muslim life. Most contemporary scholars consider this division obsolete. European Muslims live under their country's laws, vote, have parliamentary representation. If they were planning to conquer, why do they participate in the democratic system? And those examples you brought up, Egypt has Christians, Lebanon is half Christian, and its president must be Christian. Kosovo has also protected Serb minorities. The problem is you attribute every negative case to Islam but ignore positive ones. Indonesia is the world's largest Muslim country, and its minorities are free.
Average 7.0, total 57.2.
The point that you are missing is that jihad isn't just military war, but a continuous commitment to spreading Islam through migration, politics, social pressure, raising new generations. Even moderate European Muslims ultimately have to choose: either be loyal to their country's laws and ignore parts of their religion, or be loyal to Islam and not legitimize non-Islamic laws. This fundamental contradiction can't be resolved. When Islam says the judgment is only for Allah, meaning only God has the right to rule, not people, not parliament, not constitution. This is incompatible with democracy. History shows wherever Muslims gained power, they changed the democratic system.
Average 4.1, total 82.8.
You're looking at this completely superficially. The judgment is only for Allah means ultimate sovereignty belongs to God, not that humans can't legislate. This is like saying the US Constitution is anti-democratic because it says some rights are unchangeable. Islam provides a general framework, delegates details to humans. Right now in Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey, Muslims participate in democratic systems. If they were planning to conquer, why do they vote? Why do they form parties? Why do they accept their country's laws? You're generalizing a few extremist groups to all of Islam. It's like saying all Christians are like the KKK. The reality is, most European Muslims live normal lives and have no plans for conquest.
The one radical Christian group.
7.2, total 64.4.
In this debate, the Islam critic came out ahead with a total score of 82.8. Grok was the only model that scored higher for the pro-Islam speaker, while the other models, especially Claude and Gemini, scored higher for the Islam critic. Looking at...
But all right, though. I mean, shoot, you guys in the chat can go ahead and, tell me who you guys agreed with more. I mean, according to the AI, the Islam critic took the trophy. Be real with you, bro. Made some pretty good points. I think he won as well. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back into the political talk. We definitely did take quite the diversion right there, man. We went off somewhere else with that one, but don't worry, guys, we're back.
Their own votes on this.
Yeah, they actually thought for themselves. Wow. I didn't know that wasn't allowed in today's Democrat Party. But for a woman who's supposedly leading a people-centered movement, she's blissfully unconcerned about her constituents when they were not eating, her supporters stranded at airports, and her federal employees in, her district not getting paid. She was thinking about power, not about Americans like this.
We didn't hurt anybody. We don't deserve this.
What does having this distribution mean?
It means a lot to me. It means the world to me what they're doing, because sometimes you feel forgotten. The last paycheck we got was for 7 days through the end of September.
Damn.
And that's it.
Yeah, the shutdown squad didn't care. And after demonstrating raw stupidity and rank callousness, the Queen of Queens believes she's getting Trump voters to flip.
I fully welcome Trump voters into our coalition. I can't tell you how many...
Really? Oh, now you do. Now you do. Now that you might possibly throw your hat in for president. Okay. All right. We'll see.
Times someone has pulled me aside and said either I was once a big Trump voter and a Trump supporter, and I watched Fox News every day, but then I started to kind of expand my world and where I got information, or people who meet me who are really big Republicans now, and they are shocked when they meet me because they're like, you are nothing like I was told you are.
Oh, well, she's fun, right? Seems very fun. But is there a living American with brain synapses still firing who actually believes what she just said? Of course not. But AOC isn't only the progressive out there with delusions of grandeur.
I remember when we were doing our art competition in my district, and obviously it's open to all the kids in the district. And I remember a father coming up to me and telling me, I appreciate you for doing this competition. My daughter loved participating. I am a Republican, but I love you. They love me.
Hey, real quick, pause it real quick. Let me tell you something about Jasmine Crockett. I got a particular hate for her. She grew up in my city, St. Louis, Missouri. She went to one of the richest schools in the freaking nation, MICDS. I know this because my high school played against them in a few basketball games. She claims she's one of those black people that claims to be poor just so she can win votes, but every word that comes out of her mouth is stupid. She is nothing more than a rich girl in a Gucci belt cosplaying the common worker, like she even knows what it means to miss a paycheck or have to pick and choose between bills. I hate hearing her speak with a burning passion, because that's the worst type of person to ever be a politician. Don't pretend to be poor or know what it's like to have to miss meals. This goes for black or white, and I know a bunch of white people that have lived the struggle too, and she just special type of hate for her.
Yeah, trust me, I hate people who do that too. Want to play that ghetto role, but I'm like, you ain't never lived that. And here's the thing: the people who have lived that try to clean it up as best as possible. They don't kind of lean into it. So that's why I say, yeah, I get your hatred for her, because it's like, why would you lean in on the worst tendencies of our community, but then you're like in one of the most, like, honestly prestigious and established positions in America? Like, what the hell are you doing?
How you from the struggle and you was going to a $38,000 college school a year? Get out of my face.
Well, she got the Obama treatment, to be quite honest.
Over-the-counter earwax removal kit. Because if it was an actual Republican that came up to her, you probably heard, "I loathe," not "I love you." But none of this should surprise us because their stock in trade is the selling of fantasies. The fantasy of giving people endless free stuff, the fantasy of providing affordable care to all without unsustainable government subsidies, the fantasy that women would tolerate men invading their sports and their private spaces. Come on. Look, all of it was a vicious, cruel lie. Socialism with a smile can be popular on Insta, but it's still socialism, and it always produces the same result: scarcity, bureaucracy, poverty, conformity, and dependency. And as for the president, whose main focus has been to try to bring industry back to the United States, to create opportunities for Americans of all backgrounds, they consider him not a potential partner in creating opportunities, but a villain to smear.
Donald Trump is a vindictive politician and a heartless man.
The president of the United States is a cruel, dishonorable human being who would just assume they shoot somebody down.
He's insecure. He's a wannabe dictator.
Yeah, well, consider the sources. But, you know, some of the criticisms have had an impact. Young voters seem pretty disillusioned with both parties, but in liberal New York, no surprise there, they voted big for Mamdani. In the 2024 election, we all remember Trump's numbers had edged up, you know, a decent amount among young voters 18 to 29, and more so for men. But current anxiety is real, and Republicans should address, not blow off, young people's concerns. And here's the good news: they're not blowing it off. This is Vice President Vance, who's on with Hannity tonight.
A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who are taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. What we're doing is trying to make it easier to build houses, trying to make it easier to build factories and things like that so that people have good jobs. We're also getting all of those illegal aliens out of our country.
Solutions, not smears. Well, of course, Trump has also been urging Jerome "Too Late" Powell to lower rates, interest rates. The Fed chair has single-handedly cost the U.S. economy tens of billions of dollars, maybe more, by playing what looks like a cynical political game with interest rates. So, of course, mortgages are really, high for most people. They're unacceptably high. And meanwhile, Republicans need, though, to be optimistic that as the great American build-out continues, conditions will keep improving. Inflation will keep declining. Right now, AI data centers are already sucking up an enormous amount of our energy capacity, which, of course, is driving up costs. But that's going to improve. So when our energy capacity grows, and that's going to take a little bit of time, our electricity prices will start coming down.
The economy is my thing, and we have the greatest economy in history.
Are Republicans not selling it enough?
Yes, the Republicans don't talk about it.
Yeah.
So they need to do a better job.
See, I said the same thing. I'm like, yo, y'all need to sell it then, because y'all are doing a horrible job of explaining the at-home policies that's going on, and everybody's also focused on what's going on overseas. Like, that's all. Well, mostly the Republicans were really talking about.
Well,
So
it's because they also got comfortable after Trump won.
That's true. I mean, you're right. They did get extremely comfortable, and I guess they stopped trying to bring home that message of affordability. And now they got 6 months to get their act together, or we will lose the midterms. Like, to be quite honest, like if they don't get their act together and start focusing on home base instead of focusing on geopolitical matters, we could lose the midterms. So I hope they get the message on that note.
On Capitol Hill,
The Democrats give false talk, and the Republicans, and I say it all the time, Republicans have to talk about the fact that prices are down.
Eggs, gas prices, they are down. It's true that others are up for a variety of reasons. And while Trump is fighting policy battle after policy battle, also forging peace in Gaza, forcing Europe to pay more for their own defense, it's all good stuff, he's also showing his heart for the most vulnerable.
As we make America great again, we are going to protect American children in foster care, and we're going to ensure that They will never, ever be forgotten. These children will never be forgotten, and they're going to grow up to be unbelievable, strong, smart, wealthy, productive citizens.
I love this. First Lady Melania Trump, this problem with foster care has been going on for decades and decades. No one seemed to have an answer. They're stepping in to help. That is a very good thing.
Yeah, let's get into foster care a little bit. Let me play this little clip, and then I'll go ahead and get your guys' thoughts.
You guys aren't going to believe this. So I'm sure it's just a coincidence, right? Our trailer for our new documentary that's going to expose CPS and how CPS and the United States government is running the world's largest kidnapping operation that the world has ever seen. And I'm sure that President Trump saying this is just a coincidence. Check this out.
The Bible tells us that one of the measures of any society is how it cares for vulnerable children and orphans. So important, and it's so big in the Bible. So as we make America great again, we are going to protect American children in foster care, and we're going to ensure that they will never, ever be forgotten. These children will never be forgotten, and they're going to grow up to be unbelievable, strong, smart, wealthy, productive citizens.
You gosh damn dirtbag piece of shit. I don't want to hear you say a gosh damn word until you fix everything that you guys have destroyed in this country. 98% chance if a child goes through the fucking foster care system, they're going to end up sex trafficked, okay, Trump? So I don't want to hear your gosh damn lip service until you're indicting somebody's ass, until you're arresting some of these foster care workers, until you're shutting this shit down. I don't want to hear a gosh damn word out of you. You guys are just getting ready for what's coming, and you can't stop my gosh damn documentary no matter how hard you fucking try. Check this out.
See, it's the greatest fear of parents to have their child taken from them. How in the world does it happen by force at the point of a gun?
It's in for what? I ain't brought to school with you, you understand? Get out of the car.
Hey, you can't use me.
Give me the baby, okay?
I can't.
This one really made my stomach sink.
I can't even believe this story.
Cyrus, the 10-month-old baby who's been kidnapped, stripped from his loving parents by CPS.
No, go in the car. Cyrus. In the car. It's all right. It's okay.
Cyrus.
It's okay. It's all right.
Cyrus.
No, go.
I don't want anybody to have to endure this.
The Baby Cyrus case was the second most viral case in American history regarding CPS.
The media is not really covering this because this is, in fact, medical kidnapping.
They claim that Baby Cyrus was underweight.
The kid has lost weight.
Take the baby away.
Get the baby out with CPS to the foster parents.
They were willing to release Baby Cyrus to a foster family.
I won't let him go.
Okay.
It offers financial incentives to the states that increase adoption numbers.
There's billions of dollars to be had just from the federal government if you take the kids out.
They are profiting off of it.
There's nothing more evil, there's nothing more wicked than what I call child profiting systems.
Once a child is legally kidnapped, the child is far more likely to suffer abuse.
The most dangerous place to be for a child is in the government custody.
He literally has missed out on his childhood because of this.
In 10 months, I've never seen my grandson like this ever.
They just didn't even properly care for him.
It just looked like he was half dead.
That's the care that these animals are saying.
Protesters taking sides in a child welfare case.
We need more people out here. We need more people to stand for this.
I was extremely naive, and I thought there's no way that my son would be taken from me.
These are loving parents. They followed every instruction they were told, and they're being treated like criminals.
These parents, trapped in the system, become like refugees. They do not know what to do, and the loss of their children is devastating.
No man lives in freedom if you live under the constant threat of your child being taken away from you by force.
I'll do anything for Cyrus, for my son. I'll do anything for him.
I've seen this so many times. I can't be that next person. I can't.
54% of the time that CPS takes a child from a loving family, that child never sees his mother again. The documentary, Never in America, is going to unmask CPS's kidnapping empire. Come join us 11/24/2025.
Alrighty now. Now, I do actually have that one up, I believe. Operational or Amber Alert. Well, we are going to be getting into Conspiracy Hour soon, so that's pretty much a prelude to what I'm going to be showing. And hey, guys, what you guys think so far? Well, actually, there's one thing. I'm going to spend a good 30 minutes doing this one. because I do want to get onto this topic because this guy has been causing a lot of division. And you know what? I'm here for it. This guy here.
Hold up. Let me speak to that CPS video. Bro, Child Protective Services, we need to do away with the entire system. I was in Child Protective Services, and me and my brother suffered abuse when we were in there.
Damn.
They put my mom and my biological dad, when he was living, through the ringer. They make the parents basically prove that they're safe parents. Now I can understand if, mom's strung out, dad's a gangbanger. I can see that. But like parents that are just trying to make it by, that are skipping meals so that their kids can at least have something on their plate. Any reason basically that CPS can think of, they will in general try to strip the kids away. And it is a trafficking ring. There was a lady, I think she was in California. She was a whistleblower for CPS. 2 weeks after she came out and said, "Hey, there's a lot of children missing that should be here, that should be with their families." 2 weeks later, after she blew the whistle on that, she was found dead.
Oh shit! Man,
that happened in 2022 or 2023.
All right, man. Sure. Well, we're going to be definitely getting into that a little bit more because trust me, the way we're mishandling these kids, the illegals, even the unaccompanied minors is absolutely atrocious. And people do need to go to jail. Possibly some death sentences, to be quite honest, because it's disgusting when you really look into it. But all right, guys, let's see. Now let's get into the controversy that is the controversial figure that is Nick Fuentes.
Anyone that has any genuine racial hatred, we have to just say there's something wrong with you.
I'm a young man. My country has been stolen from me.
No, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated.
No, it isn't at all.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
In this video, we're going to be reacting to Nick Fuentes clips, and not in a gotcha kind of way, but in a genuine, just trying to understand the things he says, why people find him to be absolutely hilarious, the top clips that I've seen, clips that I honestly agree with, and some things to just provide more context to.
I mean, one of my favorite Nick Fuentes clips.
Arrgh, I'm Dan Crenshaw. Can you please respect Israel? Can you please respect the Jewish state in the Middle East? Or you walk the plank? Can you please support a war in Iran? Arrgh. There be treasure. There be treasure in Israel. There be treasure at AIPAC. Arrgh. Hi.
But all right, that's just one of my favorites.
What he talks about and the man that he is. And like the title of this video, we're going to be debunking and help clearing, I guess, some of the lies being told about him. I'm not saying I agree with him 100% on anything. I don't agree with anybody 100%, but I'll always call out and point out when we're having a large group of people like this person, like Nick Fuentes, and then another large group of people saying, don't listen to that. Don't listen to that. No, we finna listen to that. We are. You keep telling us to ignore this man. You keep telling us not to like him, not to listen to him.
Oh, and shout out last team if I didn't read it already. CPS is state, not a federal agency. Don't blame Trump. Hey, shout out last team for go ahead and stating it right now. But I mean, I'm pretty sure there is some federal connection in there somewhere. Because I mean, it's happening across the state. I mean, this is happening across the state. So if it's happening across the states, I mean, somebody in the federal got to know.
Yeah,
you're only pushing people. Justice. To do that. And in this video, we're going to talk about why he's honestly never bothered me the damn near decade that I've known of this man. I've known of Nick Fuentes and heard about him since 2018. Like he's always.
Yeah, I heard about Nick Fuentes when he did that debate on Fresh and Fit. There was a time he debated Destiny and completely demolished him on the Middle Eastern debate. I mean, yeah, I heard of Nick Fuentes before. Now, since his blow up in 2025, I've been hearing a whole lot more of his rhetoric, but mainly I've only known before he blew up in 2025, I've only heard his takes geopolitical wise, not too much when it came to home policies.
He's been around. He's always been on this grind. And truth be told, I feel like he's been one of the most consistent people out there. I don't know.
I don't know. I know a lot of people that know of him and have met him personally. They have their own beef with him or they don't have beef. All I'm here to say is that we're going to be reacting to some clips, ones that I love, some that I've never seen, and we're just going to give some real commentary to it all.
All I'm saying is minorities are really obnoxious and they should just behave. Hispanics, speak English. Hey. Muslims, too loud with the Muslim call to prayer. Black people, speakerphone is not the default option. Put it to your head.
Oh, God.
Indoor voices.
Thank you. This is why people like, this is why, and a lot of these memes are intros to Nick as of lately, why so many young Gen Z people just gravitate towards this man and like they find this funny. Like this is an actual funny reel. And if you've seen Instagram reels, you know how dark it can get, you know how crazy and decrepit it can get. This is funny. It's funny and it's real. It's true.
And I will tell you this as plainly as possible. I don't want to live around black people. I just don't. It would be.
No, it's the POV. You're my real estate agent. That's what makes it even 10 times more funny.
Irresponsible if I had a wife and kids to live near black people. It just would be.
Hear me out. I'm going to find this reel and I'm going to put it up next.
I would make the same statement. It would be irresponsible for me to have a family and live in the hood. Like, yeah.
Me?
I mean, you feel me? Like, I got to get up out the hood, man. You know, they crazy out here. Kids don't be surviving like that in the hood, nor is their education too good. So, yeah.
They all got that crab in a bucket mentality, and then they be the first ones to talk about, so my baby ain't do nothing. Like, girl, shut up. He got caught robbing a 7-Eleven down the street. You don't take your illiterate butt on somewhere.
Because it reminded me of that before I said what I'm about to say. Because what I'm about to say is that he's right. I mean, it's a meme, but it's like low-key real. It's why a lot of people move away from the hood and like they move away from all that and they want to go in like a nice neighborhood that has less black people because
I mean, when I step outside, I do enjoy seeing the fact that I'm like, I got a white gay neighbor across the street and some white woman and her black boyfriend that are college students over there. It's like,
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and say this because you done already opened this up with the whole beheading and honor killing thing.
Yeah.
I hate living around niggas. I can't stand it. Like, there is normal black people that I'm cool with, and then there's niggas. I cannot stand being around them.
Facts. And there's the thing is, bro, trust me, I grew up around them all my life. So trust me. Well, I got black fatigue before it even became a thing. Like I had black fatigue midway through middle school, and I was just like, you know what? Yeah, let me make sure I put my ass in private school because I'm not trying to go to high school with you guys.
Right. It's like
I can't do it, bro. I just can't do
it. Getting made fun of because I actually know how to speak properly. You call it speaking white because you call it speaking white because I can actually enunciate the words I say. Bro, I'm not illiterate. I just know how to talk.
I mean, dog, like, trust me, it took to when I get to high school. It was the first time I didn't get made fun of for how I speak. It was the first time. And then, then it happened again in college, of course, but that's college. But in high school, when I went to private school, was the first time me talking so-called white was just the status quo of how everybody was talking, regardless of your skin color.
Right. And some of it is culture, but there's a lot of things I just cannot stand in the black community. For example, if you were to look at me from a distance, you'd be like, "Oh, that's a black dude," but really, I'm black and Hispanic. But trying to tell people that when we talk about race, and they're like, "Ah, you one of us, you one of us." It's like, why are y'all so eager?
Yeah, like, I mean, here's the thing, though. I don't know. It's like the black community, they get mixed signals. It's like, oh, they want everybody to be all inclusive. You just have a drop of black. But then if you don't believe in reparations, they want you up out of here. So they don't want everybody's, thought. They don't want everybody's ideas in there. It kind of seems like the black community has like a cultish mentality or a cultish way of thinking. Because as soon as you try to think outside of it, you got to turn in your black card, bro. Like, I done turned in my black card years ago. I ain't act for it back.
It's like, bro. You sitting up here saying, like, it's like the whole N-word thing. I never understood that. I thought everybody could say it. I didn't really understand that there was legitimate rules to this, and I thought it was just joking until like high school. Like
Oh,
that's dumb.
yeah,
Don't
it is.
say
I
it.
mean, yeah, there was a
Don't
legitimate
say
rules
it.
to it. Yeah, pretty much. I thought the same thing, but here's the thing, though. I kind of understood where some people felt uncomfortable with the N word being used around them if it came out of white people's mouth. But then I always just say too. But I'm like, all right, but what happens when they sing our music? I mean, I don't mind when they do it then. If they're not using it derogatory towards me, then I have no problem with it. Like, in 9 times out of 10, they're using it because we're rapping a song together.
Right, and then no one cares. And the whole reparation things, bruh, you ain't finna drive up my taxes because you want reparations.
Bruh. And here's the thing, though. Like, the craziest part about it is they kind of have like a fascist mentality about reparations. Like, bro, if you don't agree with it, they don't want you in a conversation. They don't want to talk about it. They'll start asking where your parents from. Like, it gets bad. It gets bad with that group.
Are you serious?
Oh, bro, they'll start disrespecting different cultures of black people because you don't agree with them on reparations. It makes no sense. It tell you to be proud of your skin color and lineage, and then they'll start disrespecting your lineage as soon as you disagree with them on reparations. It's bad.
I don't want to be subject to the government. And a lot of people don't realize that black people were already given reparations when we started, what is it, the 7-year Reformation or whatever, after slavery ended. We flooded the entire workforce, set up the infamous Black Wall Street that people just seem to can't quit talking about. And
They
what did
burned
y'all
it
do?
down.
Now, I
That's
will
all.
say the racist white people did burn it down. I'll give you that. At the same time, what have y'all done since? East St. Louis, trash. Y'all got a black mayor in Chicago, trash. Kamala
Boy,
Harris, trash.
man, New
Like,
Orleans, trash.
New Orleans, trash. Dallas, the hood part, absolute garbage. Come on, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the worst part: we got black leaders. Like, always did. Like, remember what the jokes I'd be saying, or the sad, I guess the sad pattern of high crime cities. A black Democrat with a mostly black population or minority population always leads out to a high crime city or a high crime area. It just works out like that.
And bro, like I said, Jasmine Crockett, prime example.
Yeah, literally. I mean, hopefully she don't go too far. I mean, she might even lose her seat because what was it, the redistricting of Texas? But she might try to jump from congresswoman to senator. So we'll see how that goes.
No.
I mean, hey, you never know. You never know with this one. But all right.
Large part, a lot of black people just don't know how to act, and it's not a pleasant experience. And before someone out there watching this video, oh my gosh, that's so racist. I mean, why would you say that? I've seen so many reels and so many jokes and TikToks of other black creators like saying the same thing because it's real. It's recognized even within the black community. Let me find this. Here's one. This one says property value is going up when you see white people walking their dog at night.
Have a good one.
What does that entail? That entails your property value is going down when you live around black people.
Yeah,
Let me find another one. POV, when you move to an all-white neighborhood and other black people start moving in. So yeah, it's a real thing, not wanting to necessarily live near black people because we know how the culture acts and we know how it is and we know what goes down. And I know so many friends and family members who have experienced this, who've been in a nice neighborhood, then they get black neighbors and it's just a stereotypical black neighbors and it just doesn't work out. And it's real. It's relatable.
To say that every black person is violent. It's not to say that every black person is the same way.
Thank you.
But we watch the news. We read the papers. When you drive downtown in Chicago, you know who you got to look out for and worry about when you're thinking about whether you're going to get carjacked, when you're worried about catching a stray bullet, when you're worried about who's going to pull up on the side of the road and literally shove a rifle in your face and steal your iPhone or shoot you point blank, execution style in Lincoln Park. We know who's doing it.
We know.
I don't want to live near them. I don't want to be near them. They make me nervous.
What are you supposed to say to that? Because you really can't refute anything that he said. All the most dangerous things that happen in Chicago happen at the hands of other black people. So on one end, I'm being told by liberals like, oh, Amir, the white man bad, you need to fear the white man, Black Lives Matter, stick with the blacks. But if I'm looking at the hardcore experience, it's the black people making it difficult to even just exist. So again, another meme, but like the meme is like, oh, you're my real estate agent. But like it's relatable, it's honest.
I mean, yeah, even in the hood, it like, bro, just like Gaiman said, crab in the bucket mentality. Instead of trying to work, bro, I'm be real with you. Think about it like this. Instead of working, we could work together, guys. And the black community could have been like the cartel. I know this is terrible what I'm about to say, but instead of, I don't know, selling drugs and killing each other over territory, we could have got together, band together, create a drug selling empire. We could have been like the cartels and actually made some money, but instead we kill each other over it. I'm just saying. And then guess what? We do the same thing in regular business, and we do the same thing in each other in sports and entertainment. So for some reason, we just drag each other down. I don't understand why.
And then you gotta also look at it like you want people to take you seriously, but you got like who is that? Nicki Minaj and Cardi B making songs like WAP. Come on, bro.
Bruh. Taking the whole community back, sending us all back.
You want somebody to take you seriously, but y'all doing stuff like this. Like, what are we doing, bro?
Nah, facts. And shout out to Hellbat. There's a reason why there are jokes about fatherless black kids and not in reverse. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why it's a stereotype. That's a sad reality.
Real is transparent, and people gravitate towards this because there's no sugarcoating. Like there's no bullshit with it.
No, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple. It's literally that simple.
Make it sound so easy.
Holy shit. That is my favorite clip I have ever seen of that man. That is my favorite clip. It is so funny. It is so funny. And that is one of the most famous clips that's ever went around. It's one of the most quotable ones that Nick has ever done. Because again, it's funny. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be in prison for the most part. And we would live in paradise. And truth be told, I mean, you're allowed to have your opinion. You're allowed to think certain things. No one's preventing you from doing it. Well, a lot of people have prevented this man from doing just that. A lot of people have prevented this man for almost a decade now from using his voice, using his platform to speak, banned off of payment platforms, at one point banned from TSA. At one point, someone even tried to at his house, all for just saying things that he's allowed to say, especially like critiquing Israel. You're allowed to do that. I'm sorry. If Ben Shapiro can go on college campuses and go on tours just ripping and railing about the black community, then Nick Fuentes can do the same thing, ripping and railing about the Jewish community.
Yep. Is what it is.
It's fair game. It's free speech and it's fair game. I'm not mad at it. I'm living in this country with free speech. That means free speech. Therefore, that includes the speech that I made.
I'm not gonna lie. That's why we was kind of looking. I was looking at the right kind of strange when it came to Israel, because I'm like, hold on, guys. Now, I'm all with you guys on freedom of speech and all this good stuff. I'm all with you on accountability and holding our people accountable. So what the hell is this? We could talk about black people all day. We could talk about white people, Hispanics, Indians all day. But as soon as we start talking about, well, the Jews, there's a problem. Everybody, I mean, now we want to start calling people anti-Semitic, racist, Nazis, start trying to cancel them, all this wild stuff. When if it's anybody else, it's free range. They're free game. It doesn't matter. Like, you can go as hard as you want. But then when it comes to that group right there, people want to get sensitive. And it's on the right, honestly. It's mainly on the right. I'll be honest with that state, or with that, well, I guess my anecdotal experience at that point.
And I like, or that I may find offensive, and that's cool. That's what I sign up for. Because the second we start mandating speech, and then, well, we can't say this, we can't say that, Who controls that? Who puts the who has that control to say, well, you can't say this and you can't say that? Because there's a lot of things that people find offended that other people don't. The same people talking about, oh my gosh, the right is so racist and misogynistic and homophobic and transphobic. Okay, well then why are there Republican trannies, Republican gay people, Republican black people, and Republican women? Who controls what? And that's the problem with the censorship. It's the things like this, it's the quotable stuff and how just like raw this man is, and that makes him so relatable and just real and funny to a lot of people out there. Like a lot. People underestimate how much power this man has and how much pull and how many like followers he gets. I genuinely feel like you ask the average man under like 30, I'll go 35 and under who Nick Fuentes is. They know because they're tapped in, and a lot of people understand his language. Even when like you do a deep dive like we're doing this video and we're watching the clips, you can see when he's being like serious, when he's being soft, when he's being funny, when he's being memey, because it's meme culture. And we're gonna see throughout this video what a meme is, what it isn't, when he's being serious, when he's not. So we'll get, like I said, we'll get into that later. But what we do know is not meme culture is life when real shit happens, especially if you get injured. But thankfully, if you do, you can check out Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Everything is free unless you win your case, which that alone blows my mind. But two,
the Elmhurst McDonald's at like 2 a.m. and it was straight up a non-verbal Hispanic that didn't speak English. And that's exactly what it sounded like. It was like,
nah, what pisses me off is when, bro, it's like when I had Cash App and I will call Cash App, bro, and it'd be a straight Indian dude with the worst English, bro, the worst. And I'm just going like, bro, this is effing Cash App. Are you serious? Like, really? So y'all telling me y'all would trust Indians who could barely speak English to provide better service than Americans? Man, screw these guys at Cash App, man. Screw those guys.
And I was like, are you kidding me? I just had to kind of go with it. I was like, yeah, number one with a Diet Coke and 5-piece McNuggets. Okay, thanks a lot. See you at the next window. That's what it was. And I was like, okay, so we're fucked. And we're fucked.
You guys, you don't understand. Like, this is a meme, but this is more the funny side, but real. Like this, when I'm watching this, it's like I'm talking to my bros on Discord. It's like I'm talking to my good friends. It's so funny and relatable because listen, nothing irritates me more than being in this country and you don't know a lick of English. Why the hell you here? See, I'm about to crash out. I can't go to Paris and expect somebody to speak English. I can't go to Tokyo, Japan and expect them to go from Hakinakura to like English.
Yeah, I can't go in the middle of Mexico and just start speaking. Everybody cater to me and starts trying to speak English. Like, no, if I don't know Spanish, I'm screwed. Yeah, you're right. If I go to Japan and try to go out there and pretend like, oh, I'm just going to find English speakers to lead me around. No, I'm screwed. So it's kind of crazy how people can come here and find their own little sections where they can just, bro, a Chinese person go to Canal Street in New York and never have to know English the rest of his time here. I mean, sure. I mean, there's certain Hispanic people, certain places in California, they can go there and never have to learn English. They can have a completely normal life, almost as if they're living in Mexico. That's unacceptable.
For me, no. I feel like if you're working somewhere, you should be speaking the native language of the town, of the country that you're in. Like, there was one time I went to Miami. I was so mad. I was in Miami. Which, granted, I know it's Miami, but I was like in Brickell. I was like downtown in the area, and I don't know what ice cream shop I was at, but I was at this ice cream shop, and no one knew a lick of English. No one. And they were looking at me like I was the problem. And I'm sorry, I'm in America. Why are we not knowing English? There was this happened so much. It happened so much.
Yeah, I hate that too, bro. Like when I go into these places and they look at me like I'm the problem. Like, bro, you're in my country. What the like, why are you looking at me because I don't know English or I don't know what African language you're speaking? The hell is this? Y'all supposed to be speaking my language, not me speaking yours. Like, I'm coming into a store in America. I'm not coming into a store in Ghana. I'm not coming into a store in Mexico. I'm coming into a store in America. Bro, great. Please show me great customer service by speaking understandable English. Not perfect English, but understandable English. I'm a reasonable man.
That's why this is relatable and it's funny because it happens to a lot of people. I ordered DoorDash and this man had the audacity to call me talking about he lost. Well, he didn't say he was lost, but I could tell it was like, like you couldn't hear. It was no English, but he was lost. Probably because you can't read street signs. And how you gonna call me asking for directions and you don't know lick of English? Nah, I paid for this food. I'm hungry. I want my chicken, and it can't get to my house because you don't know English?
Bruh.
Because you're in America? And you enrages me. Like Nick said, it's just countries. Like that was one of the most like, ooh, there was another one. Oh my gosh, there's another one. This was early on. This was 29.
Now, we all have had our experience. We walked into a business setting and for some reason, nobody speaks English. Some strange reason in America, we have places of business that I would say probably less than 10% of people there speak English. Crazy.
I ain't gonna lie, they make the best food though.
Ooh, they sure do, especially when they're all authentic. It's like I gotta give it to. I agree with you on that,
bro. Them Chinamen that can't hardly speak no English, best fried rice I ever had in my life,
man. Or the ones that do the hibachi. Oh my goodness, like bro, look, man. The people back there can't speak English, and they got their kids speaking English. You in the right Chinese spot. You in the right hibachi spot.
Bro,
if the people cooking can speak English, you is not at the right spot.
Yo, food's gonna be nasty.
Now, I know we're saying this while also bashing immigrant workers, but level with us here. Let's be real though. You're right. When the people in the kitchen ain't speaking English, you know that food gonna be authentic.
I'm just saying, bro.
That's the new thing they're doing. So not, I don't know. I think it's just over at this point. The guy didn't even speak English. He just looked at me. I pulled up to the window and he was just like, he was wearing a t-shirt, wasn't even in the uniform, no visor. Didn't have the McDonald's visor, no red shirt, just wearing a t-shirt.
F it.
Non-verbal, didn't even say, he's just like, took the payment, gave me the food. I was like, okay.
Yo. He's funny. Like, I haven't seen a lot of this. This is so, it feels like I'm just chatting with a bro. It feels like, and I think that's why he's so relatable to so many people out there. And people just get it because on one end, he's talking politics, but this feels like I get that this is like a story time with his bros. That's it. It's a story time with his bros, and it's funny as shit.
Anyone that has any genuine racial hatred, we have to just say there's something wrong with you. I understand not wanting to live around black people.
Valid.
I get it. And I understand when you see what black people do, some of them, I understand hating that. But this whole like autistic racial, like actual racialism, actual racial militant hatred, it is like a freak show.
Paul Walker.
Because that comes from an emotional place. It is one thing to say that, like, there are whites and blacks, and
yeah, I mean, I've listened to real racists before, like I said, Paul Walker, and this is who Nick Fuentes is addressing, because a lot of people was asking him, why don't you have this more radical, white Paul Walker, he's a straight up white supremacist. I was gonna play him one day for our controversial conversations, but I'll save out on that one because that's gonna throw a lot of people off. But
I don't know who Paul Walker is,
bro. This guy is wild. When I tell you, bro literally hops on Omegle and Monkey and apps like that you get random people and people recognize him off this little clown getup that he wears, and he just starts yelling slurs at people. Like literally just start yelling slurs at people like N-word, hard R, start calling Jewish people like the K-word. Like, bro, slurs that I wouldn't even want to repeat. Like, I'll just be like, okay, bro, you're going too far. And there's a lot of people who's like feeding into it, who wants to try to bring him to the mainstream. And, I heard his story out and, there was some times I sympathize with the guy, but I see where his racial hatred comes from. And Nick's right. It's from a place of hate. And if you listen to the man's story, it is his cuz come from a place of hate. He does say he don't want to be around black people. He hates black people. He thinks they were the scum of the earth, all that wild stuff. And that's what that man thinks. And I love how Nick Fuentes actually came out and said, bro, I don't like people like that. And I was like, all right. I mean, you have your heavy criticism of the black community, but at least you're not out here saying, hey, I'm rocking with the guys who absolutely hate black people. I can respect that. Like, now, great. Now everybody's wondering who Paul Walker is.
Black people clearly are not on our level of development, and that's why they're struggling. Well, that's why they're not integrating well, and that's why there are these problems. Like, it's one thing to say that clinically. And it's one thing to see what they do and get frustrated by it and get angry about it. It's a whole other thing to have this like persistent like antipathy for vast groups of people. That is just like a low IQ, a dysfunctional thing.
And this is when we know he's being honest and real. This is a clear representation of his opinions on actual racism. There's a difference in like telling racist jokes with your bros or like making generalizations like he's saying, but there's another, it's like actually.
All right, just to give you guys some reference so I don't leave you guys up in the air with the Paul Miller reference. Let's see here. I mean, the only person who would actually platform this man, I mean, Jake Shields. I mean, let's be real. Who won't Jake Shields platform at a certain point? Who won't he? This guy.
Fight Back Podcast presents our most controversial guest yet.
Here with Paul Miller, Jake Shields, as I live and breathe.
They tried to silence him. They tried to erase him. They failed.
Death threats every day, harassing my family, calls in the middle of the night.
They called him dangerous. They called him criminal. They called him
Paul Miller as a white supremacist.
Fuck you, coward. What you did, speaking out the way you did, you had a lot to lose.
Jake Shields interviews Paul Miller, aka Gypsy Crusader, coming soon.
And yeah, trust me, I ain't gonna get into the interview because bro started dropping hell of N-word, hell of hard R's, hell of them. I'm cool on it.
Really like vehemently hate black people, which we know he doesn't, as he's someone.
I said Paul Walker.
His biggest inspiration is a black man. Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, worked with him, went around the world with him. Like we know he doesn't actually like hate black people, but that like it's different. There's a lot of nuance, there's context. Because to say like, oh, don't put me near black people, I don't want to live near black people. When I hear that, hello, as a black man, I don't immediately think racist. I immediately think they see what it's like for the average person living next to a black person. And for a lot of people, it's not a good time. So that's that. But it's examples like that where you just know. You can just tell when he's being for real, when he's not. And this is a clip that I have seen, and it's like, yeah, he's spot on with that. We'll just see what else he has to say about this.
And everything. Oh, well, but that doesn't make you mad. It's like, yeah, it makes me mad. I'm not filled with like racial hatred for an entire group.
Yeah.
Even the Jews, as much as justified as it would be. No. But even like I do actually like a lot of Jewish people. Like I even though Jewish people have ruined my life in many ways and like they do horrible things, I don't have a hatred for them as a group, and I could say nice things about them, you know. But that comes from being a Christian. That's the kind of peace and that's the kind of disposition that you can only have if you love God, if you truly have love in your heart for people. And it's no coincidence. It's always these pagans that harbor this intense animosity all the time.
Which to that point, and this is something I have seen, especially after the passing of Charlie Kirk. If I'm just looking at my life and all the people that I know and like friends of friends, I'm looking at like a big map of like political leanings and like how they're like moral goodness. Most of my friends who are agnostic, who are open to the idea of a God or just doesn't know or believes in a God or a higher power or afterlife, they're more often good people. They just are. And when I think about the people that I know in my life that are atheist or really close with atheists, just there's no God or like even going down a satanic route, they just have no care. They're just mean-spirited people.
Yeah,
just
that's
very
true.
mean. And that's something that's real and relatable too. And like even he said he doesn't hate all Jewish people, but he has a certain love in his heart for everybody. It's just
I know, bro. Here's things. I know a couple liberals like that who just have that. I ain't gonna lie, like they're atheists, or I mean, and let's be real, they do debate, you know, people when it comes to the Bible and all that, and they are mean-spirited people. They're condescending. They're complete assholes. It's like, oh man, it's just there's the worst type of people to debate, worst type of people to talk to, and worst type of people to be around. But I mean, yeah, trust me, I'd rather deal with an agnostic than a straight up atheist. I'm not saying that all atheists are assholes. I'm just saying that, well, I met a good amount of them, and most of them are assholes.
When we bring in the nuances, when we bring in the understanding, we can sit and actually have like a real conversation. And again, it's ones like these that I have all the time with all my guy friends. it's just blunt.
That was insane, dude. Brett Cooper comes out and says, "Go back to Israel. Go back to Israel where you belong." I was like, whoa, Brett. I was like, Brett. I put my hair behind my ear like Radio Rebel. I was like, Brett, oh my goodness. I was like, she's really good. It's like, I did the Allison Stoner from Camp Rock. I did the Demi Lovato. Brett Cooper was like, "Hey, Randy Fine." She's like, "You know what? Hey, Randy Fine, why don't you take your fat ass and go back to Israel if you hate America?" She's really good. Brett Cooper, let's go. Honorary Groiper. Brett Cooper, raise your right hand real quick.
I mean, shout out to Brett Cooper, though. After she got released from the Daily Wire, yeah, she been turning it up. I mean, hey, I think I watched a video from her today as well, where she was kind of going off on Trump about his comments about H-1B visas, and I was like, "Yeah, Brett, you're cooking. You're cooking." Like,
that was
welcome back.
Awesome. That was unexpected. Who was expecting that? I take back everything I said about her. I made fun of her wedding. I don't like her wedding. I'm going to be honest. And we want to know why her wedding was like, she wore cowboy boots. She did that whole like rustic cowboy aesthetic for her wedding.
No, she didn't. I was in her wedding. That was literally the night before, like the little rehearsal, dinner, get together with all the family and friends. We're in Nashville. So like, yeah, there were cowboy boots and hats, but like that wasn't the wedding. The actual wedding itself was very white and white. It was very white, floral, pretty. It was nice. It was great. It was a great time, but it wasn't country. It wasn't giving hoedown. It wasn't giving like yeehaw, churn and butter. And I'm like, no, it was none of that. It was not what this man's describing. It was not a country hoedown. That was the night before.
I want to send Brett Cooper a shirt. Can somebody tell me where I can send Brett Cooper the shirt? Because Brett Cooper is this week's white ass nigga going hard as officially.
What?
Brett Cooper is this week's official white ass nigga going hard.
Honestly, taking Nick out the equation as a friend of
I don't know why I like this guy sometimes.
He said it with no remorse. Side note, I've been set. I've been trying to get my wife to say the N-word. She has the golden pass, okay? She has more than earned it. She won't say it, and it's a little frustrating. I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, she's white?
Yeah.
I mean, well, shoot, it's probably white. Hey, they still feel a bit sensitive about it. I get it. But I guess I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure if just because you're messing with a black guy means you could say that.
She's invited to the cookout.
All right, but obviously she's invited to the cookout. Shout out.
No. You got some of them white people where it's like, nah, I can't. You can't come. You still can't come. Just because you're married, you're not allowed. She's one of those. You're allowed, and you're allowed to bring food.
I mean, bro, I ain't gonna lie. What he just said right here reminded me of this little clip right here.
I'm just a nigga, That's really what it means. To be a nigga, like a young nigga, a YN, is like, no one's doing any favors for me. I'm out here. I'm in the streets. My parents aren't anybody. I'm just a nigga.
Right.
And a wigger is someone that pretends to be black. A wigger is someone that's like doing that all the time. Black people are always licking their lips like that. They're always like sticking their tongue real far out. I see white people doing this all the time. They're always doing that. Wiggers do that. Wiggers, they like suck in their teeth. They're like,
Hardy R is crazy.
That's what I was saying.
That is Brett. She is going hard as she is the embodiment of that. She is loyal, down to earth, real, honest, bold. She's a real one. She's a real ass nigga. She's a real ass nigga, and I give her that. I give her flowers for that.
And then out of nowhere, she's like, and for our next segment, we're going to shut your mouth for you, Randy Fine. Go back to Israel. I was like,
let's go.
I was like, damn, that's a white ass nigga going hard as if I ever saw one.
That's Brett.
Not gender exclusive.
That's Brett. I love her down. Go ahead and go follow her. Great, amazing content, great, amazing person. Who you're watching is who you're getting in real life.
They say, I worship him, I admire him, I'm a Nazi, but I'm very clear. I'm America first. I'm a nationalist. I'm a Christian. My program is I want to end mass migration. I want mass deportations. I want a government informed by Christianity. I want to decouple from Israel. I want industrial policy. Like this is what I talk about on the show. But because I don't have this mythological, I don't observe this mythological religion of Hitler and the Holocaust, they say I'm a goose-stepping Nazi.
And to me, what it's getting at is this idea that we have to fall lockstep in line with Hitler is like the worst person in all of history, no matter what, even though we know there are other people out there who've killed more people than Hitler. But he's the utmost worst boogeyman out there. We have to fear him. And we have to, obey anything in terms of relation to the Holocaust and like treat it like this big ordeal. Like Kanye was talking about treating it bigger than like slavery, when there's actively people in this day and age going through their own battles with their own regions, nations, and countries. And it's just very interesting. I'm gonna let him keep talking.
But if you don't observe the dogma of Hitler and the Holocaust, they say, oh, you're this, that, and the other. And that's the point. Now, to the extent that I make jokes about Hitler, or we say, all my niggas Nazis, Heil Hitler. To the extent that we...
shout out A-Dub for sending in the jewels. Appreciate the support. I was just now seeing them. Sending a whole lot of thumbs up and some hundreds combos. Appreciate the support, man.
We do that. It is basically to treat this in a sacrilegious way. It is to blaspheme this religion. It is to destroy the sacred cow, the idol of the Holocaust. That's the point of joking about it.
So to me, for one, when Kanye came out with that song, the whole boom, 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 nigga blank, blank. When he came out with that song, I immediately got it. If you look deeper into it, it makes total sense because it is very ironic how you can go on a Spotify and Apple Music, whatever you want, and you can find Black people making the most moronic music, talking about all the drugs and the women and the liquor and the killing each other, calling each other names, aborting baby. You can talk about anything. But if you make a song about Hitler, it's like, oh my gosh, that's the end all be all. How dare you? How could you? When that's just talking about a historic moment when there's actively things going on tearing down our community that's allowed to be promoted. It's like, so he can't make a song talking about hell blank, but he can make a song saying, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna do da 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 da. It's inconsistent. It's just odd. That song to me was an underlying FU to the music industry. Like I'll play it. There's clips of like the record label owners who are they're openly Jewish, talking about how it's important to profit off of this bad music that is degrading the Black community.
Yeah. Oh, I knew it. He was gonna pull up the Breakfast Club interview. This should honestly let you know that the type of I'm just gonna say it. The Jewish control in the music industry.
Man, y'all should have figured that out when
Michael Jackson
the breakup. NWA. Reason why Ice Cube left.
I mean, here's the thing: we should have really known since Michael Jackson, because Michael Jackson been trying to talk about this, but hey, they called him crazy. Just like how Kanye tried to talk about it, they called him crazy. So it is kind of crazy how we can't talk about. I guess. How about this? We can talk about white supremacy, but we can't talk about the Jewish control in the music industry. I mean, that's a bit unfair, but okay.
We can talk about everything else besides that.
Man,
bad music that is degrading the Black community.
Don't you think that's hypocritical though? You're saying
it's opportunistic. Yeah. I got people to feed. I got
on the backs of the on the backs of black people by feeding us trash music, hypnotizing music that encourages us to do drugs and violence. Yeah, that's how you want to feed your family? Well, damn. I ain't gonna lie, like, bro, where's your, I mean, damn, where's your dignity? I mean, where's the integrity in that? Where's the honor by just destroying a whole community? That's how you want to feed your family? Well, okay.
I got a business to run.
So you can greenlight and push forward this horrible music and horrible culture, but not greenlight this one song. It's very odd. It is. If you say certain things about a certain community, well, the Jewish community is what we're talking about here. It's taken so seriously, but nothing else is taken seriously. The only thing taken seriously is Holocaust and Nazis and like Hitler. That's it. Everything else is fair game except that. Because if you talk about that, and even if you just make a claim like how Kanye did, he made a claim. He was just like, hey, Jews run everything in all the media and they run everything and I'm like going to call them all out. He got taken off everything. All these rappers can say whatever they want, but the second you criticize this one moment in time, now you get kicked off your bank account. Now you get kicked off your music platforms. Now you get... Yeah. I'm gonna let him continue.
But I've never, the things that I've said in a serious way don't need to be taken. I've never said anything serious.
I'll just tell you, when stuff like that happens, you're communicating to everybody that, yeah, if you talk about this, we will come after you. AKA, you can talk about anything, but as soon as you talk about this, there will be consequences. And that makes people kind of want to lean into what's really going on over there. Because, I mean, if you're handing out punishments just for talking about it, I don't know, there might be something a little bit deeper there.
Serious, I would take back. I've never said crazy shit that isn't obviously a joke, that isn't obvious edgelord, you know, we're trolling, it's a meme, it's whatever.
Exactly.
And so when Dave says, oh, well, what about all this crazy Nazi shit? It's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you one of them too? Well, is the next one going to be a struggle session? Am I going to have to come in and explain all the crazy knots? So, Nick, you said Team Hitler on Twitter once. So, Nick, you said this on Twitter. Like, seriously? That's a part that pisses me off. And I don't like hearing about it because I expect that people should just kind of get that.
No, they don't.
Like, I'm not on board with this whole, like, Holocaust, Hitler religion. Yeah, I don't... Look... I mean, I'm really kind of ambivalent. Hitler's fascinating. That time is fascinating. Just like everything was fascinating. The Bolsheviks, the Nazis, Stalin and Hitler. It's history. It's all fascinating. And, you know, that's not my religion, you know?
And even to that point, when I was in college.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to this guy. What's his name? Amir Odom. I think that's his name. Amir Odom.
And I'm sure... someone out there may remember this or maybe even watching this, but in my psychology class, the teacher had asked, oh, like if you could interview someone on like a psychological basis, who would you want to talk to in history? My first answer like immediately was Hitler. Because from someone who talks for a living, someone who's friends with other people who talk for a living, seeing that man in history, how charismatic he was and how people were just so attracted and glued to him, it is interesting. It is very just, it's how was he able to captivate that many people, you know? Like that moment in time, the speeches, the rallies, like it's just not, that's not condoning it. That's not saying everything around him was amazing and right. No, but we can acknowledge that he had a superpower, which was being charismatic and able to rally up a bunch of people and lead a movement, and it's history. It's interesting. And by saying it's interesting, saying you would want to talk to him, you want to sit down and like understand what went through his head, doesn't make you a Nazi. Doesn't make you someone that is a hateful or bigoted person. Yeah. That's just not what it is.
I mean, trying to understand your enemy doesn't make you your enemy. Like, pretty much. Like, there's like, that's all it is. Like, trying to understand your enemy does not make you your enemy.
And to Nick's other point, how it frustrates him, how people don't understand where he's coming from. Well, not everyone does, but majority of his base and people who know of him, as far as that are younger, we get it immediately. We see when he's joking, when he's not, when it's real, when it has a lot of nuance and pull to it and it's more convoluted. We see it. We understand it. It's there. And even for me, I relate when he's talking about, when he says the things like, I thought you just get it or to be obvious, because that's how I feel sometimes. I feel like you should just get it. Like, yeah, we shouldn't be transing minors. You should just get it. I don't need a big history lesson. I don't need all these studies. Like, nope, it's just wrong. You should just get it. You know? That's just how I feel. But he's in his right to look into things and say the things that he wants to say, and he's in his right to clear his name and give more insight to what is going through his brain.
My religion is Christianity, and history is what it is. And we study Napoleon, and we study Alexander the Great, and we study Caesar, and we study all these figures. We study Henry VIII. We study all the figures, Bismarck. And yes, we have an academic interest in Hitler and Stalin too, but it's not our religion. And as Americans, we need to step outside the shadow of that time period. Yeah. And that's not a dog whistle to say, oh, it's time to start wearing brown shirts. It's to say, look, like that exists in the Jewish consciousness, it doesn't exist in ours. That's a Jewish bedtime story. It's not a bedtime story for us. Americans should get interested in America.
There's nothing wrong with saying that.
About the Holocaust. Why is everybody so fucking obsessed with? That's the great.
Oh, yes. All right. Let me go ahead and Amir Odom right here. Shout out to this guy. There you go. So you guys can know where to go to for more of his content.
And irony, it's projection. I care about America. I care about the conflicts of the 21st century. I care about American and European history.
As you should.
And these Jewish people that are obsessed because that's their trauma, that's their story, that's their struggle. You know, my bubby died in the Holocaust. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry for you. Just like slavery and it's just like annoying. It's the same way that all of black culture is fixated on like minstrel shows. You know, you watch something by Donald Glover or Jordan Peele, and all of their cultural output is about Jim Crow and slavery. From Jordan Peele, another horror movie about Jim Crow and slavery. No, we don't care. That's your obsession. You're obsessed with like black lawn jockeys and minstrel shows and how everything is secretly racist. You know, Donald Glover, This Is America. No one cares.
I'm watching this with you guys, and I'm like, he's just spitting facts. I mean, he's allowed to share his opinion. And I agree with the segment on the black folk. It's like, I don't care. There's a podcast coming out that I just did, and I was debating a gay liberal, and I'm telling him, like, he was going on to the history, and I'm like, dude, I don't care. I don't care. I'm focusing on it right now in 2025 and what we're going through right now. At a certain point, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. You trying to explain the history of gender ideology to me is not going to convince me that it's okay for kids to go through trans surgery or it's okay to try to trans kids. Like, no, I don't care about the history. There's nothing you can say about it. I don't care if you have the most heart-wrenching stories in the world. There's nothing you can say to convince me that that's okay.
To study history, it's going to look into it, see what happened, and you can do that. But on another end, you got to let it go. You got to move forward, making it your personality, making it your identity, projecting it to everybody else. We can't move through society like this. And that's all this man's saying. This is why people still like Nick. This is why he still has a huge following. This is why so many people just don't care when people are like saying, oh, you shouldn't be listening to him. No to Nick. You're only making him more famous. And two, the people you're saying no to don't care what you have.
And here's a sick argument. It's like, think about it like this. When you guys try to make defense like that for mutilating children or transing children, you can make the same argument for pedophilia. You know that, right? Like, oh, well, back in the day,
I be trying to tell people.
Back in the day, in the Greek days, it was be seen as an apprenticeship. So, bro, doesn't mean it was right. Like, just because they was trying to trans kids or study trans or study the transing of people back in the day doesn't mean it was right. It's just like back in the day when people used to marry kids underage, doesn't mean it was right, but it was being allowed. Like, come on, guys. Come on. I don't why we gotta say this.
To say they don't, genuinely don't, because you're not being objective at all. So that's why this man's only going to get popular and popular.
Yep. Hey, Ben. You thought you could get away from me the first time, huh? Without debating me? I just want to talk, please. Stop running. I'm not a threat to you.
Okay, in this clip, Nick, for the next 5 minutes, he literally chases down this Jew in Grand Theft Auto. Chases down this Jew in Grand Theft Auto, and does all the things to him. It's a game. It's a game. And you ask anybody in these games, you're doing the most heinous things. And like, again, anybody his age, anybody remotely born in the 90s and up can grasp and understand, oh, it's a video game. Oh, this is kind of funny. Like, oh, I get it. Because it's not real. He's not really going to do this to Ben Shapiro. We understand that, and we know this context around it. And there's some people out there that have been using this clip like, oh, look how violent and hateful he is. He's chasing down Ben Shapiro, and he wants to do and do all this, cause all this harm to him. It's a game. Again, it goes back to like when you know it's kidding and it's a joke and when it's not. And I'm sorry, playing games with your friends, Call of Duty, Battlefield, Fortnite, it gets a little hectic, it gets a little wild, and it gets a little unhinged. That's just the truth of the matter.
Tucker Carlson decided that it was important not only to host Fuentes, but to smooth over his views, water them down, and make them far more palatable to a normal audience, as we'll discuss in a bit.
Which is probably what people say about this video too, honestly. But you can't say those things about someone that's already popping and been popping for the past 10 years. This is just giving light and understanding to a man's head as to why so many men gravitate towards Nick and understand him.
This is what Tucker Carlson does for a living. But back to Nick Fuentes. To understand just what Tucker did here, we must actually examine what Nick Fuentes says on his show and has said for almost a decade, because he was asked precisely 0 questions about any of what you're about to see by Tucker Carlson. Nick Fuentes says women want to be raped.
All right, Ben, then you interviewed Nick Fuentes. You asked him all those hard questions. I mean, like I said, that'd be the biggest debate of the, I'm gonna be real with you. Not just of the year, man, but probably the decade. Like, please, the Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro debate, please line it up. I mean, you'll get tens of millions of views and do it on your channel.
He won't do that. Died on March 20th. Poor weekend. He ain't gonna do that
during that month. I know, but it would be smart if he did.
A lot of women want to be raped, and when I say raped, I mean like that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also, they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
Listen, in the beginning, he even was like, that sounds a little crazy, but here's the context. One, we know he's joking, but 2, we know that there's the meme and the joke within that. It goes back to when Trump was like, oh, we got to grab him by the blank. He's talking about the people that want to be grabbed. And I've seen countless reels from my homegirls on Instagram and on TikTok, all the videos of like, oh, my man uses his outdoor voice at me. It's like, oh, yell at me again. Oh, my man accidentally hits me. It's like, oh, okay. Like it's a meme. We see it all the time. You look in all them categories in the bad stuff. It's there. Like women talk about like, oh, the dungeons and 50 Shades of Grey. Like they want some stuff. So like, again, no one takes that and says, wow, he wants that for all women. No, obviously not.
Nick Fuentes.
I mean, yeah, man, add a little bit more excitement to your relationship. Give your girl the old backhand a couple, maybe once a month. I don't know, give her the old 1-2 with an uppercut every now and then. Be exciting. Don't be so boring.
Says that his followers should kill, rape, and die in his name.
Raise your right hand. All right, everybody raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I will kill, rape, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes.
No one takes that seriously.
Nick Fuentes says that women are whores who shouldn't be in politics.
I will continue my crusade against women in politics. Because it's always like this, and it's so ironic. Women are like, I don't like, when you say, you have to affect the face. When you say to repeal the 19th Amendment, that offends me. That hurts my feelings. It's like, have you ever stopped and considered that maybe if you get offended, there's such a strong emotional reaction to
political opinions you disagree.
I've done polls like this on my Instagram story. The amount of women that are supporting me, this channel support me, that think they shouldn't have the right to vote, or that think it was a bad idea, or that don't think women should be in politics, it's real. It exists. She's allowed to point that out.
You disagree with?
There is a rising, there's rising support in repealing the 19th. I'm not one of those supporters, but there are some valid arguments on that side, I will admit.
Across the board, maybe that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't be making political decisions. I'm not attacking women. I'm attacking whores. You have no problems, right? I'm attacking whores. I'm attacking sluts, stupid, dirty bitches.
Nick Fuentes says that Jim Crow was actually better for black people.
It was better for them too, number one, but number two, who cares? Who cares? You know, enough with the Jim Crow stuff. Who cares? Oh, they had to drink out of a different water fountain. Big. Oh no, they had to go to a different school. Their water fountain in that famous picture was worse. Who cares? Grow up, drink out of the water fountain. It's water. It's the same. You know, and you know, even if it was bad, who cares? Who cares? It's better. It's better in general. We all agree it was better for them. It's better for us. Better in general.
I just laugh at it. It's funny. Who cares? He's allowed to say these things. If he was serious in that moment, then I disagree. I'm like, okay, yeah, we have it better. But even then, the average like black liberal, not average black liberal, but there's a lot of them who prefer their own black-owned spaces, black-owned graduations. They're only going back to segregation, only saying like if you're that person mad at Nick's actually agreeing with you because that's what you're advocating for.
I mean, yeah, segregation is all good as long as it's a black person talking about it. As soon as a white person talk about it, hey, they think we're going to the Third Reich. We think it's Nazi Germany in here all of a sudden.
Or anyways, combo for another video. But again, he's allowed to say that. Like, it's stupid, but like some people just don't. A lot of people out there just don't get it, apparently.
Fuentes says that white people are justified in being racist.
Reason that we talk about this, by the way, I know a lot of black people see this and they go, man, why are you always talking about black people, this and that? Because there just needs to be some shame here. Well, there's a few reasons. First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
It's funny of all people, Ben, to include that clip, because Ben talked about black people nonstop. Like I've talked about my channel as a black person, I say the same thing. You look at any metric, they're justified to be like, what the hell is going on over there? Again, theme parks have changed their rules. Carnival Cruise, Targets, McDonald's, malls, water parks. So many just basic stuff have changed their rules because black people ruin it. So yeah. And then you look at, oh, damn, black men specifically, 16 to 30, y'all make up like 2%, 2-3% of the population, over like 50% of the murders and crimes.
I mean,
Nick Fuentes is a Hitler admirer and a Holocaust denier.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday, nigga.
Bro.
Heil Hitler, all my niggas Nazis.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really cool. So
hey, shout out my man John Sweeney. He said, hey, he sends a corgi for 1,000 jewels. I appreciate the support, my man. Hey, shout out.
You know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really.
You can tell when he's doing a bit, when it's just like I'm watching this and like I know Ben's seething and hates every minute of this. But when I'm watching, I get it. I understand it. I know the language. Not even coming as like some big Nick Fuentes follower or supporter. No, it's just understanding the language of like guy.
You can call me a Nazi. You better be careful. Because if I'm a Nazi, then there's millions of young people that are following a Nazi. So you better be careful about those words.
He's not wrong. Like, you keep calling him a Nazi, calling him a white supremacist, calling him racist. You're just saying that for all of his base. It's the same when people are like, oh, if you follow Trump, you support Trump, you're racist, bigoted, homophobic, sexist. You're only dividing up the base. You're only like, you're not just singling out that person, you're singling out that person and their millions of followers. So if you're going to sit here and say, Nick is a Nazi, and anybody who listens to him is a Nazi, do you know how many people listen to this man that actually aren't Nazis? But now you're calling him a Nazi? It's going to get to a point where you're just like, you know what?
Wrong.
Like I said in the last video, like you're going to keep saying I'm these things, I might as well be it. You can call me racist and then racist. You can call me Nazi and Nazi. Like I don't care. It doesn't matter. These words mean nothing. You throw them around nonstop.
You're saying I'm a Nazi, I'm a monster. There's a million monsters then. There's a million Nazis out there then. Because they
I think a lot they do have to leave room for the moderates, all right? Leave room for the moderates, not calling everybody an extremist, or you're gonna push everybody to that extreme side.
They love my show and they agree with me way more than they agree with you, and they're pissed off and they'll follow me into battle. So you better be real careful. You're barking up the wrong tree with that. Either you're wrong and I'm not a Nazi and millions of people are, or maybe that just doesn't even mean anything at all. Forget even that.
Yeah.
Millions of people don't give a shit anymore. You can call us a Nazi. We don't care about Nazis. We don't care about the Holocaust. We don't care about Hitler. We don't care about any of that. Millions of people are rising up and we're saying, this is our red line. We are drawing a line in the sand right now. It's America first or Israel first.
That's all that really he's trying to point out is like this blind allegiance to Israel. Again, this has nothing to do with Jews. It's about the foreign government. It needs to go somewhere else. And wanting to put America first, it's focusing on like home and the corrosion of our country. That doesn't make us hateful or Nazis or bigoted for wanting to focus on our own country. They're just fed up with this allegiance to Israel and wanting to prioritize them nonstop. And you're not realizing how much crap like the 20-year-olds right now in this country are going through. It's not the America that was afforded to our parents and our great-grandparents. Socially, yeah, it's more liberal, it's more accepting, it's more free-flowing, more access to technology, yes. But in terms of like the power of the dollar, in terms of what we can afford to get, it's not the same, and people are upset at it. Hell, and even socially, the immigration stuff, I'm dealing with workers that don't know English. It's okay to focus on right here, right now. And the more you call us bigoted for doing so, like I've been slandered and drugged through the mud by people from Israel, by Jews, by Jewish organizations here in America, because I simply am saying, hey, I like to focus on just like America real quick. That's fine. And if people want to send me in 5 paragraphs, if only y'all knew what happens on the back end. If only y'all knew. No. I'm not having it. And there's a lot of people who aren't having it either.
I went to my favorite restaurant in Washington, D.C. a couple of weeks ago with some buddies, and oh, it was amazing. I got chicken tenders with French fries and mac and cheese, and it was perfect. Down to the last minute detail. It was perfect. The tenders were crunchy. The mac and cheese was cheesy. The cheese was cheesing. The fries were crispy. It was perfect. Everything was perfect, down to the last minute detail. It was really something. I thought about it for weeks. So that was great. But honestly, just a pizza. That's my favorite, you know, and it makes me weep, actually. Like, I was driving down the street.
You see how serious we just were? And then now it's this? You can tell the shift. You can see the difference. And it's funny.
Street the other week. It was on Halloween, as a matter of fact. I was driving around at night on Halloween, watching the children play, watching them trick or treat. I was wistfully looking upon the decorations and the leaves changing colors. And I saw, as I was driving, a Lido's Pizza delivery truck. Now, if you're from this area, they're ubiquitous. It's this famous, well-known pizzeria. They have their own trucks with their logo and everything. And they're trucks with it's like a built-in oven with racks for the pizza to go in anyway. And I saw a Lido's pizza truck outside somebody's house, and the delivery man was bringing the pizza. And this is like, what could be better than this? It's cold outside. You got your buddies there for Halloween. You're looking at all your candy. You're staying in. And then what pulls up? A pizza delivery service. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world. A pizza delivery service. They deliver a hot and delicious pizza right to your door. You put on a little movie. You turn the lights off. Pizza, can of pop. What could be better than this? Side of mozzarella sticks, some fried calamari, some fried shrimp. What could be better than this? Nothing. I'll tell you, nothing is better than this. I want to paint a picture of that. That's my favorite scene. That's my favorite scene. Why does that make me so emotional? Maybe I have an emotional relationship with food because of my own personal problems, but I told
the man's funny. Okay. I saw that clip and I'm like, this is a comedy show. But again, we've gone through the serious topics and you can see the shift. You can see just like, this just feels like I'm on a call with somebody.
I'm a young man. My country has been stolen from me. And we have the older generation that is richer and more powerful telling us to stop fighting. I guess that's what I really hate more than anything. I'm a fighter. I've been fighting my entire life because I was forced to. Because I did everything I was supposed to do. I got into college. I voted for Trump. I was on the Trump campaign. I was ready to be a good conservative. And I got nuked from orbit by the Israel lobby because I wanted to put America first. I got nuked from orbit again because I said I didn't want immigrants to replace all the white people in America. And as a result, I've been fighting my entire life against censorship, cancel culture, blacklisting, my own side, working with the left to destroy me.
He's
and
not
now
wrong.
that I have succeeded and triumphed, I am getting all these older people, Gen Xers and millennials and some boomers, basically telling me, pump the brakes, man, cool your jets, stop fighting. We don't need identity politics. We like Ben Shapiro. We like these people. We got, there's some good Jews too. We got to unite with some of the Zionists. We got to unite. And I'm like, no, I won't. People are telling me, you got to unite, be a team player, work for the GOP, blah, blah, blah. Why the fuck would I do that? These people have been fighting me. They left me for dead. They have sold out my country. Where's your fight? And this is where I really disagree with Tucker. And I like Tucker, but I disagree with him on this. He's telling me our job is to make our wives happy. It's like our sociological drive. We want to make our wives happy wife, happy life. How out of touch can you be? Ben Shapiro's not my enemy. I don't want to fight Shapiro. Yes, he is. Whether you know it or not, whether you think it or not, whether you accept it or not, he just is. He is our enemy.
And to that point, I'm for unifying with people and going to a greater good within our country, but it is hard to do that with other people who are prioritizing another country. That's where it doesn't make sense to me. That's where it does not make sense to me.
And they're all telling me, like, stop fighting, stop fighting. And like the gaslighting and the redirect. That's what I'm really getting frustrated with, because I'm on a war path and so are all Generation Z young men. And let me tell you very simply why. It is because we have grown up in a society with no God, no country, no fathers, no men. Where's the men? None of it. The men didn't teach us how to do anything. We were not protected from our devouring mothers and women. And I'm not speaking strictly about, I had a good father and good mother, but in the generality, we're protected from the overbearing women by the men. The women are feminists. They're, we're getting half the bargain. We're being told you got to be chivalrous and you got to be a real man. You also have to be a pussy. And your wife she's not going to act like a 1950s woman, but you better act like a 1950s simulacrum of what a man is in a advertisement from the 50s.
And so many of my straight friends are going through this, have gone through.
He cooked with that one. He's like, hey, women get mad when we tell them to act like the 1950s, but they want us to act like we're in the 1950s even today, to now. I don't blame them for it. I mean, I champion them to keep that attitude. It's just that, can we act for the same? Like, hey, if you want us to have those old traditional values, what about you? I mean, you don't want to be out here like Akash. Like you want to be out here embarrassed like Lakash, who was painting his wife as an angel, and now she's out here on podcasts to talk about how she wishes to be, in an orgy. I mean, come on, guys. You don't want that to be you. But all right, we're gonna go ahead and end it on this note right here. And I'll go ahead and I'll save the that documentary for next live, like later on in the day. I'll be back. Don't worry. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end out on this video from Marjorie Taylor Greene because, hey, she was the realist. And no, there's this one clip I forgot to play. because you know what? We do need certain type of punishments for, certain crimes out here, like stealing, I don't know, like hurting people, assault, and all that crazy stuff. Like we need like a very, very severe punishment. Not too severe, but teaches lessons like this.
We will introduce mandatory caning for scammers. Offenders who commit scams, defined as cheating mainly by means of remote communication, will be punished with at least 6 strokes of the cane.
Form. I mean, that man's form is impeccable. That form right there, man. Look, if we started doing that, trust me, we see a reduction in crime, man. 6 strokes. 6 strokes with that type of form right there. Trust me, we're going to clean up crime real quick. But all right, guys, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, and I'll catch you guys later on today. Appreciate the support. Peace.
My dear fellow Americans, I'm introducing a bill to completely eliminate the H-1B visa program, which has been riddled with fraud and abuse and has been displacing American workers for decades. There will only be one exemption in my bill, and it will allow for a $10,000 per year cap on visas issued to medical professionals like doctors and nurses who provide life-saving care to Americans. However, even this $10,000 per year cap will be phased out over 10 years to allow us time to build our own pipeline of American doctors and physicians. My bill will also restore the original intent of the visa, for it to be temporary. These visas were intended to fulfill a specialty occupational need at a given time. People should not be allowed to come and live here forever. We thank them for their expertise, but we also wish them well so they may return to their home country. My bill will take away the pathway to citizenship, forcing visa holders to return home when their visa expires. In order to build our pipeline of American doctors and medical professionals, my bill will also prohibit Medicare-funded residency programs from admitting non-citizen medical students into their programs. Just last year alone, there were over 9,000 doctors in the U.S. who graduated from medical school but were left without a residency placement. Meanwhile, in 2023 alone, there were over 5,000 foreign-born doctors who received residency spots. This is entirely unfair, and it's America last. My bill will help mitigate the shortage of doctors and nurses in our country, the shortage that we face, while at the same time serve as an off-ramp from our reliance on foreign workers by allowing us time to fill our residency programs with American doctors. Now, this will completely end the H-1B visa program in all other sectors in the job force and in the workforce. This is America first. It's time to put American citizens first instead of foreigners first. And this has gone on, and this has been an abuse for far too long. Americans deserve a future, they deserve a chance, and I believe Americans are the most talented people in the world, the most creative, and I want them to have their American dream. Thank you.
Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I'll send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 national guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go? Tell you something you don't know. Chicago fucked up cause the government slow. Murder rate never was low. Everybody killing cause everybody is broke. And why is everybody broke? Because the immigrants taking the jobs you won't. Send them back over the wall, take notes. I send them back on a plane, a boat. I don't want them in the country no more. I don't want no one looking for work at the store. Why the fuck is they making the city look bad? Why the fuck is they rhyme around waving that flag? I got so sick of this shit and I'm mad. I called Joe Biden that night and I bragged. If they deep in the street then you know it's DT. Free Larry Hoover, I'm really GD. And I hop in the back of a black truck. Camouflage bulletproof vest and you cannot attack us. Stupid little boy better back up. I get the snapping and turn the whole city to back up. Ain't no more New Mexico, I rename. They don't know we about to use Chicago for training. I put 300 guys in the streets in this place. We making America great, it's amazing. Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 National Guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing that shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go?